Welcome back and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is a crisp 5:33 o'clock, 5:32 here in Steamboat Springs. Getting a little bit ahead of myself. I'm back here with Dan Ryan, my co-host. I'm Hannes Gehring, and we are presenting the Run Rabbit Run 150-mile races here with Mountain Outpost. Excited to be here this morning. You awake, Dan, or what?
Yeah, we finally found some coffee. It's kind of hard thing to get at 4 when we were waking up. Luckily, there were some Keurig cups laying around, so shout out to Keurig if you're watching. Um, Dude, the race was kind of heating up overnight. I mean, let's talk about the tortoises first because I think there's a major storyline here. Catherine Robinson is still in first place through mile
Go
81,
Cat.
Summit Lake. So she is absolutely crushing. Followed by second place is also female as well, Mary Ryan. No relation to Dan Ryan here. So
I did have a chance to talk to Kat's husband just a tiny bit um, yesterday, and my understanding was that they had made plans for her to be in the tortoise division a little bit before the year sort of shaking up. Because I know if you look at Kat's year this year, it's been incredible. She put a really, really fast time on San Juan Solstice when she won it earlier in June. And has just had a phenomenal, phenomenal year. Uh, it's always interesting when you see somebody who could, in all likelihood, be competitive or competing at the very least in that ever so competitive female hare field, running as a tortoise. And Danny, you and I were talking a tiny bit off air, just you know, curious on what somebody's motivation might be. So in this particular case, it just sounds like a scenario where we didn't quite know where our fitness might be at. We weren't quite sure. They had a kiddo not too long ago. I think he's about a year old. Super, super cute kid. So that is the neat part of Cat absolutely crushing the tortoise overall and putting up a right now competitive time that would be competitive in the hare field as well.
yeah, for sure. She ran 10:26 at San Juan Solstice this year, which is pretty amazing. First place female overall, 17th overall. Um, yeah, that's truly amazing.
Yeah, she's a super, super competitive runner or fast runner, I should say, who's got that mom strength propelling her on. And we see that all the time where we see, I think it's always been an inspiring element to our community, just seeing moms come back often even stronger than they did before. I'm always impressed just having an 8-month-old daughter myself, little Nova, and trying to piece together running and figure out how to be a runner again. It's not an easy thing. So shout out to all moms out there who are getting it done, and Kat Robinson in specific leading the tortoise race.
Yeah. So looking at the hare race, um, no major changes overnight except Leah Yingling did overtake Michelle Yates. I was probably asleep when that happened.
Yeah, she did take the lead earlier in the evening last night. So Leah was in first coming through Dry Lake, in first coming through Olympian. I happened to be up at Dry Lake just to help a friend out, and was able to see kind of the front of the women's race come through. Claire was pushing hot on her heels, as was Emily Mann. I believe actually Emily Caldwell was the one. We also have Emily Mann in the mix as well. So we've got a couple of Emilys that are running really strong in that top 6, top 7 of the field, and then we have an incredibly competitive race brewing between Leah and Claire Gallagher. Claire, who moved up from 9th, 10th place, and is now sitting there in second. The last aid station check that we had for those two had Claire at about a 20-minute, or I should say Leah with a 20-minute lead on Claire. So Claire not too far back. As it stands, I believe we still have Leah as the only female runner through Billy's Rabbit Hole, and that was at about 4:30, if I have my times correct. So we are expecting Claire to come through there fairly soon, and that race to potentially tighten up. But Leah is sitting strong in first place on the female side.
Yeah, and if Leah's got legs, once she gets up at the top, she'll be able to just kind of cruise over to Mount Werner along the Wyoming Trail up there and fly down the hill to the finish. That's where we'll bring you to live next. Let's talk about the men's race a little bit. Richard Lockwood is in first by about 18 minutes. Cruising along, followed shortly by Adam Loomis, who is being trailed by Tyler Green by about a half hour, and that rounds out your top three. And then Christopher Hams, Aaron Slabach, and Brian Colmo also up there as well. So it's pretty cool to see the field moving along. Still got a while till the finish, but we'll be here all morning.
And I believe it's Hamas, Christopher Hamas. I know it's a strange one, but giving Chris his due, Chris is a friend, and I'm really, really rooting for him, seeing him creep up onto fourth now. And it's an interesting pack there as you look at Billy's rabbit hole. We have about 4 runners. If these timestamps or serve it as any accuracy, we do have 4 runners within seconds of one another. So you have Tyler Green, Christopher Hamas, Aaron Schlabach, and Brian Como, as well as Noah Dussault, who are all in and out of Billy's rabbit hole at 14:18, which, within a minute of one another. It's a really cool area. If you haven't ran this course, especially at night, as you start to get up towards Billy's rabbit hole, it opens up and widens as you go towards Wyoming Trail. There's a nice little meadow there during the daylight. But what that serves as is an opportunity for folks to see each other's headlamps. So you can look up quite a ways. And even if this pack was, let's say, 20, 30, 60 seconds kind of away from one another, I have a feeling they can all see one another's headlamp. And that makes for a really nerve-wracking scenario if at the front of that pack, and a really exciting kind of Pac-Man feel if you're at the back of that chase pack.
Yeah, and if you look here, we've got a drone shot of the finish line. People will be coming in shortly. If you've never been to Run Rabbit Run, the finish line's pretty party-esque. There's usually a beer cart and people hanging out in the grass and watching the finish happen. So it's a pretty cool finish line. I think I see the Mountain Outpost van there as well. So it looks like they're getting set up, and hopefully we have some field commentary from the finish line shortly. It's been a pretty interesting night. It looks like the Tortoises are still moving through Olympian Hall, headed back out onto the rest of the course. Everybody's definitely through their first time through Olympian Hall, and headed back out. So
yeah, we're talking about a world-class ski resort base here in Steamboat Springs, and they have done a ton of work. Our correspondent Luke J hadn't been here in a few years, and he was, remarking just at how much work they've done in the base area to kind of spruce it up, make it even more fun to be. But it truly feels like a world-class ski resort at base. Whether you like mountain biking, trail running, or in the winter skiing and snowboarding, it is as cool of a base. You can see a really, really neat shot there. This is not your average mom and pop ski area. We truly are talking about a world-class area with a ski and ski out Sheraton. Just a really, really cool base area. A lot of brick too, which I always love.
yeah, and it's kind of interesting because we were discussing last night that there's really no off season here in Steamboat Springs. In the spring and fall, you've got mountain biking and trail running going on. In the winter, you've got your skiing, your snowboarding, all your snow sports, and then in the summer, you've also got that trail running and mountain biking going on. So it's really a year-round place to be. We were talking about how in the spring, Emerald Mountain tends to melt off before a lot of the other areas, so you get a lot of people out there running, and I think you build a pretty strong running community in this town, which is pretty great. So we got a great drone shot. Sun should be coming up at about 6:47, so we've got still about an hour till sunrise. and we'll definitely be enjoying that from the drone, from the air. You'll get to see the beautiful Mount Warner, where the runners will start their final descent down into the finish line. Have there been any notable drops since last night? Let's take a look. We got a question in the chat.
Michelle Yates is not, it's probably not the right time to mention her name, but she's dropped back to 4th, but still going strong on the female side of things. Rounding out that top 7, you have Shea Aquilano, Sandy Nypaver in 6th, Barrett Gray moving into 7th, and Emily Caldwell there in 8th. I know Emily was kind of running at the front for a lot of the day, Emily Caldwell. So looks like the other Emily Mann, has kind of overtaken 3rd.
If I'm not mistaken, I believe Emily Caldwell dropped. Let me click on her name. Her last check-in was at 1:05 a.m. second time through Olympian, and no check-in to Dry Lake. So I'm going to assume that is a drop.
But don't see it listed as one yet.
Does it list them?
Usually at the bottom. Usually at the bottom of that, it actually shows the most recent or who's dropped from the field.
Oh, there we go. I needed to scroll over. I'm bad with computers. Yeah, so Emily Caldwell has dropped. Carlos Roybell's dropped.
Tim Nooney, another favorite. Becca Bramley, who was also one of our people to watch.
Eric Sandstrom was up there for a while.
The party Mikey Mitchell has also, Jesse Rich, Miguel Medina. These are all big names that we expected to be competitive. And
Graham Shalvoy dropped.
Ashley Paulson, as you just mentioned. Stephen Cornelius, who's won this race before. Kyle Pietari as well, ending up dropping. Sean Van Horn had to bow out pretty early. I know he's been battling with some COVID symptoms, excuse me. So it just didn't have the lungs to be able to really keep going. Graham Shalvoy as well. It's one of those things where there's a lot of factors that can get you at Run Rabbit, and for some it ends up being the heat with a 1 p.m. start in the heat of the day at altitude. So for some people it's that factor, the altitude gets to them, and for some people it's just the competitive nature of the race, and that it goes out fast. And if you want to do well, you don't have a lot of time to sit back and wait either. It's that delicate balance of getting the miles while you can and while things are still good, but also not cooking your goose too early on in the race and going out a little bit too fast. It is so easy to get caught up early on in that race with what other people are doing. And this is, even for, I think, some of the elite front people, this is a race where it is critical, as cliche as it sounds, it is critical to run your own race and to not let what people are doing around you impact how fast you're going. As we know, Mount Werner at that front, very start of the race is it's kind of, in some ways, it's the crux, because it's the steepest, longest, most difficult climb you do in the entire race, but it's at 1 p.m. in the heat of the day, right out of the gate.
Well, yeah, and there's also not as much room for error in the hare field, because you don't have that extra 6 hours where you can kind of troubleshoot, take a nap, reset yourself, and get back on the course. They really are up against the wire, so some people might decide to stop their run because of many things, body's tired and they just can't get things together to move and know they're not going to make the cutoffs. And it's kind of a different feel from the Tortoise race, where it's finish at all costs, drag yourself to the finish line, because you do have, 36 hours for the cutoff. which is a good length of time to be able to troubleshoot and figure those things out. So yeah, some pretty noticeable drops on the Run Rabbit Run 100.
If you are just joining us, good morning. We hope you get some coffee soon and a wonderful breakfast. But we're here at Run 100 with live race coverage. Had a number of exciting things happen overnight, especially in the women's race, as we see Leah Yingling take the lead, having just about 20 minutes on Claire Gallagher, who's moved into second. And on the men's side, and we should round out the top field on the women's as well. We got Emily Mann in third, Michelle Yates in fourth, Shea Aquilano in fifth, Sandy Nypaver in sixth, and Barrick Ray rounding out that top seven.
Yeah, and besides a cup of coffee, there's something I like to start my day out with. That's a cup of Tailwind. If I'm running a race, I like to be out there at an aid station with some caffeinated Tailwind and start my day right with some electrolytes and some fuel. So they're one of the sponsors for this broadcast here for the Run Rabbit Run 100, as well as Ultraspire, BOA, La Sportiva, Honey Stinger, Smart Wool, as well as some other great sponsors. Still getting a live look of the start finish here from the drone. Hope you guys are enjoying the night's darkness. It's nice to see some headlamps poking around at the finish line, as well as the shot here in the bottom right that you're seeing of the finish line. All right, let's check in and see who has moved. Let's see if there's been any movement on the 100-mile hare, or if anybody more has come through Summit Lake the second time. The next person we're expecting is a group of, it looks like 5 guys to come through the next aid station. It looks like they're all running together, and maybe they're laughing and having a good time. So it's good to see people out there kind of teaming up, and we'll see who kind of goes for it. Between where Noah Dussault is sitting and where Tyler Green is sitting, there's less than 30 seconds separating them all, and we could see one of them make some move for the money. That third place spot, is considerably more than the seventh place spot. Seventh place gets $500, where third place I think is sitting at around 2,500.
Yeah, the bumps are significant on each little, each place that you creep up, whether it's fifth, fourth, third, second. The bump in prize money is very significant. Sounds like we may be having some audio difficulties, so we apologize as we get locked in here this morning.
So yeah, David Mitchell, Brian Colmo is in that pack of men that's moving through the aid stations, and if they're all still running together, we'll see them all come through Billy's Rabbit Hole probably within the next 20 minutes. Not Billy's Rabbit Hole, my apologies. It's too early, and I've only had
Summit Lake.
Summit Lake.
Right now, the only 2 folks that we have through Summit Lake are Rich Lockwood and Adam Loomis, who have been battling all day, and 18 minutes isn't necessarily a big gap to make up. It's really just a matter of how well each of those guys are moving. If Rich is feeling good, he does have some runnable terrain that he can get his feet on, and maybe even catch Rich potentially. I know Adam's got a lot of foot speed and a gigantic motor from that Schemo background, and they've been neck and neck. It might be a moment where Rich is separating himself just a little bit. They do need to get still to Long Lake, and then from there finish what feels like a very long stretch on Mountain View Trail across Mount Werner and down it. Um, I do remember the year that I ran this race, Jeff Morgavero dropped like mid 5-minute miles going down Mount Werner from Summit Lake to the finish. Jeff went from ninth, I want to say, to third that year.
Wow.
So there's a lot that can happen over those last 20 miles. It is by no means said and done at that point. It can be. There can be, leaders that differentiate themselves. Right now, it looks like Yingling is on pace to really put the hammer down and potentially take home the win, with Claire hot on her heels, Claire Gallagher chasing her, which is exciting to see. I think, Claire's always been a fantastic ambassador for our sport, and seeing her back at the 100-mile distance racing after, just a couple years away, dealing with some injury, it is exciting to see her doing well, running strong, and who knows, maybe she's got a little kick here to be able to catch Leah. But it does look like Leah is going off the front and really wants it, as she said in her pre-race interview, really would like to win this one.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see the splits at Billy's Rabbit Hole. I think even though we don't have field commentary there, it'll be interesting to see if Leah is starting to kick it in, puts a gap, or if Claire is closing the gap. And I think we can get a good amount of information off of how they're feeling based off of the times there. So we'll definitely be watching that one closely, as well as Richard Lockwood and Adam Loomis, who come into Long Lake. And I think it's going to be very fun to see this next group of 5 or 6 guys, who are all within 15, 30 seconds of each other at the aid station. So I think that the third through 7th place race for the men's field is going to be heating up.
Ooh, baby, it's getting exciting, Dan.
Here shortly, yeah. So again, sorry that you have to hear me and Nanas in the morning. This is all they could find. So we're here with you. Let's get the chat going this morning. If there's any questions or people want to know what's going on, looks like we've got Single Track Podcast in the comments. So we got Finn in there. So nice to see you, Finn. Yeah, Finn, what is your shoe choice for Run Rabbit Run? We talked a little bit about shoes yesterday, and I think we were seeing a lot of that new Hoka out there, as well as some of the other carbon plated variants in the Hares.
I know our male race leader is running in the Norda 005. So Rich Lockwood winning Run Rabbit Run 100 in a pair of Nordas. Fun fact, Rich actually fell in love with ultra running when he ran the Beacon Rock 50K as his first ultra, which was also my first ultra out there in the Columbia River Gorge. And technically that's Washington, but it's right on the border of Washington and Oregon. He said that he came in third in the after party, and camping with friends immediately made him fall in love with the sport. I think a lot of us can relate to that.
Ooh, look at that. We're getting a little bit of the sun hitting the backside of Mount Werner. Still a starry sky out there, but you are getting a hair of that sun coming up in about 45, 50 minutes. And Steamboat Springs will come back alive. Maybe by then the coffee will kick in and we'll be alive again.
Yeah, this is still very early for Tortoises to be finishing with a 9 a.m. start yesterday. You're talking about 21 hours for a finish, coming in at 6 a.m. So still incredibly early for any tortoise to be sighted coming down. On your screen right there to the right side is where runners would be coming down Mount Werner on the road, and all that black that you see right now, it'll light up, and we'll be able to see that in not too long. But that is where you'll see runners coming in, really an incredibly runnable last 4 or 5 miles. Painful because it's just that level of grade steepness where it hurts even when you have not 95 miles on your legs, but especially once you have 95 miles on your legs, that final descent down into the base of Steamboat could not go fast enough. It is quad punishing, extremely difficult running when you're talking about being this late in a race. But it's better than going uphill.
Yeah, I would agree there. One other thing that happened overnight was the ladies have taken over the Tortoise race. Absolutely crushing it. Catherine Robinson is through Summit Lake on her way to Long Lake. Mary Ryan is in second, and she is only about 11 minutes off of Catherine Robinson. So I think that's going to be a fun one to watch the rest of the morning as well, to see where Catherine and Mary fall on just they've got a race between the two of them. That'll be super fun to watch, and we're excited to bring you all the coverage here at Mountain Outpost.
It looks like they're both through Summit Lake at this point, which is neat. But yeah, ladies holding it down in the tortoise race. Looks like we might have a couple tortoise competitors that could be running this bad boy as hares. At least their current times would indicate like they would be competing at the hare level.
Yeah, and I think for some people, maybe they just don't want the pressure of the competition at the hare level, and the pressure of the time at the hare level. Maybe they like starting earlier in the day. They like that 9 a.m. start versus a 1 p.m. start, and just want to be in the hare division.
Well, I know for Kat, one factor too was that it's her first 100-miler, and she wanted to be able to have a pacer for it. And
Okay.
that is a differentiating factor for those of you that don't know this. We have the hare as well as the tortoise division at Run Rabbit Run 100. Hares are quote unquote going for the money, so they're eligible to win prize money, whereas the tortoises are not, and they start 4 hours ahead of the hares. As we watch the 50-mile start here, in Steamboat Springs. So the runners you see going up the hill here are 50-mile starters. We have a 6 a.m. 50-mile start as runners begin to ascend Mount Werner. This race does a really good job. A lot of times you'll see races kind of run into one another, get on top of each other. It can get a little bit confusing, but Run Rabbit Run does a really great job of marking the course and diverting traffic in a way that you don't see 50 milers really running into 100 milers. So,
Yeah, the biggest junction for the 50 milers and the 100 milers is at Long Lake. So Carl Meltzer's aid station really is a busy one. He gets the 100 milers twice and he gets the 50 milers twice. So really a heavy load on the volunteers there. So shout out to all the volunteers out there working in the cold. Even just walking out to get in the car to drive over here, it's like, ooh, it's a bit chilly down in Steamboat Springs, so it's probably really cold up at Long Lake. So hopefully they're staying warm out there, and getting ready to service these runners that'll be coming through the aid station in a little while. We've got this awesome drone footage of these headlamps headed up a great day, and have a lot of fun out there. So again, if you're just joining us, looks like our viewership count is increasing significantly. We'll go and recap what's kind of happening. In first place in the men's race for the Hares division, you have Richard Lockwood and Adam Loomis off the front, about 18 minutes apart, at Summit Lake. And then in Billy's Rabbit Hole, you've got the next 4 or 5 guys. They're all within 30 seconds of each other, so it'll be interesting to see where 3 through 7 falls at the finish line, just because of how close they are at Billy's Rabbit Hole. Then followed shortly behind those guys by about 11 minutes is Leah Yingling, with 20 minutes back of her. So really the race is still in contention. Nobody's really ran away with it yet and then in third place for the females, you've got Emily Mann, who is about 6 or 7 minutes off of Claire, followed shortly by Michelle Yates. Michelle was leading for most of the day yesterday, and has won this race 3 times. So she's always a good one to watch to make sure that to see what moves are made later in the run.
yeah, she does like to run out in the front though, and she might just be the day where there's a faster women's field and so that's not happening. But I do feel like in years past success, she's been able to kind of just run off the front. Will be interesting to watch what happens there, and if she's able to hold on, or if somebody else overtakes. I think it's also important that we give that full top 10 credit. We're seeing some that top 7 who were not names we were seeing yesterday. So in 8th, you have Clint Anders. In 9th, you have Nicholas Lightbody. And 10th, Zach Russell, who Zach was there a lot yesterday in kind of the lead pack, top 7. However, a few of those names like Clint, they've really kind of crept up the field. Nicholas Lightbody really uh, did not see them towards the front. Have Emily Caldwell drop, whereas Jenna Bensko is sitting there in the top 10, as well as Stacey Marion sitting in the top 10. A number of notable drops from the field on both sides of the coin. You had Ashley Paulson, who did bow out. I think everybody saw her as a contender for the title and the front. He had Miguel Medina on the men's side taking the DNF. Becca Bramley having to drop. Tim Nooney, also a favorite on the men's side, who had to step out of the race. Carlos Rubal, who also stepped out. Kyle Pietari, dropping from the race. Yeah, it'll be really, really fun to see the rest of this race shake out. And
So we potentially have Rich Lockwood through Warner. It looks like the live tracking is not currently working. Rich would be through Mount Warner at this point then. So we're not sure what's going on with the live tracking. That's where we're getting all of our information. If people have more up-to-date information, please drop us your source in the chat, so we can go find them on the course and remove them.
be really quick. If he is, it truly is 3 miles from the finish at the top, which we have no reason not to believe, from the information gathered from the chat room. Talking about a 16 and a half ish hour finish. I know if you have the legs coming down Warner, you can run some extremely fast miles. Not abnormal to see those front guys running in the low 6s. Mentioned Jeff Mogavero, who was putting it in the mid 5s just a few years back. And the 2 times that he's ran this race and been on that podium in the top 3. But indeed, if Rich Lockwood is coming down the front of Mount Warner as the lead hare, he is about 3 to 4 miles from the finish. And that puts us at about a 16 and a half hour finish.
Which that would be a course record, correct?
It sure would be.
By about 45 minutes
I
off of
believe
Jason
Jason-
Schlarb's
yeah,
faster course. So that makes me think that that is not completely accurate information.
The times on the new course, since the course changed about 6-7 years ago, the times on the new course have tended to be just a tiny bit slower, at least in that front 3. Doesn't mean, you just like we saw David Roach absolutely demolish the record at Leadville 100 in his debut 100. It is not above this field to see a record. And that time from Jason has been so stout over the years, but who knows, it may just be coming to an end, and we may have a new record holder shortly.
Yeah, so it looks like the tracking is definitely down. Just got a text from Cheryl out at Long Lake, and it looks like Rich Lockwood left at 4:10 a.m. So third 122 at 5:33 a.m. So third place is yeah, definitely definitely a bit back from Rich, so he's kind of running away with it. Looks like somebody's walking up the gondola right now and saw Rich coming down, so we've got our first finisher coming in here shortly.
This is exciting stuff, folks. We have Rich Lockwood coming down, former champion 2 years ago, looking like he's going to take another win here at the 2024 Run Rabbit Run 100 miler.
Who is the timing organization? Can Do Timing. Another update from Cheryl. First woman is at Long Lake, so she'll be leaving in a second. And yeah, so that's a pretty great update. We've got the first woman, number 35, Leah, is currently in the aid station.
Bless you.
Whew, that one snuck up on me. So great updates from Cheryl there at the aid station. Thanks a lot, Cheryl. That's great news. I mean, we're gonna have our first finisher here soon, right in the dark still. So he may have to shift the start time even later.
Yeah, Richard Lockwood out of Rich, I believe is what he goes by. Rich Lockwood out of Seattle, Washington. He is an X-ray tech who works in the vascular surgery realm. So, chalk one up for the working stiffs one more time, Dan. At
Well-
UTMB we saw it, and now here at Run Rabbit Run.
Saw it at my local 5K too. No, it's pretty awesome to see those guys winning these things, crushing the big events, and taking it all home. We got a great look of the finishing arch here at Run Rabbit Run. So Rich Lockwood should be coming in here shortly and potentially with a new course record.
It's interesting. I am just stalking Rich's Strava, which most of you know what that is, but for those of you that don't, Strava is a running app that allows many people to post and track their runs, use it as somewhat of a log. Unless he's holding back on us, it is not the trend you see with triple digit weeks, 50,000 feet of elevation gain and loss. It's really reasonable, doable weeks in mileage. You have some 60s in there, almost 90 peak week there back in July, coming into August where he drops his mileage significantly, creeps back up to 62 miles with a peak week of 88. And I just say that because I think most of our audience is always really curious on what somebody's doing in their training, how did they train, how much mileage did they do. There's this over glorification, I would call it, in our world of high mileage, high volume, that in order to win these big competitive races, you have got to drop 100-mile, 40,000 feet of climbing weeks. And here, Rich Lockwood is proving that is not the case, and that it isn't required to put in Jim Walmsley weeks, as one might say, to try to be competitive at these. It's certainly not to diminish his training because it's consistent and stout, and he knew what he was doing. I would venture to guess there were some very key workouts in there. But yeah, really, really interesting to sort of look back on what his training looked like over the last few months, leading here to what looks to be a Run Rabbit Run victory for his second time.
Yeah, and it looks like he left at Loomis was behind him at 4:37, and then Christopher, how do you pronounce his last name again?
Hemis.
Yeah. Was third at 5:33. Leah probably has left the aid station by now, and then Cheryl reported that 167 had just came in. So once I get a name on that, I will let you know. 167 is Aaron Slabach, so he is currently in fourth. He must have run away from people because we had such tight splits at Billy's Rabbit Hole, and we don't have splits from Summit Lake, but we do have the Long Lake splits, which is pretty nice to see. Cheryl updating us out there at Long Lake.
Thank you, Cheryl. And that means that Christopher Hammis has moved past Tyler Green, as has Aaron Schlabach, and that's not shocking. Both of those are extremely stout runners that we've been talking about all day, potentially being able to make a run at that podium. Chris just having an amazing year after winning higher, and who knows, maybe he can still catch Adam. It really just depends on how well you're moving. We've talked about hemorrhaging time late in these, back up on Mount Werner, over Mountain View Trail. That would be my suspicion. That's where Adam and Christopher are really duking it out back there potentially. And if Chris is feeling good and Adam is maybe laboring a bit, it'll be interesting to see who comes here in second. It sounds like first is all but wrapped up if the reports we're getting from the field are accurate.
Yep, getting a live drone shot here again. The sun is still peeking into the sky behind Mount Werner, where Rich is making his way down to the finish line. So if we see a headlamp coming down the hill, we'll know that's Rich and know to be cheering him on from here.
Yeah, you'd hope it's not a 50-mile starter that, 30 minutes in, 15 minutes in, decided to call the race and turn around. Not very likely.
Not very likely at all. I think the 50 milers go up the same way that the 100 milers do.
Yep.
So seeing those 50 milers head up towards the gondola, that's always fun. Looks like we've got the race director there at the finish line. Fred popping in and out of the scene. Still no updates on the tracking.
Oh, but we do expect to see Rich Lockwood's headlamp here in the next 10 to 20 minutes.
And he should be solo. Should only have Rich coming down again. The Hares are not allowed pacers.
And for those of you just joining us, it does look like Rich Lockwood will be coming in any minute to win the Run Rabbit Run 100-mile race. If indeed he is as close as we think he is, we are looking at a potential course record. Most certainly one of the fastest times we've ever seen at Run Rabbit Run. Currently, the record stands at 17 hours and 15 minutes by the legendary Jason Schlarb. Fun fact, I got to be on the same plane as him going to Italy. So, was next to him there in coach as he went over to do very well at TDS. But the record could potentially be broken today. We will just have to wait and see a few more minutes.
Yeah, it looks like Rich is going to get a wonderful sunrise finish here at Run Rabbit Run. So we're excited to bring you all of the action this morning. And yeah, it's just going to be a great day here in Steamboat Springs. We're going to have a lot of finishers. Is that a headlamp there that I see on the drone shot? Bottom left? Is that a hiker or is that a runner?
Doesn't look to be moving downhill fast enough.
No, I don't think that's him. Rich would probably be running like somebody's behind him. There's another headlamp there. Lots of headlamps out on the ski hill this morning. We'll see if we can go on a drone flight and see if we can't find Rich headed down the ski hill road.
That could be him.
Oh yeah, it
could very well be him.
That's cruising.
Yeah, there's a couple of small little trail sections off this road.
So if he makes a turn.
And in all likelihood, unless we got an early morning biker out, This is Richard Lockwood heading to the finish to win the 2024 Run Rabbit Run 100.
He is cruising.
I wonder if you asked him right now if he feels like he's cruising or if he feels like he's just getting it done, you know? But to me, it does, in fact, look like he's cruising for being at mile 99.
That is amazing. Nice job, Rich. What'd you say? One for the working stiffs of the world?
Yeah. X-ray tech out of Seattle, Washington, holding it down for the Pacific Northwest.
Came to altitude and crushed it.
Not a problem.
It's got some nice single track that he's running on. We'll have to ask him if it's a single
It
track.
doesn't. I've done that section, and you want to be done so badly that these windy last few switchbacks feel longer than they should, but you also know you're just so dang close to the finish line that, the end is in sight. It's a really, really exciting. I always get really emotional at this stage of the race where you know that you are truly, truly at the end. Here goes. One last left turn and send it, Rich. He's going to run down, cross the small stream, and head through our arch to take his second win at Run Rabbit and claim $15,000.
You think he's going to tell us he's going to Disney World at the finish line?
I do not, but I do expect him to buy rounds for the commentators in the office.
Yeah, and his crew, for sure. Looks like we got the finish static cam up, and he's making he's getting closer. Those apartments are very, very close to the finish. You can see there.
Yeah, to the upper right's where he's headed, although what he is currently running is all downhill. Despite looking like he's got a little bit of a climb, he gets to go downhill as he cruises into the final gate and finishes Run Rabbit as the first finisher.
He could stop for a cup of coffee and still probably get the course record at this point.
We got 17:21 on elapsed time, and I think 17:15 would have been our record.
Did that change? Didn't it say 16 there a minute ago?
1 o'clock start.
Yeah, well, maybe not a course record then, so.
Yeah, 17 hours and 21 minutes elapsed, but it does look to be potentially second. 17:22 would be the second fastest time, so he's about 20 seconds right now off of the second fastest time all time.
Yeah, so
it looks like Jason's record is safe.
Yeah, don't expect too much from us on math this early in the morning.
You're live looking in at Rich Lockwood, who is flying down the final descent of Run Rabbit Run, running down Mount Werner in an absolutely stacked field, going to take home the dub and win $15,000, which will be nice for his trip home to Seattle, knowing he's got a little bit of extra cash in the pocket.
Yeah, this last downhill, pretty great to see. Another race taken by the working man. He's a radiologist radiology technician out of Seattle, Washington.
X-ray tech. Tell you what, I am splurging on that in-flight meal. If I'm Rich Lockwood going home to Seattle, I am going to get myself a couple. I might even go for the charcuterie board, Dan.
Ooh, are you going to upgrade to a first class seat as well?
Well, you see, the thing is, it's all fictional. I did not win. So Rich is the one winning. He's the one that decides whether or not he's going to get an in-flight meal. He's on his way to the finish line. You see it up ahead, just to the right, as the sun begins to creep up here in Steamboat Springs, Colorado. Without any doubt, Miracle Bard Rich Lockwood is headed to win the Run Rabbit Run 100 for the second time in his career.
Cruising down to the finish. Great job, Rich. This is awesome.
Fred, the race director, was incredibly proud that he had Rich. He was the only person, he told me, in their fantasy choosing that had Rich as the winner. So congratulations, Fred. I think you're going to win your own prize.
Got the Mountain Outpost van right there.
He's going to cross the river here, cross a few rocks, head into that corral.
It's the only water crossing on the course right there.
Yep. And ladies and gentlemen, at 17:24 and about 40 seconds unofficial time, Rich Lockwood is your 2024 men's champion at Run Rabbit Run 100. Take a bow, Rich. We're trying to listen in here.
You're a freaking champion, man. Maybe I'm a
Little runner's long cough. A live look in at your men's champion at the Run Rabbit Run 100 here in 2024, Rich Lockwood, getting it done for the second time.
Sounds like he said it was cold up top.
Yeah. At least last time I did, there was so much fog and rain. It really felt so much dreamier this time. But I couldn't stop at an aid station for very long, or I'd start convulsing.
It's still really cold up there.
Yeah.
Oh, Richard, you saved us $1,000.
Yeah, nobody picked me.
Because of the 50 people that entered a ridiculous contest.
Well, you said I was going to DNF.
No, I did not.
I was the one who said we'd do it for fun last night.
Yeah,
nobody.
What a tremendous effort. Proud of you, man.
Thank you.
Yeah. You're giving the working people, because I know you got a real job and stuff. You're giving the working people a good name.
Yeah. Is your wife here?
She's helping out at Olympia. She's helping at Olympia.
Oh,
She'll be back. Yeah. You need a doctor? You need a radiologist?
I love talking to her interventional radiology.
She'll be here. She'll be back.
Oh, yeah. Dude. Bring it in, brother.
Awesome. Awesome job.
We got long sleeves. Saved me. It was cold up top.
Here, let me take that.
Yeah. Good change. Is there a bathroom or something I can change there?
Yeah. You have to move the start back a little further.
I know.
Still got that far.
Is that Mike there? It looks like, yeah.
Yeah. Hi, how are you?
Your men's winner, Rich Lockwood, here in Steamboat Springs. It looks like he could go for another run.
Yeah, I think he might go do a shakeout, apparently.
I don't know about you, but when I finish these, I feel borderline drunk, and borderline's probably putting it mildly. So he looks awfully fresh for somebody that just won one of the most competitive 100-milers that we have in America.
Borderline drunk, man. I'm smashing the tequila and the aid station. I am drunk at the finish line.
I mean, we get there. I come in feeling like I'm destroyed. So I am very impressed with how coherent and put together Rich is looking.
It seemed like the major comment he had was that it was cold up top. So definitely I bet he's going to go switch into some dry, warm clothes. So that way he doesn't start convulsing here at the finish line, per his words. Great job, Rich. Seattle, Washington, radiology tech, and really great to see him in the lead. We have another update from Cheryl Meltzer out at Long Lake Aid Station. Number 22, Emily Mann, is in second. So she is
wow.
past Claire and is moving in second behind Leah. If we're going off of the times that I have from Cheryl, Loomis is 17 minutes behind Richard, so we should be seeing him coming down the hill for sure. Once our drone finds him, we'll bring you live coverage. It's that he's right there. There he is. That's Adam Loomis cruising down the course.
And not far behind. So really, yeah, actually closing the gap in the final miles, you'd say, if the split was correct of having a 17-minute lead on Adam for Rich at the last aid station, then Adam has really done a great job absolutely putting the pedal to the metal and hitting the gas button on these final miles. That's Adam Loomis coming in here, Camas, Utah.
Yeah, getting that $8,500 check. Adam Loomis coming in second.
Not a bad payday whatsoever, but I think the satisfaction of coming in second. Oh, interesting.
So $15,000. So he earned $15 a mile.
Looks like a little, just a quick pit stop. I don't know if that was a quick vomit in the bushes or just a wardrobe adjustment. As we all know, you have to look primed coming into the final aid station. Got to make sure your brim on your hat is straight, the colors are coordinated, shirt's tucked in if that's your thing. Got to make sure you're dialed.
You got to put on your tie.
True. I don't know if he has one, but we are looking at Adam Loomis coming in to the final stretch of Run Rabbit Run, just behind Rich Lockwood, not far behind. We're talking about less than 10 minutes here that we'll end up seeing Adam come in second. That is a very tight finish as things go in 100-milers, and especially this one that tends to spread out quite a bit towards the top and the end of the race. That is a very, very tight finish. And these two have been duking it out all day, back and forth. Rich and Adam were leading the race alongside Tyler Green. Does look like we have seen Christopher Hammis move into that third place position, and wouldn't be surprised to see him come in here in the next 15 to 20 minutes as well. But currently you're looking at an awesome drone shot of Adam Loomis coming into the finish line in second place.
Asked in the chat, any update on 3 and 4? Yeah, Christopher Hamas was in third, and Tyler Green was followed shortly by him, I believe.
And I think Aaron Schlabach had moved into fourth last that we had gotten reports. Keep in mind, folks, we're not getting accurate aid station check-in, check-out times at this point. So we are working as a team and getting information from aid station volunteers to try to get as accurate of a picture of current standings and what's going on, but tiny bit in the dark ourselves with tracking being down. That said, we do know who's won. Richard Lockwood taking home the win here at Run Rabbit Run 100, and Adam Loomis, you're currently looking at.
We're assuming is Adam Loomis. We don't actually have tracking information.
Correct. This is unverified, but semi-confident that this is Adam Loomis coming in here in second place. Something very strange would have had to happen. The only other option I see would be Chris Hammis. I don't know for sure if that's even realistic, but anything can happen up there. Looks like one more pit stop. Bring it home, Adam. Come on, buddy. You got this.
Is he puking? No, he's tying his shoe.
We've all been in this moment. If you've ran a 100-miler, you know what this feels like. So close and yet so far away. It just feels like those last few steps can't come quick enough and always seem to take a little bit too long. So know how he's feeling at the very least in that way that, anytime you get to the end of one of these, it is challenging. And I'm sure Adam is going to be very, very ready to be done putting on a show here at 17:34. Really, no matter how long it takes him to get this last section done, he's going to be putting in an incredibly stout time. Looking at, I believe, will be the 4th fastest time in Run Rabbit history.
Coming down bundled up too. Must have been cold out there because it seems like people are coming down pretty bundled up off the top. Pretty cold this morning here in Steamboat Springs.
Yeah, this is looking like the 2nd fastest time on the new course.
Wow.
So if you want to call Rich Lockwood's the fastest time on the new course, Adam is putting in the 2nd fastest time ever. 4th fastest time on new or old course. Incredibly impressive.
Walking with a cameraman, it looks like.
Yeah, and Adam said he was knocked over by a cow when he won Bear 100 last year. That does not look like Adam. So we may have had the wrong runner there.
Congrats to whoever that is having a nice morning run.
Yeah, and he would have closed the gap quite a bit on Rich. Which, usually you don't see that 2nd place guy really closing a gap late in a race on 1st place like that.
So we'll send the drone back out and wait. Maybe that's him. Was Adam wearing all black?
Well, he wasn't, but it gets really cold up there on Mountain View Trail coming back, especially and Long Lake too, where you have all that cold air coming off the water. It is incredibly cold up there, but could very potentially be our 2nd place finisher here, Adam Loomis.
Jason Schlarb's in the chat. Happy for Rich. He's his coach. So yeah. What time did Rich finish in? 17:24?
Unofficial.
Unofficial.
Must have like a friend or crew running alongside him here. Would make sense for this to be Adam Loomis coming in 2nd place.
That looks like Tony Hill on the right there.
Run Rabbit Run 100.
Nice work, Adam.
Live look in. This is Adam Loomis here coming towards the finish line of Run Rabbit Run 100 in 2nd place.
Very well done, Adam.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Second place at Run Rabbit Run 100 in an absolutely stout field. Adam Loomis. Good sir, take a bow and get yourself a post finish line beer.
Or a cup of coffee too. I mean,
I
might want to warm up a
clearly
little bit.
could use another. Yeah, if anybody's out there in Steamboat Springs hearing this, your commentators could use a coffee. Starbucks is fine. Adam Loomis, second place out of Camas, Utah. Said he'd love to go on a run with Killian if he could pick anybody dead or alive to go on a run with.
You know, Killian might be pretty dead inside right now after his Peaks mission there
I
in the
might
Alps.
be able to keep up with him. It would be a great timing for us to go on a run. But I agree. He'd also run some miles with Forrest Gump as his fictional character that he would like to go on a run
that'd be
with.
fun.
Yeah.
He just felt like running. Nice job to Adam there. Really great work. Looks like he's getting some hugs from crew. See if we can hear anything.
One of the coolest things about Adam, I shot some questions out to some runners prior to the race, and one of the questions I asked was just if there was anything else he wanted to share, and he talked about working on getting kids outside and developing character through sports. So he's really been trying to introduce more kids to ski jumping, Nordic combined, skimo, which is neat because he's got a full-time job on top of that. So giving back. And we're making sure that we got this correct and that is indeed Adam Loomis.
Paul Loomis says he doesn't think that's him. What's that bib number say? 47?
Yeah, and it looked like a blue bib number, so our apologies. This may not have been our second place hare, and that looks like a blue bib to me, or is it red?
647. That is not Adam. Sorry.
False alarm, people.
That is
We've
a tortoise,
done it
though.
Twice, but we do have our first tortoise finisher.
Dustin Johnson.
Dustin crushing it. And again, our apologies to Adam. Thank you to Father Paul for saving the day there. We do expect him to come in second, so we're hoping that we're not.
The last update we had two females leading the tortoise race, Catherine and Mary. So good job to Dustin. Looks like that race changed up a bit. So congratulations to him for winning the Run Rabbit Run Tortoise division. That's great work.
Looking at Rich Lockwood there, just looking like he woke up from a night at camping in Steamboat Springs, drinking a little bit of water. Our men's champion for the hare division, overall champion, Rich Lockwood for the second time.
Getting a blanket, sitting in an Adirondack chair. I don't think you could even tell he ran 100 miles.
Coached by Jason Schlarb. So a proud coach in the chat room. He certainly didn't take an incredibly high volume approach, and I think that's always worth mentioning. Just that there are different ways to get from point A to point B, and you do not have to log crazy mileage or injury risking mileage to be able to compete at the highest of levels. It requires consistency. I'm sure there were some very quality workouts that Rich had during that time. Maybe Jason can shed some light on that, or maybe the secret's in the sauce and we won't give that out. But
looks like we're getting a bit of conversation between looks like we're getting a bit of talking between the two of them. So let's listen in for a second, see what we can hear. I think Dustin said that he was supposed to be in the hare division, but broke some bones in his foot earlier this year and decided to join the tortoises. But he definitely could have run as a hare even with that injury.
Yeah, it looks like it would be about a 20-hour, 40-minute finish that he would have which typically puts you in that top 10 on the male hare side.
Looks like they just saw Adam Loomis in a Dynafit kit about 3.5 miles from the finish. So we'll be seeing him within the next 20 to 30 minutes, I'd say. He looks pretty cozy.
It's like just putting this way. So I do like that. How much room do you have? What do you call it? Ice around the
Your men's champion, Rich Lockwood, 2024 Run Rabbit Run 100. Just a quick shout out to our sponsors as we look in at Rich enjoying a nice big bottle of water. We want to thank Tailwind, Ultraspire, BOA, La Sportiva, Honey Stinger, Smart Wool, Ice Spike, Rabbit Ears Running Company, which is a newer running company here in Steamboat Springs. Definitely go check them out. They've got some great deals on all your running apparel. Gravity House, Paul Nelson Photo, and the city of Steamboat Springs, which if you have not visited, you are missing out. The colors are turning to phenomenal here in fall as we watch the aspens change. I just want to thank all of our sponsors one more time. Could not do this without you, and we appreciate all you stepping up.
And we'll bring you back here from Steamboat Springs after a quick commercial break. So see you in about 60 seconds.
My name is Jeff Bierling, co-founder of Tailwind Nutrition. We make drink mixes for athletes to help you fuel, hydrate, and recover for all sorts of outdoor activities. Running, cycling, hiking, climbing, any sport where you're working up a sweat. We manufacture our own products in Durango, Colorado, and we test and use them on the trails of the beautiful San Juan Mountains. Our mission and our passion is to help athletes achieve their goals and to feel great while doing it. We couple proven nutrition that's simple to use, easy on your gut, and tastes great with encouragement and education. You can think of us as your support crew. We're right there with you doing whatever it takes to help you get across the finish line with a smile on your face.
And welcome back to live coverage of the Run Rabbit Run 100 mile. You got a live look in here at the finish line at the Steamboat Springs base ski area. That's Rich Lockwood behind the arm, who is our men's champion for hares, having just come down the trail that you see straight in front of you. An awesome shot of the new gondola built there on the top right here in Steamboat Springs, their newest lift. World-class ski mountain. If you haven't had a chance to check it out in winter, it is as good as it gets for terrain and variable terrain at that. We are expecting to see Adam Loomis. We've had a couple false alarms here on runners coming in, getting the lead Tortoise, Dustin Johnson, who has finished, confused with our second place hare. We do apologize for that. Doing our best to try to zoom in on a drone shot to figure out who our runners are. We do expect to see Adam Loomis, either that or Christopher Hemis, although it would mean that Chris has made up some significant time on Adam. Anything is possible here, but we expect to see one of those two coming in as our second place finisher. Just such cool aerial drone coverage here. You can see that construction and a lot of the work that's been done on that new gondola. I do believe it's completed and will be in service this winter. If you're just waking up and you're just joining us, somewhat hope that's the case for you and you didn't have to get up at 4:30. But you are looking in at the finish area and the ski resort at Steamboat Springs, Colorado. We're covering Run Rabbit Run 100. We have had one finisher in both the hare and the tortoise division, Dustin Johnson coming in as the first tortoise, and Rich Lockwood winning Run Rabbit Run for the second time in his career. Certainly one of the ones we expected to be towards the front. However, I don't think that it's one that anybody in this field had winning it. So kudos to Rich for outlasting yet again an incredibly stout field, duking it out with Adam Loomis and Tyler Green all day. We have seen Tyler drop just a tiny bit. We're working off field information, so we don't have a lot of the live tracking that's working. Just about everything has stopped near Summit Lake. And we're waiting to see Adam Loomis coming into the finish as our second place male. This may be a tortoise that we are looking at currently.
He may be turtly enough for the Turtle Club.
Is that Cat?
That would be probably the right second place person for the tortoises.
Potentially. We're working off some pretty limited information on the tracking side of things, but we've had Cat Robinson on the female tortoise side in first or second almost all day. So we have a couple of runners here at the front that we expect to be seeing on the tortoise side. Don't believe that to be Adam.
That Mount Warner Road is pretty steep this late in the race, right? I know I had to walk a few sections of it backwards due to some IT band pain that I was having there at Mount Warner. So it's pretty cool to see people just running down this. I think most of my time at this race could be made up on this final downhill. Actually, it's about 3 miles from the top down to the bottom, if I remember correctly, and it gets steep at points. Fresh legs is pretty fun to run down it, but with a worn out body and pretty wrecked legs, it can be difficult coming down. It was not difficult for Rich Lockwood. Coming down the hill, he absolutely closed very well in those final few miles. So good to see.
Yeah, it depends what's required, Dan. It's also a road that you can really hammer. Even when you're deep in the pain cave, at least for me, a lot of times I can still fall downhill fairly well. So if you're really willing to, and you see this here from our tortoise runner, where just kind of reaching deep in the pain cave, keeping your momentum moving forward and trying to run as fast as you can. There have some incredible times coming down Mount Werner at the end of a 95-mile segment that your quads are just screaming and every part of your body wants to be done. And I don't believe that to be Cat Robinson. And it sounds like Cat is about 4 miles from the finish.
It might be Mary Ryan potentially then.
It does look like we got a little ponytail bob in there.
I think that's a palm on a
Or
knit
not
cap.
a ponytail.
I don't know anymore.
Regardless, I'm impressed. And this tortoise is absolutely crushing. Looking at a 21-hour finish, depending on how long this last little section takes our runner. incredibly stout time. Doesn't matter if you're running it starting at 9 a.m. or starting at 1 p.m. as a tortoise or a hare. If you're running this course in under 21 hours, I think it's incredibly impressive and a very, very quality time. Curious to see what the women's hare finisher ends up coming in at. A lot of times we'll see that female hare actually be over the 20-hour mark. So when you're talking about a sub 21-hour finish for a tortoise, it is very, very impressive, and doing it without a pacer, no less.
Per Margaret Fowler in the chat, it seems like Adam is about 2 miles out from the finish.
Could this be Adam?
I don't know anymore. I don't. That's Summit Lake Aid Station. So this is
not the finish. We're looking at Summit Lake. That makes more sense. I thought this was Mount Werner, but we are looking at Summit Lake here.
Looks a lot like the road down from Mount Werner, though, for sure. So, got some puke.
This is
nice.
This is the real and the gritty, folks. We don't give it to you edited. We give it to you real and live. This is a sport that asks everything of you, and that includes keeping your stomach together late in these races. It's a challenge for us all. Eating and keeping food down. It is not uncommon to have some bile come up. I'm impressed with how the runner continued to move. Quick keel, quick vomit.
Yeah, that was it.
Get back
Impressive.
to it.
Just and move on.
It doesn't get faster by doing the sits or the stands, Stan.
No.
It doesn't get any faster. You just got to keep moving forward.
I actually had my first puke during a race this year, so that was I was puke free for a while there, but no longer.
I've camped right there on the right in my old Toyota Tacoma.
And then you can see
a
Summit Lake
beautiful
Aid
spot.
Station there. People are coming in to that aid station. Really cruising along. Nice work to this runner. We don't have a bib number, but great work to them moving into Summit Lake Aid Station. Get some great aid. That aid station was phenomenal when I was there. Good soup. Really just a good place to refresh before headed back out onto the Wyoming Trail along that backside there.
Who doesn't like good soup? I mean, you don't need to be in a race to like good soup.
Great work to this runner. Still getting a shot of the finish line here as well. Waiting on our second place male hare. We have first place tortoise and first place hares, both in Rich. Sorry, I don't want to get his name wrong. Rich was the first place hare, and then we had Dustin Johnson as the first place tortoise. So nice work to both of those guys on getting it done. Really crushing it. Just like this person headed up into Summit Lake. You can see the aid station there. The trail they head up to is on the left. The road that they came into the aid station yesterday is on the right. So great work to this runner. And again, thanks to all the volunteers out there working. Me and Anna's just have the honor of talking at you for many hours, but they have the challenging task of getting these runners into and out of the aid stations as efficiently as possible. So thank you to all the volunteers out there, and great work putting on such a great event.
Yeah, volunteering through the night. I didn't get a ton of sleep, Dan. I think I rocked a solid 4-hour night after going up to Dry Lake and helping some friends and just being around the race. I still can't imagine being out in the cold all night, voluntarily helping runners, feeding them soup and bacon, keeping them warm and safe as we watch one of our runners come into Summit Lake Aid Station. It has a small climb and some undulating trail that heads to Long Lake, and once there, they'll complete their final descent into Steamboat Springs via Mountain View Trail, which is a real kick in the butt. At the end of a race, 90 miles in, 88 miles in, you hit Mountain View Trail and it feels like a wall. If you run it any other day on a normal training run, you could probably run every step quite comfortably. But when it's at mile 90, it feels like a head wall coming at you. Just like everything tends to, a small bump gets to feel like a steep climb late in these races.
I think we heard Fred say there at the finish line that he's going to have to move the start even later, so that way they get because that's part of the reason they move the hares to the afternoon, right? Is so they finish when there's a big crowd at the finish line. So it looks like we've got some audio coming in from the finish line now. It's a little cold in here.
Yeah, I might need to get my sweet crested butte Nordic fleece, get it put on.
I was going to put on this really big puffy jacket I have for a few minutes, so don't judge me too hard.
And we did have our phenomenal infield correspondents unavailable. So Zoe Rom and Luke J, who gave us some incredibly long shifts yesterday. I know Luke had to go get back to watch his son Ryder dominate a cross country meet. And dad of the year, driving back at midnight to make sure he doesn't miss his kid's sporting event. A man after my own heart. And then we obviously had the professional Zoe helping us in the field, taking a well-deserved day off today. But we don't have someone at the finish line to be able to give us some like post-race interview or correspondence. If you're in Steamboat and you're interested in helping us out, feel free to shoot us a message. But we're going to do our best to get you as much as we can from the finish line, both audio, visually, and see if there's anything fun we can't hear at that point. Looking at the final miles of Run Rabbit Run 100, that can feel quite long coming off the tippy top of Mount Werner. You're right. It's cold in here. How is it getting colder at 7 a.m.? I feel like it's supposed to warm up at this point.
I don't know. I'm feeling pretty warm here in this jacket now.
Where's a meteorologist when you need him?
Got all the wonderful trails headed down Mount Werner. Got your nice apartments there for viewing the race. I figure that's what all those people with those giant houses do. They're definitely not huge skiers. They just really love watching the Run Rabbit Run 100 finish. And that's why they have those massive, massive houses.
I do think that's a selling point many realtors are using. Look, guys, you can watch a 100 to 500 person race from your doorstep or your balcony. It's unheard of. I do think that's why people buy real estate in luxury areas, is for ultra running viewership. Oh, we're making bad jokes here at 7 a.m. We're making bad jokes, but we're trying, and we do expect to see our second place
Ooh, we got some intel that
Hare.
Adam will have pink on his jacket. So
We're looking for pink, folks.
looking for pink out there. Got a live view of the finish line there, starting to heat up for sure. Lots of people out there. It's not starting to heat up in the studio, but it is starting to heat up at the finish line. We've got our first couple of finishers in. Leah Yingling was the last person out of Long Lake that we heard, so she's still in lead of the women's race. And second place was Emily Mann, headed out of Long Lake. So we've got those two fast ladies in front. Not much more update than that on the tracking. The last splits we have are from, it looks like Summit Lake, for the Hares before we lost tracking. So unofficial time for Mr. Rich Lockwood, 17:24:41 and a half second. That half second is very important. So good to see runners finishing up Run Rabbit Run here. The first few. Now, some people still have a long ways to go. Just about an hour ago, we had another person come through Olympian Hall, which is the second time. So they came through mile 64. So great work to those people coming through Olympian Hall and headed back up to Dry Lake to try and make the final cutoff at the finish line. Nice work to those folks, and we'll be bringing you all the coverage here from Mountain Outpost, so please stay tuned. We'll give you updates as soon as we have them. Yeah, so, people are still moving along the course. That climb back up to Dry Lake is a pretty long one, especially if you are feeling pretty beat up and cold. That can be a very long climb. Up to Dry Lake Aid Station and then also up to Summit Lake. When you're coming down from Summit Lake, it's about a 21-mile descent down into Olympian Hall. So people don't realize how much climbing they're going to have to do when they're headed back out, especially in the cold of night on very tired legs. So nice work to everybody who's moving out of Olympian Hall, no matter how fast. We're all, I think my co-host said it best. We're all suffering out there. Some of us are just moving quicker than others. So great work to everybody, tortoise and hares alike. Great work to the fields. It was a pretty good scene yesterday at the start of the race. You had a lot of people took the gondola up to where the runners kind of hit the steepest part of the course. So that was really cool to see people with cowbells out there rooting for people. So, yeah, Run Rabbit Run, great ski resort race. Great place to watch the start and finish. Many great aid stations and a lot of great volunteers out there. So thanks to everybody who's helping out this year. Good time to stop and thank our sponsors of the live stream here. We'll go ahead and thank a few. We've got Tailwind Nutrition, Ultraspire, BOA, La Sportiva, Honey Stinger, and Smartwool, to name a few. We've also got Ice Spikes, and then we've got Rabbit Ears Running, which is a local running company, Gravity House, Paul Nelson Photography, and the city of Steamboat Springs. If you've never been to Steamboat Springs, it's always great to visit, no matter the season, spring, summer, winter, fall, dependent upon what you like to do. In the winter, obviously, it's a world-class ski resort with world-class skiing here at Steamboat Springs. And then in the summer, it's a great mountain bike park, great hiking area, great running area. And in the fall, you've got some really great foliage colors and color changes in the aspens here, especially on trails like Flash of Gold. When people are coming down that and the aspens are changing, it is absolutely a beautiful scene.
Foliage. Foliage. Try to say foliage 3 times fast. That's a tough one.
Foliage.
You did it.
Yeah,
okay.
freaking crushed it. That's a really chill word to say. Is Chad back in the chat? My enemy? Frenemy. He cyberbullied me yesterday, so. We're going to live stream the Dan Ryan attempt of the Fish Creek Falls climb.
Well, you did say it's really easy. So I feel like
You say chill once on a live stream and people jump down your throat.
no, it's when you say chill to one of the rowdiest sections on the course that somebody is probably going to raise their hand to say
He didn't raise
"Hi,
his
that's
hand. He
false."
raised a finger at me in the chat.
Emojis are powerful.
I didn't even know that was an emoji.
Rich really put some time on second place here coming into the final. So Rich Lockwood winning Run Rabbit Run 100, not slowing down one bit to the finish, but having gas all the way to the end. Be really curious to see who ends up coming in here in second. We expected it to be Adam Loomis. We had a couple of false alarms as we watched Dustin Johnson win the Tortoise division of the race.
And we also saw some lady out in a blue hoodie who was just out for a morning run, and she absolutely was crushing her morning run. So great work to her.
Yeah, we do have a report that Kat Robinson is coming down the final descent into Steamboat Springs, and that she is on her final few miles. She would be leading the women's Tortoise division. Absolutely stout runner, having won San Juan Solstice earlier this year at Grand Junction, Colorado. Her husband Max coaches the cross country team out there.
Wow. Rich really put a lot of time on second place. This is pretty amazing. I think we might have a pretty close race for second place, and remember that prize purse goes down considerably between second and third place. So second's running for $8,500 right now. And yeah, we're just waiting to see who is going to take home that $8,500 prize and see where the price is right.
On the podium, you're winning $5,000. It's still, no matter what, you're taking home a really, really healthy check. Christopher Hammis has been the guy in third as of the last report, and had been running strategically what felt like a very strong and smart race. Somebody who, if you go and look at Christopher Hammis's ultra sign up, it is incredibly impressive. 12th place at UTMB, which outside of the wins he's had is one of my personal favorites. You just don't see Americans coming into the top 20 in that race all that often. So don't sleep on Chris Hammis as he comes in and potentially pushes Adam Loomis and puts pressure on him from third place. This is what we've been talking about. Are you going to hemorrhage late in this race? And what hemorrhaging can mean, when you have somebody running
we have a runner
20,
coming in.
does look
That looks like pink on a jacket as well.
It sure does look like pink on a jacket. If that's the case, we may be looking at Adam Loomis here.
That's a red bib as well. So this is your second place hare. I think this is Adam Loomis coming in with pink on his jacket. Does that look like a Dynafit kit?
It sure does.
Yep, I see the logo. Nice job, Adam, running it into the finish. Looking strong with an 18-hour and 12-minute finish time. Your second place male at the Run Rabbit Run 100 in the Hares division. Nice work. Let's see what we can hear from him.
Not quite, I don't think. We're going to give that. Different course, a little harder.
Nice job, Adam. Well done. Coming off a big year, winning Tushers 100K. Last year, having won the Bear 100. He was somebody that we knew would contend today, or very, very much thought would contend today, and he did. Him and Rich were pushing one another all day. Rich putting 50 minutes on him in the end, which is really impressive. But also one of those things that can happen, as you have one runner separate themselves a little bit at the front, and maybe things come off, the wheels come off the wagon just a little bit. But Adam with an incredibly impressive 18:13 out of Camas, Utah, taking home second place and $8,500. Yeah, I'm really going to be bugging Adam and Rich to take me to the bar for food.
Ooh, we didn't make the pun. Rich is a bit richer today.
Oh, man. I'm glad we didn't. I'm disappointed that we did now. I wish that we hadn't.
Adam Loomis got some more loot. Yeah, I mean, it's close. Lutus, some more loot. I don't know.
Call that a reach.
Yeah.
With that said, the battle is on for third place. I think we see Arlen Glick there in the background. He's been in the top 3 the last 2 years of this race. Very accomplished runner in his own right. And then a live view on Adam Loomis with the pink sleeve. DinaFit coming hard with the swaggy gear there. Shout out to DinaFit, whose runner Adam Loomis just placed second at the Rabbit Run 100 in a time of 18 hours and 13 minutes unofficially.
Yeah, it's Pun Rabbit Pun. Welcome.
I'm committed to keeping the puns to a minimum. Okay, I'm very committed to keeping the puns to a minimum because this can get out of hand quickly.
That was a comment by in the comments on the chat here. So thanks for that one. I'll be continuing to use that throughout the morning. Nice work, Adam. That's awesome. Great work. Glad you were able to get down the mountain. It doesn't look like the top 2 changed up much from Long Lake. So if we're going off of that trend, we should be seeing Chris Hamas here shortly.
You're doing great on his name. I'm not like 100% certain on the Hamas, but I'm fairly confident that's how you say it.
I'm just going to drive right through it.
I can feel your confidence waver every time you say his name, but I think the effort...
Hamas is hammering?
Hamas. I think the effort's there. It's like start saying hamburger and then add my name, Hannes. So it's like Hamas.
Oh my gosh.
Hey, you're welcome for that.
We need a pronunciation chart. I'll talk with our linguistics coach off camera. Once we go on a break again.
It was indeed an extensive training program to be sitting where we are. Rigorous, to say the least. Looking in at the Tailwind cam here at the finish line. Tailwind, one of our premier sponsors here at Rabbit Run 100, alongside Ultraspire, BOA, La Sportiva, Honey Stinger, Smartwool, Ice Spike, Running Rabbit Run Running Company, Gravity House, Paul Nelson Photos, and the City of Steamboat Springs.
It is Hamas, like the food. I just got a text from somebody who's watching his dog, my good friend Katie. So thanks for correcting me. Hamas, like the food, and then this is Hanas. So we're just getting all the names wrong and right here. We're not even calling out the right people at different points, right?
Also gonna just check in here on the team tracker. Obviously, we only had 2 hare finishers. I think everyone has their eyes on the Greenlings, which is Team Tyler Green and Leah Yingling. It'd be tough to bet against that duo there, but we do have some other runners competing. Rich really putting his team in a good spot alongside Stacy Marion, who's one of the racers to watch on the female side. Really will be interesting to see what shakes out in that team division. Again, another $5,000 on the line for the winner of the team competition. Every hare that you see here partnered up with, there's a male-female combination, and the top time overall, those two combined times ends up winning the team battle.
Leah could go home with a pretty big check then if they were to win the team one, and then she pulls off the win for the 100-mile hares, almost $20,000.
Yeah, what is that, like a used Honda Civic these
Yeah.
days? But that's still a solid car. Like, you're talking about a 2020 and newer
Yeah.
at minimum.
And her husband Mike is out there, so hopefully, maybe she buys him an in-flight meal on the way home.
That's right.
Actually, I think they're probably driving home. They're Salt Lake City locals.
That's right. They did move. They replanted some roots there from the Pacific Northwest to Salt Lake City.
So maybe like a premium gas station hot dog on the way home there.
There's two versions of gas station hot dogs. I feel like it was just the one that makes you go have a conversation with the porcelain king. It's like, no matter what, there's not a nice version of a gas station hot dog. I could be wrong on that, and I stand to be corrected in the chat room. I would not call myself a connoisseur of gas station hot dogs.
So we have a picture of Christopher Ham's dog that a friend of mine sent me, and I think his dad's his dog is rooting for his dad. So that's pretty cool to see. Big dog fan here.
That is Cashew, to be clear. Christopher Ham's dog is Cashew, and he is one of the most adorable dogs on the internet. Getting a sweet photo of Cashew, excited to see his dad cross the finish line there from crew and partner Valen. So yeah, that's a really fun crew. I know that when I had asked Chris some questions before the race, he didn't have a ton of time, but he did hope that we could talk about his beautiful fiance Valen and just how cute Cashew is. And there is no debate that Cashew is adorable.
Cashew seems mildly upset that he's not at the race. Poor guy doesn't get to see his dad finish the race. So
well, he gets to see his dad finish the race a lot faster than most people do. That to me looks like Kat Robinson. I know that gate behind her because I've ran with Max a lot. That is Kat and Max Robinson coming into the finish. Kat's time here, you're looking at, oh man, add 4 hours, a 21:22-ish finish for a tortoise, which without any doubt in my mind, that would put her in the top 10 most likely for female hare finishers. So this time is incredibly stout. Doesn't matter what division you're running in, that time is incredibly stout. And I know from talking to Max, one of the reasons that she wanted to be in the tortoise division was to have pacers for her first 100-miler. And what an amazing moment they get to share here as Max runs in his wife, the winner of the female tortoise division, Kat Robinson, absolutely crushing Run Rabbit Run here in what looks like a time of 21 and about 23 minutes or so.
22.
Yeah, Kat.
That is great. We were talking about dogs a little bit. It's pretty great to see all the animals out here at Run Rabbit Run. Not just dogs. I know I saw a moose on my run yesterday, as well as a fox. So there's tons of wildlife out there, and then it's great to see all the cute doggos at the aid stations. Really a increase in spirits for people who have their dogs there, to say hi to them at the aid stations. Nice job, Catherine, moving into the aid station with her pacer there. Again, that's a clear distinction between the hares and the tortoises. The hares are not allowed to have pacers, while the tortoises can have pacers. So that's a big difference between the two.
Live look here at the finishing stretch of Run Rabbit Run. You're looking at Kat Robinson winning and crushing the female tortoise division here at Run Rabbit Run 100. She'd been in the outright lead of tortoises for most of the day, coming in first female and second overall. super, super impressive run by Kat. Something tells me that she may be back one of these years running as a hare.
I think we're going to see a couple of these top finishing tortoises come back as hares.
Bold
It sounded like the
predictions.
first place male wanted to run as a hare this year before he broke some bones in his foot. So it's great to see these people coming back. It looks like we've got a live look here. Nice work.
All smiles from Kat, being paced here by her husband, Max.
Nice work coming in. First place female for the tortoises. Nice work. This is awesome.
Kat Robinson winning the female tortoise division in a time of 21, 24, and 27 seconds unofficially. Incredibly strong run, a time that we would expect to contend in the female hare division as one of the top 7 finishers, no doubt. Really curious to see where that time stacks up.
We heard that for Adam Loomis, his dog Cassie is cheering him on from the couch. So great to hear that. Oh, get a hug with the kiddo here.
That's awesome. Little buddy is excited to see mom. What a cool shot of the fam there.
Getting some kiddo cuddles at the finish line. That's pretty special to see. Looks like we got I thought we saw a Kansas City Chiefs flag, but it's a blanket. Gotcha.
And that's our kiddo Billy. Kat Robinson, the winner of the female tortoise division, hugging her husband Max and baby girl Billy.
I think we go for a cool down, don't we? Yeah.
I believe Max just came off of a top 20 finish at Leadville 100. I think he's done more than a handful of times. But his wife absolutely crushing.
All right, we're going to take you to an ad break here from one of our sponsors here at Run Rabbit Run 100. So we will be right back to the finish line.
My name is Jeff Yingling, co-founder of Tailwind Nutrition. We make drink mixes for athletes to help you fuel, hydrate, and recover for all sorts of outdoor activities. Running, cycling, hiking, climbing, any sport where you're working up a sweat. We manufacture our own products in Durango, Colorado, and we test and use them on the trails of the beautiful San Juan Mountains. Our mission and our passion is to help athletes achieve their goals and to feel great while doing it. We couple proven nutrition that's simple to use, easy on your gut, and tastes great with encouragement and education. You can think of us as your support crew. We're right there with you doing whatever it takes to help you get across the finish line with a smile on your face.
Welcome back to live coverage of the Run Rabbit Run 100-mile race. A short break there to thank one of our sponsors, UltraSpire. Don't know if we can see a runner here, but we are expecting one of our next finishers to be Christopher Hammis. It could very well be a battle between third and fourth. Aaron Schlabach had moved into that spot there in fourth, passing Tyler Green just a while back. We're working off limited information as tracking has ceased to work, so we don't know in and out times at aid stations, but doing our best with a whole bunch of reporters in the field as well as volunteers giving us information via the live chat. Keep it coming. We've had a couple of false alarms, so trying to keep this broadcast as accurate as possible and bring in the final few men's finishers of that top 7 podium, as well as find out who will be our winner on the women's side. It looks like Leah Yingling could be taking the dub. At the last point, we had heard Emily Mann move into second, surpassing Claire Gallagher, who's been running a really smart and patient race all in her own right. So looking like a top 3 currently of Leah Yingling, Emily Mann, and Claire Gallagher. And Emily has been sitting in that 7th, 8th position most of yesterday. So incredibly intelligent run from her, knowing exactly what she had in the tank to surpass Claire late. I'm curious to see how that race shakes out and what sort of time we're looking at for Leah and her debut at this race. I know that in our pre-race interview, she was hopeful, certainly not calling her shot, so to speak, but definitely eager to win. And it looks like she may just have that wish come true.
Yeah, and I think this is a good time to take a moment to thank our other sponsors. We just saw an ad from Ultraspires, but we'd also like to thank Tailwind, BOA, La Sportiva, Honey Stinger, Smart Wool, Ice Spike, Rabbit Ears Running, a local running company, Gravity House, Paul Nelson Photo, and of course the City of Steamboat Springs. Getting you live coverage here from the Run Rabbit Run 100. If you are just joining us, we are looking at the slight climb up into Summit Lake here. Got some runners and their pacers doing their thing.
Man, that's a cool shot.
Cool shot. Sun's in the air. You can see the aid station there, and after that they're gonna hop onto the Great Wyoming Trail. So great work to all the runners out there. Everybody kind of crushing this course. Everybody suffering together. Anna said it best that everybody's suffering. Some people are just moving quicker. And I think I'm going to use that going forward.
We're all hurting. Some of us are just moving faster. Some of us slower. The good news for the audience is that you and I are getting closer and closer to the end of our shift or duties. So you won't be stuck with us forever. We have the JV2 squad in here currently. Eventually we'll go back to the A team and try to get the varsity team back on the field or court with AJW and Chris Warden. But as it stands, you were stuck with us two. And for that, we somewhat apologize. Somewhat.
Yeah, and just a sec, we will have hopefully a commentator there at the finish line. Bree Sullivan might be helping us out there, so thanks, Bree. Looks like Chris Hams is 3.2 miles from the end. He is wearing a white long sleeve and black shorts. So thanks, Margaret Fowler, who is out there feeding us some information on the live stream.
Margaret's been huge. I mean, call her the live tracker. She's been feeding us information from the top of Werner, where we would be completely in the dark. Christopher Hammes, who is looking like he'll come into third place. We're doing our best doing his name justice. It's been hard for my co-host Dan, but he's working on the name pronunciation. I don't even know if I have it right, but I believe I do. Chris looks like he's going to lock up third place. Curious if there's any late fireworks there on Mount Werner Road. between him and Aaron Schlabach, or if Chris will be able to take the third place home. What a year. First at High Lonesome 100 and looking like a potential third place finish at Run Rabbit Run 100. Just a very, very stout 3 months of racing. Not surprising with how an accomplished a runner he is. It is not shocking. It does mean that we've seen Tyler Green. I think many of us had I had Tyler winning. So if I was putting money on one runner, it was going to be Tyler. He has dropped back just a little bit. I'm curious. He's one of those guys that just really knows how to hang on, and it doesn't seem to matter what race it's in. He always finishes strong. So curious to see where he ends up, if he's able to hang on to one of those top 7 spots, and if that's enough alongside Leah's finish to get that team Greenling the team win. Many of you know that Run Rabbit Run has a number of different divisions. We have the Tortoises, the Hares, but we also have a team division where Hares partner up with a male and female partner, and the total time winning the overall total time winning that division and another $5,000. So if Leah wins the hare division and ends up on the top for the team division, you're talking about a $20,000 paycheck for Leah, which as she starts a new job in Salt Lake City this next week, I'm sure will be a welcome deposit into the bank account. So if you're just joining us, we have had just a few finishers, a couple in the hare division. Rich Lockwood running in some Nord 005s, taking home the hare win in the second fastest time in the history of the race. Ironically enough, the person who has the course record happens to be his coach, Jason Schlarb. So coached by the course record holder and putting in the second fastest time in course history and winning Run Rabbit Run 100 for the second time in his life is Rich Lockwood. About 50 minutes behind, and that's 5-0, almost an hour, was Adam Loomis with another stout time at about 18:12, unofficial, coming in second place, running for DinaFit. Which is always how I've said DinaFit. However,
I'm not gonna.
willing to be corrected in the chat if you got a pronunciation guide on any of this stuff.
I'm not gonna comment on the pronunciation of things anymore.
It's so hard. It's so hard. Pronunciation is hard. But we are expecting to see Chris Hammis come in third place. I believe we're looking at a tortoise runner here climbing up to Summit Lake. Some of the backcountry views, an amazing place to camp where you will have peace and quiet, almost guaranteed. Very likely to see a moose back up there. It's just a stunningly beautiful area where you really start to feel like you're in the mountains, high up on the plateau. They'll come from Summit Lake, get through one more checkpoint or aid station there at Long Lake, and begin their final descent, although it feels uphill and is a lot uphill, going into Mount Werner, where they'll have a 5-mile downhill, about 4.5-mile downhill, all the way to the base area. That part can feel punishing, but I can assure you that a 5-mile descent is significantly better than a 5-mile ascent to finish a race. No matter how much it hurts, it is still more fun to be running downhill at mile 95 than be climbing another climb.
Oh, somebody made a good point. How do you pronounce dynamic? Dynafit. Okay.
That may be valid. It may also not be valid. I'd love
Yeah.
to check with Dynafit. Can we just say both every time?
Chris Hammers is running in. Am I getting it right?
You
now?
nailed it.
Hammers.
To
All
my
right,
knowledge,
we're back. All
you
right.
just nailed that.
I'll blame the lack of coffee yet. I've had like 4 cups at this point, so I can't really blame that too much more. Again, we're bringing you live from the finish here, as well. Oh, we got a doggo on screen. Looks like he's taking a take. I think we're still have the drone shot here at Summit Lake. So there's Brian Colmo's dad there in the red hat. His family, his mom and dad have been out here crewing him. So hopefully if his friends and family are watching him back home, hey, bring me some of that Starbucks. If his friends and family are watching back home in Vermont, Brian is still moving really, really well. Last update we have is from where was it? Let me click on the hares.
I don't think he was part of that pack
he-
at Billy's Rabbit Hole, but we had tracking go. Oh, is it back up?
Do we have tracking again? Oh wow. If this is true, Leah has moved up considerably and left Long Lake at 17:07.
Looks like she's running in 5th overall.
Yeah,
That's amazing.
on fire. Nice job, Leah.
Emily not far behind. It looks like about an 18-minute difference on Emily Mann to Leah. So maybe feeling that pressure from behind. Feeling that pressure from behind is really aiding. That's one of the things that can happen in these races where a lot of times you'll have the leader sort of separate themselves from the front of the pack, and then it's easy to let your foot off the gas or not have to reach deep and sort of go to the well to give yourself everything you have. I know that's how I felt at Fat Dog 100 when I was fortunate enough to be towards, off the front and in a considerable lead. Having nobody near me to push me and to really get, so to speak, the best out of me. I know that competition just fuels folks. So if Leah is knowing that somebody's within 20 minutes of her, man, that could make for a really, really exciting finish and forces her to dig deep, forces her to to really empty the tank and give everything she has. Because, if you're up there with a 1 hour, 2 hour lead, you're just probably looking to get it done and do your fastest as well as you can. But it's always exciting when we see competition push runners to their best. And I think that's what we're seeing here.
Yeah, and we're getting some merchers up into Summit Lake as well. So Tortoise is crushing it as well as the hares out there. So good job to everybody who is kicking butt on this notoriously hard course. Yeah, and we haven't talked much about altitude either. That whole section on the Wyoming Trail is up near close to 9,000 feet, right?
Yeah, that's part of the 61 miles of this course that you're going to spend above 9,000 feet of elevation. I think anybody who comes to the Mile High City, even for a visit at 5,280 feet, knows that there's a difference in altitude from sea level to Denver. And then when you start to double that and you get close to 10,000 feet for 60% of the race, it is a significant factor. I firmly believe it's overlooked by many runners as a difficulty in this race. You don't think of it like the Leadville. You don't think of it like Hard Rock or High Lonesome, that we know are high altitude races. it feels like it should somehow be a little bit lower. But rest assured, we're up here in the mountains, and these runners are at altitude for a long, long majority of the race.
So nice work to everybody who's putting in the work up there. Moving along great. Got a lot of walking into Summit Lake, but from this side, it's the end of a very, very long climb up from Olympian Hall.
What are you eating at this point in the race?
Myself, I'm usually trying to put down some noodles, some veggie broth, really a lot of salty things like that, especially with how cold it is out there right now. I bet those people are freezing. So if I sit down at an aid station too long, I start getting some shakes, rattles, and rolls going on. So I got to make sure that I'm getting something warm in. It's morning, so my body's probably expecting a cup of coffee. So I'll probably have a little bit of coffee, a little bit of soup and ramen, probably maybe a breakfast burrito if you see it out there. That sounds pretty good. Some potatoes, some eggs, all of those sorts of things.
I sort of regret asking this question because now I'm just hungry.
Yeah, now I'm hungry. So I mean, we screwed ourselves there. Yeah, and I mean, look at this view. I mean, going into Summit Lake, look at that beautiful marsh, some great pictures, some great pine trees, like really, truly a beautiful, beautiful part of the course to be coming into, especially in the early morning. Seeing that sunlight has definitely got to be a morale boost this early in the day. Wakes you up, you get rid of the dwindles from the nighttime section. Really a great time to be coming into Summit Lake with that sun coming up. And I bet people are happy to see it. The nights can be long and full of terrors, as we were saying last night. So great work to the people making it through the night, making it through the cold, and knowing that if they're up in this section of the course, it's really hard to what was the word used by Fred on Friday? I think he made one up. I think he said extricate people from the course. So, once people are up at these aid stations, especially once they leave Summit Lake, it is hard to get people out of there. So you kind of have, if you leave that aid station, you're gonna finish the race. So great work to everybody on making it to Summit Lake and moving out of that aid station.
Yeah, it's a crazy race in the sense that after Dry Lake, you have 30 miles where you're not going to see your crew. So at mile 68 of the race, we can call it mile 70, you have a 50K left where you won't see your crew. You won't get support or emotional assistance in that way. I think all of us that have run these know just how powerful even the thought of seeing your crew is. Oh my gosh, I just can't wait to see Marin. That for me is who I'm looking forward to seeing, my fiance Marin. And you're not going to get that emotional boost, that support. Volunteers at these aid stations are incredible, but there's just something really powerful about seeing your loved ones and family. And I do think that that makes this stretch coming back really not just interesting from a competitive standpoint, but really challenging, period. I say interesting from a competitive standpoint because when you strip all that stuff away in the same way that hares aren't allowed to have pacers, when you start stripping away things that make it easier to continue, make it easier to go faster, it just becomes this mono race between runners. And I think there's something very pure about that in this race when you see hares competing without pacers, without somebody keeping their spirits high, without somebody keeping them running fast. It's all on you.
Yeah, and I want to give a quick shout out to a couple of people I know from Los Alamos running. Margaret Wood and Carlos Cassius. Margaret dropped from the race at Summit Lake last year, but she looks like she's moving along, of course, great with Carlos, her partner. Margaret is the daughter of Blake and Rebecca Wood out of Los Alamos, New Mexico. And if you guys know Blake's name, you know that he's a bit of a legend in the sport. So shout out to Carlos and Margaret out there for absolutely moving along and doing a great job at the Run Rabbit Run this year. Can't wait to see you guys at the finish line this afternoon. So good work to you guys. And we're getting a great view of Summit Lake and the surrounding mountains. Look at that. That is wonderful in this morning light. Look how blue that lake is. The pine trees are making it pop with a little bit of moss around the edge of that beautiful, beautiful lake.
Oh, we got some development. Now that we have some tracking back up, and again, we're not certain how accurate it is, but it does seem like we've got some tracking that's going to give us some good information. Christopher Hammes coming into Long Lake just 7 minutes ahead of Tyler Green. So some movement there from what we had seen earlier, where Tyler is back in fourth, Aaron Schlauback dropping back to fifth, and who knows if it was dropping back or if that's how it was the whole time. But it does look like Tyler and Chris are in an absolute battle. Guys, 7 minutes in a 100-mile race is not much time. It really just depends on how well you're moving. And if things have slowed down for one runner just a little bit, 7 minutes is not difficult to make up. I think I mentioned this story earlier of Jeff Mogavero moving from ninth from Summit Lake all the way into third place by the finish. I believe he passed 2 runners on Mount Werner Road itself, dropping some mid 5-minute miles. I'm curious if he still has that crowd. I know that he captured that back in 2018, I want to say. Very, very curious on who has the record coming down Mount Werner, but we do see things get wild over that last section. And Tyler's one of those guys who always has something left in the tank, it seems, late in a race. He just does not dramatically fade. He continues to grind and do the best with whatever his legs have to give him in that moment in that race. Multiple second place finishes at Western States, absolutely stout runner, top 10 TDS. Somebody that's competed on the world stage is going to give Chris a run for his money coming into this final stretch. Let's see if Chris can hold on. We also have an exciting race brewing there on the female side of things, as Leah Yingling is battling it out in 5th overall, coming through Long Lake in what looks just like about 18-ish minutes ahead of Emily Mann, who has come from 9th, 10th yesterday to creep up the field and slowly pick off one runner after another. Claire Gallagher and Shea Aquilano battling it out for 3rd and 4th, although it looks like Claire may have just a little bit of a lead, 20 minutes on her there going into Summit. Sandy Nypaver with a very strong race in 5th, kind of creeping up the field the whole day. And Michelle Yates, after leading most of the day, in 6th place, still hanging on strong, moving well through the course. Be interesting to see where she finishes up, as Barrett Gray has moved into 7th, and Stacy Marion there in 8th, which is a really interesting combo to watch, as Stacy is partnered with Rich Lockwood for the team division, Rich having just won the male hare Run Rabbit Run race. Stacy is partnered with him there in 8th, so giving Team Greenling, Leah and Tyler Green, a run for their money. However, at this point, Tyler would need to slip fairly significantly for that not to be Leah and Tyler's victory.
All right. Daniel Briggs says Tyler Green is 3.5 miles from the end in black shirt and green half tights. So he's wearing the same thing that
Wondering
he was
if
yesterday.
passed Chris. I'm wondering if there was a shakeup as they went over Mountain View Trail on the backside of Mount Werner, or if Chris is still ahead. I have a feeling we got a battle going on coming down Mount Werner Road.
Nice work to everybody getting a great view of the buildings around the finish line here at Run Rabbit Run.
And that's the Sheraton on the left there. Right smack dab on the base of the resort.
Lots of great people working here at the event. Volunteers, really, we wouldn't be able to do this without the volunteer help. Put on the event. So great work to all the volunteers out there. It's truly great to have you all helping out and making this race what it is. And I bet there were some cold aid stations overnight. You still got to serve. The runners are out there all night, and we've got people who were out there volunteering all night long, making soups, making quesadillas, making all those great snacks for people at aid stations. So thank you to all the volunteers. It was also an interesting storyline last night that the Steamboat Springs football team beat the Aspen football team, and then came out the Steamboat Springs football team came out to help crew an aid station all night, and then they were going to go to homecoming this evening. So I bet those kids will be sleeping in on Sunday morning for sure.
Yeah, Steamboat was ranked 4th in the state coming into the weekend in football. So congratulations on what sounds like a big win against a rival Aspen, and then having the humility to come help and volunteer at a race. Super, super cool that we see the Steamboat Springs high school football team join in like that. Good luck with the rest of your season, fellas.
And yeah, we see that a fair amount at some of these events. I know that the El Vaquero Loco up in Wyoming is a event that is to raise funds for the cross country team in that town, as well as the Jemez 50K down in Los Alamos, 50-mile 50K, the Jemez Mountain Trail runs. Those events are crewed, and the aid stations are helped out by the local community and the local high schools. So it's truly a event for all at these things. Staying up all night's probably a better task for a 16-year-old rather than us old farts here in the studio.
Well, the town of Steamboat Springs is known for creating some exceptional athletes. They've had over 100 Winter Olympic athletes that have been produced in Steamboat Springs. And that, my friends, is Chris Hammes coming in here, about to cross the river, still looking good. Coming
Nice
in
work.
3rd place. Looks like we lost audio there at the finish line, but we do have Christopher Hammes coming in as our 3rd place hare finisher in 18 hours, 56 minutes. Congratulations, Chris. There's the smile. He's going to get a hug from Valen and his pooch Cashew here pretty soon, I am sure.
Cashew's watching from home.
Oh,
so he's probably barking at the TV for his dad. So shout out to Cashew the dog for his dad, Christopher Hammes. And now I don't have to say his last name anymore. Great job, Chris.
Nice job, Alan.
Nothing like finish line hugs from your loved ones.
So we should have Tyler Green coming in soon, and then we'll be followed by first place female as well. So lots more action to come here at the Run Rabbit Run 100.
Looking in at the 3rd place, the final finisher of the 3-man podium, although Run Rabbit Run rewards and pays runners 7 deep. So 7 females, 7 males in the hare division will be taking home some form of a paycheck. Chris just earning himself $5,000. Not a bad payday. Well-deserved, Chris, and an incredible year, having won High Lonesome 100 and now third place at Run Rabbit Run 100.
How's that feel?
I want to say that's number 11 for him for 100 milers. So in the double-digit club for 100-mile finishes, and he does not run them slow, folks.
I've always pulled myself out of contention by Olympics. So
You did great this year, man. We were worried about you last year.
Tyler still behind me.
Yeah, I think it was like a 16-minute gap, like with 5K to go.
Listening here at the finish line for Chris, who just crushed the 100-mile. Third place male. Nice work, Chris.
We do expect to see our female finisher, or winner, I should say, of the hare division come in the next half hour to hour. We have Tyler Green, who was pushing just behind Chris Hammis, and we expect to see Tyler here momentarily. Wouldn't be surprised if that's in the next 5 to 10 minutes. The gap did not seem to be large between these two. But as you can see, Chris feeling the effects of a 100-mile race. This is where the adrenaline starts to wear off, the lactic acid starts to set in, and you see bodies really clench up and make it difficult to walk. And we just got a unbelievably cute photo of Cashew with a background of Valen and Chris hugging at the finish line of Run Rabbit. Man, put that one on a poster. That is cute.
He seems pretty proud of his human. So, Chris, your dog's rooting for you.
He just wants you to get home, man. Like, go home. Cashew is waiting out here running selfish races
Getting
just,
the Mylar
just to
blanket
make
out.
like $5,000.
Getting the Mylar blanket out, space blanket. And he put some space between himself and Tyler Green, who we should be seeing coming next. With
Chris ran smart all day. Chris ran really, really smart all day, going sub 19 on this course, having ran really composed and controlled over the first 50. He just crept up the field. I think he was like 10th at Fish Creek Falls. Mile 17 just goes to show you run smart, you know what you're capable of. You can finish on that podium. Congratulations, Chris. Well done and well deserved.
Doing really good. Yeah. So far, so good.
what race is his
Tyler and Leah
picture
are gonna
from?
be
Is that?
gorgeous overall.
Can't tell based on the bib.
I think if the track
That one's
is
been
right.
floating around for a while on his ultra sign up, I want to say. But it's I believe it's old, and I want to say the bear, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, I think she did a little bit, and also I think running pretty similar to how she normally does. Like within
I like
her
to say I
zone,
could be
just
wrong
having to put her in
due to the
leash
fact
and
that
not
I'm
let that
wrong
help her,
all
then,
the
like,
time. You just
kinda
leave that
push her a little
margin
bit
for
extra,
error,
like,
and
just
then
in
the
that,
chat
like,
room can't judge
mile
you
50,
quite as
60
much.
area, like,
Yeah, let's see. Hey, chat room, do you know what trophy that is he's holding? Part of me wants to say bighorn, because it's got,
Lot of
horns,
dirt.
but we're not sure. So you said the dirt's not right?
I said there's a lot of dirt. I don't know. I could certainly be bighorn. Again, we're coming with the hard-hitting information. We will figure these answers out for you. We will get to the bottom of this conundrum we've created that almost nobody cares about.
Yeah, and you'll get better commentary from the A team, the After Dark guys.
We're counting down just 4 more hours, guys. You got to bear with us here, but we're going to get to the finish line, and we are going to see Tyler Green coming in here any moment to finish, most likely in fourth place, unless something very spectacularly surprising has happened on the final 5-mile descent into Steamboat Springs Mountain Resort. We expect Tyler Green to be our next finisher, and shortly or anytime after that, we expect to see Leah Yingling, and those two are a team in this event. So that finish would most likely wrap up the team division. Again, both of those runners are going to be going home with some pretty significant paychecks here. Run Rabbit doing it right, paying deep and paying well for champions to 7th place.
Yeah, and if there's any local restaurants watching, me and my co-host here, Hannes, would love some breakfast, but for the moment... Oh, and our producer, Zach, I forgot about him. Oh, we got to feed him too. If any of them would love to bring us some food, that'd be great.
It's not required that you add Zach. It's not required.
As long as me and Hannes get some food, we'll be happy there. Even if Hannes doesn't and I do, like, I'm cool with that too.
I'm just saying that if like 3 people's too much, but 2 is fine, we're willing to settle. And leave Zach out of the equation.
But for that, I'd like to take a moment and thank our sponsors for this great event: Tailwind, Ultraspire, BOA, La Sportiva, Honey Stinger, Smart Wool, Ice Bike, Rabbit Ears Running, local running company, Gravity House, Paul Nelson Photography, as well as the city of Steamboat Springs. Thank you all for partnering with us and bringing us this great live coverage from Mountain Outpost here. Got the space blanket going on still. I bet he's pretty chilled. I haven't seen Richard at the finish line for a few minutes. But I bet he's around, and I bet he'll be back. Got that post-run cough. I get that.
Yeah, what do we have as far as the women's course record? I think it bears mentioning. All right, so I know that Michelle Yates has the record. So we're looking at 20 hours and 16 minutes, which makes Kat Robinson's tortoise time of 21 hours and change that much more impressive. I mean, Kat, it looks like Kat's overall time may place her in the top 10 fastest times all time, which is coming out of the tortoise division and incredibly impressive. I'm very curious to see how fast Leah is able to finish this. We're about an hour and 10 minutes away from Michelle Yates's record time of 2013. So if we see Leah or Emily within the next hour, we are looking at a female course record.
I believe Michelle's course record was in the old course as well.
Yeah,
which has that faster descent out of Fish Creek. So truly amazing job by whoever can come under that course record, if that's what we're going to see. That's something that we're excited to watch as things heat up. So yeah, a lot happening here at the Run Rabbit Run.
Yeah, you look at the fastest times, it's like the who's who of fast lady runners: Michelle Yates, Addie Bracey, Tara Dower, Courtney DeWalter, Christy Connect, Nikki Kimball, Alyssa St. Laurent. Probably butchered her last name, and I apologize.
Here's Tyler Green coming down into the finish. Nice work, Tyler. That'll lock up the team division for sure once we see Leah come across the finish line. So nice work, Tyler, kicking it into gear, really coming down the hill. Great work by Tyler Green.
Seeing the bottom of those pink Nikes flashing. Tyler running out of Salt Lake City, Utah. former Pacific Northwester for a long, long time, having relocated to Salt Lake. Congratulations, Tyler. Another incredibly strong finish.
A lot of Salt Lake runners, it seems, in this event. Oh, we got a hot air balloon up there in the air, too, on this Bluebird day. Tyler Green cruising down to the finish. What was the gap at Long Lake?
7 minutes, so nice and tight. I think Chris came in just under 18, so not a huge gap that he added, but he did put the pedal to the metal and just put a little bit of extra time on Tyler.
That means we should be seeing Leah in the next 7 to 10 minutes, I would say, if we're going off of the gaps at Long Lake.
I know Tyler had his sights set on winning this race. I'm always impressed when the A goal goes out of the window, but you're still able to hang on for a formidable finish. Cross the river, get into the corral, Tyler, and go grab yourself that paycheck with a 4th place finish. Oh, that little hill felt so steep. Always does. And here we go. Tyler Green finishing in 4th place of Run Rabbit Run 100. Congratulations.
Nice work, Tyler. It does say Portland, Oregon there, but I believe he has relocated to Salt Lake City. There's his partner, Rachel Drake, and their son.
Yeah, I heard it was because there was too much sunshine in Portland. I could be wrong, but I think that they were overwhelmed by how many days it was sunny in Portland. That's a bad joke. It rains a lot there. I'm originally from Portland, and there's a lot of gray. So they moved to a sunnier place in Salt Lake City, Utah. Sorry to all my Portland friends, but I had to take one dig.
He looks pretty beat up after that one. Great work, Tyler. Slumping into the chair. Really great work by Tyler there.
About to see his teammate come through, and Leah Yingling leading the Run Rabbit Run 100, and has been most of the day. I believe she took the lead somewhere around Billy's Rabbit Hole or Summit Lake the first time around, and has not relinquished it since.
It looks like we've got Butch 3.5 miles from the end with black long sleeve and navy half tights. And then 30 seconds back is Nicholas. So we've got a battle for 5th going on. Coming off of Mount Warner.
$75,000 in total being handed out today here at Run Rabbit Run 100. Absolutely incredible. For anybody just joining us and waking up at a more reasonable time on a Saturday morning, we've got 4 hare finishers. Rich Lockwood taking home the victory for the 2nd time here at Run Rabbit Run. Adam Loomis coming in just about 10 minutes behind him in 2nd place. You have Chris Hammis coming in 3rd, and just about 12, 13 minutes behind that, you're looking at Tyler Green here in the live shot, having just finished in 4th place at Run Rabbit Run. Getting a congratulations there from Chris Hammis. Always love seeing that camaraderie. It's one of the things that makes our community so special, so different. And here, I believe this would be a Tortoise finisher.
I believe so.
Try to get
Yep.
information on what would amount to our third overall tortoise finisher, second male.
It could potentially be Bob Henney.
Congratulations, Bob.
Or Nick Kuhnman. Not sure. Once we get a bib number, we will let you know.
It's 654. That looks like Bob.
654 would be Gib
Oh,
Kentz.
that's Gib. Nice work, Gib.
Nice work, Gib. He closed the gap there. He moved very well from long leg to the finish. Nice job, Gib. That is fantastic.
Gib is a long time runner. He's been doing this well for a number of years. I was lucky enough to spend some time at I'm Tough on the
Yeah, he just
race
ran-
course with him years ago.
He just ran for 23 hours. I'd say he's a
Yeah.
long time runner.
Yeah, he knows how to get the best out of his body.
That's awesome. Great work, Gib.
Last I checked, he was out of Glenwood Springs, Colorado, but
We
I
can
stand to be corrected on that.
check here. Still in Glenwood Springs, Colorado. Male Masters winner for sure in the Tortoises then. Tyler Green also takes home the Male Masters title. That is what he
Hares.
is entered in the Hares. So we've got both of your Male Masters coming in there for the Hares and the Tortoises. Great work, guys.
Crazy to look at Tyler as a Masters winner. He's still running at an elite
Oh, yeah, for sure.
level.
I think the
Sorta
race
makes
may
me
give
chuckle.
away a Masters purse. We can check. Masters, over 40 gets 1,000.
Man. Dipping into 3 categories, Tyler. 3 categories. Looks like you'll be winning 2 of them. So just a quick rundown on prize money. You're looking at $15,000 for first place, both male and female. $8,500 for second place, $5,000 for third, $3,500 for fourth, which is where Tyler just came in. Fifth place takes home $1,500. Sixth place $1,000, and seventh place $500. And that is both for male and female. We would love to be bringing you audio at the finish line. It sounds like the music is very loud, and if you've been at this race, you know that it turns into a party at this finish line in not that long. By about noon, we're going to have a lot of tortoise finishers start having a few more of the hare finishers trickle through, and there is libations and a lot of fun that begins to happen. So the noise coming from the music is limiting our ability to bring you sound live from the finish, and we don't want to blow out your eardrums with the music. So we're doing our best. If that gets turned down, we might try to bring it in live to the finish line.
So it looks like Butch and Nick are both flying down the hill. So we'll see what happens with the next male finisher. I think we are still waiting to see Leah come through Werner. So yeah, we're still waiting on people to come down through the start.
And if we do have any volunteers or any folks that are no longer crewing a runner, maybe you dropped from the race or you're just hanging out around, we are looking for field correspondents and trying to find somebody that may be able to give us some pre-race, or post-race interviews with our runners. You do not need extensive experience. You just need to be able to hold a mic. So if we have anybody open and willing to help out, we can get you a little bit more live coverage in the base area. I'm looking at you, Chad.
Yeah, get Chad out there.
Test. DJ guy just turned down the knob.
Oh, it seems like Emily's in the lead.
Oh goodness, we may have some major developments in the female hare division. We could see that Emily Mann was closing on about a 15-minute gap. Last we had a check-in, and we are getting reports that just maybe Emily Mann has taken over the lead at Run Rabbit Run 100 and moved ahead of Leah Yingling.
Yeah, exactly. I wonder if I can maybe turn down the gain on it. We're just gonna have to cut it.
We are getting reports that Emily is through the Mount Werner aid station and Leah is not yet. So that would indicate that we've had a major change, and Emily running an absolutely brilliant race to overtake Leah at the last 5 miles. We will only know in just a little bit if that's accurate, but it does sound like Emily is in the lead.
Testing. Testing.
So if you've been following along and you're just checking in with us here, we have some developing movement in the female hare race as Emily Mann has taken the lead. Would likely have happened somewhere from Long Lake to the Mount Werner aid station or thereabouts.
Like it's possible that this just came on.
Exciting stuff, not something that you often see this late in a race, let alone having two runners that close to one another, but second place overtaking first in the last 10 miles of the race is just exciting and incredibly rare. Emily Mann running a brilliant race, coming from the back 10th, 9th most of the day, creeping up the field, picking off runners one by one to overtake the lead coming down Mount Werner.
Per Margaret Fowler, who's been giving us very consistent updates, she has not seen Leah yet. Her and Daniel Briggs are our on-course comment correspondents who are absolutely giving us some great information.
I wish you could put like an asterisk by your verbal words, because there is a chance that what we're getting from the field is not accurate. But Margaret seems very confident that the only female runner we've seen go through Mount Werner aid station is Emily Mann, when we would have expected it to be Leah Yingling, who has led the female hare race for almost the entirety of the day. So we're going to put the asterisk there just to give us an out. However, it is looking as though Emily Mann is leading the race.
Looks like we're getting getting some more people coming down into the finish potentially. Those just look like some hikers out for a nice little morning walk. Could be a runner. Probably just ready to.
Yeah, you got two, probably a tortoise with a pacer right there coming into the finish line. Would be a top 4 tortoise finish. Saw a lot of movement there late in the tortoise race as well, with Gib Kens coming in 3rd overall. Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see the rest of this race play out and to see how close Emily and Leah end up being and who takes home that dub. Just an exciting finish, and not something you get to see all that often at ultras with this late of position swapping.
So if Emily can close down that hill in the next 40 minutes, she'll have a new course record, correct?
Yeah, and folks, that is perfectly doable. It is a 4.5-mile road coming down there. If you have the legs, they're runnable miles, cruisable miles, and most likely you're running single-digit splits if you're at the front of this race. So wouldn't be surprised to see Emily Mann come through in a potentially course record-setting time. The time to beat would be 20 hours and 16 minutes. So you'd be looking at 9:16 a.m. as a final time.
Which would be absolutely amazing to see a course record today. That Jason Schlarb time did not get touched. His record is safe another year, but let's see if Michelle Yates's 2016 from 2013 can get taken down. Look at that. We had a nice hug between pacer and runner. Coming down into the finish. Great job to this tortoise for finishing up the Run Rabbit Run 100 in about a half hour, under 24 hours. So great work to him. Very, very nice work. Just got that one little water crossing, and then he's done. Jump rock to rock to rock. Hopefully it doesn't go in. You don't get your feet wet at all on this course, which is pretty awesome.
Yeah, running with wet feet is challenging. I remember running Cloud Splitter 100, and I think they had a creek crossing for every mile about. Congratulations to our 4th place tortoise finisher. We will get you a name and bib here shortly. You can't skip your hug with Fred, okay? As a requirement at the finish line, you will hug Fred.
Nice work.
Good job.
Is his bib on his foot?
Here we have another finisher coming in.
Who was this?
Looking fresh, moving well.
Another tortoise. Nice work. He wanted that other guy. He was chasing him down.
Battle to the end there.
Nice work, man.
It's funny. It's like you want that to get the best out of you, but the truth is that when you're at the end of one of these, having to race is miserable. I remember the end of Leadville 100 and Adam Kimball closing in on me, and I didn't want to run a single another step, but was forced to. And these two guys just had the same thing, a battle to the end coming down Mount Werner.
Be interested to know who that was giving him a hug with one of the Hard Rock finishers caps on from this year. So be interesting. This guy's running with his dog. Looks like a border collie that is thrilled to see his person.
Stoked.
That is a happy dog running with his person. I bet the dog goes right through the. Oh, he's so happy. He's like, I'll go through the water. It's not an issue.
I'm coming with Dad.
Oh, look at that. You love to
Yeah,
see it.
buddy.
Oh, it's such a happy dog.
Yeah, buddy. Show him the way.
That border collie's going to be upset he's not going for another 30 miles, though. He's like, why aren't you stopping to say hi to me? Nice job.
And we will try to get bib numbers if we can.
Give that pupper a hug. There we go.
There's the love we all wanted to see. Yeah, buddy.
Good pup. Happy to see his person. Oh,
I'm gonna go get the next
He's going
guy.
to go get the next guy or bring him right in. He's like, there's some cows out there I got to herd. Come on. The sheep have gotten out. Got another
runner here.
starting to get a steady flow of people
Yeah,
into
we should be getting close to seeing our first female hare finisher. By all reports, it sounds like Emily Mann is leading that race as we watch another tortoise creep in. This would be our 6th place, maybe 7th place tortoise finisher here.
At some point, we'll lose count of how many finishers we've had. Again, under that 24-hour mark for that tortoise by about 30 minutes. So great work pushing to hit under 24.
All right.
Seems like he's in pain. I understand.
I mean, no matter what they look like, they're all in pain. That's the reality, is you don't get to the end of a 100-mile race not feeling some type of pain. And if you have finished one of these and not felt any pain, I'd love to know what you're on. Love to chat about your nutritional strategies, because that is rare.
Bionic legs, swapping out. Is this Mary Ryan potentially the 2nd place tortoise
Female.
We have no update from Margaret Fowler up on the top. Looks like they're standing on the course about 3.5 miles from the end, and we have not seen an update from them yet. And we still have Emily in the lead. Nice work to everybody finishing the Run Rabbit Run 100.
Yeah, Emily coming through at 7:54 at Mount Werner, and we still don't have a reading on Leah. We do have Clint Anders coming through at 9:57 through Mount Werner, and that would be the 5th place male hare. Man, he has moved up all day and really put himself in a stout position for an awesome finishing time and a 5th place overall. And then you have Leah Yingling, who many of us expected to see coming in first down Mount Werner, but in the way things can unfold and have unfolded, Emily Mann is now in the lead.
Great
down Mount
work.
Werner.
Got another tortoise finisher. Great work. Cruising on in.
And Shea Aquilano, as we have gotten reports, in 3rd place coming through Long Lake. Barrett Gray in 4th place. I mean, starting the morning, I want to say Barrett was in 7th. So she has really, really moved up. Sandy Nypaver in 5th, Claire Gallagher dropping back to 6th, and Michelle Yates dropping back to 7th. It'll be interesting to see how that all plays out, who catches who. But as things stand, we have Emily Mann in the lead coming down Mount Werner in what looks like it will be a victory, and 2nd place Leah Yingling yet to come through Mount Werner. So that gap is widening and looking like it would be difficult to overcome. Never impossible. I know Leah's got a lot in her tank as we watch another tortoise finisher come through the line. These are all top 10, top 20 tortoise finishers, some of the fastest times on the course this year coming out of the tortoise division.
Nice work to all these finishers. It's like we've got another female finish in there. Nice work. Getting a hug from Fred, chatting with him about how it was.
This is our second place tortoise female. Is that Mary?
I believe so. I can't see a bib number, but guessing on the order of things, that would most likely be. Or maybe Alexandra Ronka.
It would make sense if she was, if our tracking's accurate, it looks like that may be Alexandra Ronka. Congratulations. Or did we have an additional female finisher come through here as well?
There he is. There he is.
There's another.
Is that red?
Yep, that's a red bib.
So that is that Clint Anders?
No, I think that's a. Hang on, let's look at the hares list. Yep, that must be Clint Anders right there.
Really bombed that downhill.
Nice work, Clint.
Yeah, he moved up all day. Not somebody that we had in the top 10 for most of the race. Wasn't running in that top 7, top 5, but found his way there out of Fort Collins, Colorado, placing sixth overall, but 5th male hare finisher. Excuse me. We're going to try and find you the female hare winner.
There we go. Nice. Another tortoise finisher. Hugs, finish line vibes. Giving the pacer a hug. About 25 minutes under 24 hours. So nice work to you there with that finish.
And Clint came in after Emily to Mount Werner, so he most likely passed her on that final descent, and that would bring me to believe that any minute here we will be seeing our female hare winner.
There's Mike, Leah's partner.
Who's currently running in second place after having led for most of the day. Man, you can just start to see the finish line come alive here. Just more and more people showing up to see their runners in, give their runner a hug as they cross the finish line, and then enjoy the Steamboat Springs base area after party. Who knows? I may just find my way over there myself after this because it's just such a good time. And you start to have the 50-mile finishers join the party here as they start at 6 a.m. this morning. Sometime around noon, you'll start to see those leaders come through. Really, really exciting finish line area. Does not get much better than this, and starting to feel that buzz. What it's all about.
Yeah, and they set that great little beer garden up over there by the finish. It's really nice to sit down, hang out in the grass there with everybody, and just kind of enjoy the finish line vibes. Good food, good good beer. It's just a great time. Again, we are waiting on the first place female to come down the hill. It's looking like it's going to be Emily Mann, but she's probably still 15 to 20 minutes out would be my guess. Depends on how fast she's cooking down Mount Warner.
Yeah, and I'm sure there's somebody out there wondering if we can pan to Emily on the drone shot. And as you start to have all these runners come down, it's going to be a little bit challenging to pick her out exactly because you have the tortoises conjoining here with the front end of the hare race. So doing our best, but may be difficult. And we don't want to do what we did to Adam Loomis and Dustin Johnson when we had the tortoises and hares switched and we're tracking somebody thinking it was Adam. So we're doing our best to try to give you live coverage as these runners descend Mount Warner into the finish line. What a fun day.
Looks like we got Leah 3.5 from the end, white long sleeve shirt and black shorts. So she's going to be moving through here soon. Emily's got a good lead on her. VHP 4315. We are not getting accurate tracking information, and that's why we are guessing these people at the finish line. So just bear with us on our coverage. There's no reason to be coming at us with that. It's just not necessary. This isn't ESPN. You're right. Again, Hannes and us are live from Olympian Hall. This was a hoppin' aid station last night. Great vibe here at the aid station. Lots of people coming through. We had the Carnage cam set up to look a live look into the aid station. And it really was some great vibes here last night. Again, we're looking here at the finish line, waiting on our first female to come down. And in the meantime, we're going to take you for a quick ad break. So hang tight and please enjoy.
My name is Jeff Yingling, co-founder of Tailwind Nutrition. We make drink mixes for athletes to help you fuel, hydrate, and recover for all sorts of outdoor activities. Running, cycling, hiking, climbing, any sport where you're working up a sweat. We manufacture our own products in Durango, Colorado, and we test and use them on the trails of the beautiful San Juan Mountains. Our mission and our passion is to help athletes achieve their goals and to feel great while doing it. We couple proven nutrition that's simple to use, easy on your gut, and tastes great with encouragement and education. You can think of us as your support crew. We're right there with you doing whatever it takes to help you get across the finish line with a smile on your face.
Yeah, but that's not. Hello, we're back here at the finish line of Run Rabbit Run. We do apologize and want to give Nicholas Lightbody the due he deserves for his 5th place finish. We are unable to see bib numbers. Tracking has ceased to work accurately. So we're truly doing our best with these runners, trying to use the limited information that we do have. And it turns out that our tracking or it's not our tracking, but tracking for the race is in fact less accurate than we thought it was. So we've had 2 finishers, Nicholas Lightbody and Aaron Schlabach, very, very close to one another, within 1 minute of one another in the finish line for 5th and 6th in the hare division.
That's Butch walking there. Nice work, Butch. His crew had Arlen Glick on it. Arlen was the 2nd or 3rd place person last year.
3rd last year, 2nd the year before, I want to say, if memory serves.
So great crew there for Butch. Butch was 2nd place at the Hellgate 100K Beast Coast Runners. So shout out to him. Nice work on getting it done.
Another great aerial shot here of finisher wondering when we will see our F1 female hare winner, Emily Mann, who looks to be in a commanding lead at this point after having passed Leah Yingling very late in the race to overtake first place.
It looks like we got another person coming down to finish, another tortoise.
I'm not sure on that.
Potentially hare.
Yeah,
We'll find out once we see the bib. These people are, so the people running with them, they're allowed to join them a couple miles out. They're allowed to ride the gondola up and join their runners down into the finish. So for people with, crews out there and people here helping them out, yeah, it's great to see everybody, running their person in and finishing them up there. Even got a guy jogging down in jeans, so that's pretty great.
Yeah, could this be Emily? Love to get a closer look. It's an awesome, awesome shot here by a drone pilot.
Nice job.
Cruising here at the end of 100 miles.
Once you see the finish line, you kind of, if you can, you put a little extra pep in your step just because, one, you're ready to be done, and two, it's very exciting at the finish line. Looks like Fred's ready to give him a big hug. So nice work. Looks like a
tortoise
finisher for sure. Nice work there.
Nice job.
Squeaking under 24 hours. See Liam's back in the chat from Aid Station Fireball. Still waiting on the first female finisher, Emily Mann, to come down into the finish area. Excited to see her come through. Really ran a smart race. Must have passed Leah in that section between Long Lake and Werner. And is just running a super smart race. So nice job to Emily as she comes into the finish line. Emily is about, from Caleb Olson, he says Emily's about 3/4 of a mile from the finish. This looks like her coming down in. Nice work, Emily, F1 of the Hares, cruising into the finish. Taking home that $15,000 prize. Going home a bit.
Are you sure? I just am not sure if that's Emily or not. That's all. I don't want to get it wrong.
It looks like a red bib.
You're right. I just don't want to get it wrong. We have been wrong just a couple times on these runners, so we are trying our best to get them right. If this indeed is Emily Mann, we are looking at a course record, my friend.
Yeah. I don't remember seeing any other comments in the chat about any other females coming
Timing-wise, this would make a ton of sense. She is running great, regardless of which race she's in. She is moving really, really well.
Nice work.
Were you able to see a bib there? I couldn't.
I saw a little bit of a flash of red.
I know. I thought I did too. I thought you were right on that. It looks like some red. Oh,
black tank top and yeah. So Margaret said black tank top and black shorts. So that's
there we go.
Emily.
Emily Mann coming into the finish line as Dan has spotted. Well done, Emily.
Looks like we got another.
That looks like Rob potentially. But hard to tell with the pixelation here. But we do have another
Is that a red bib? Yeah.
It looks like a red bib for sure. So another runner coming into the finish. And here you have it. Emily Mann crossing the river, looking to win. Run, Rabbit, Run in a course record time. Nearly 30 minutes off the previous record. Absolutely incredible.
Canadian winning the Run Rabbit Run 100, going home $15,000 richer. Nice job to Emily. Great work. Absolutely closed on that one.
Wow, Emily, absolutely incredible. Congratulations on an amazing race. Overtaking Leah Yingling late in the last 20 miles of the race to claim victory, to claim $15,000.
Nicholas Lightbody would be her teammate on the BC Bandits.
Interesting.
So
Because Nicholas just came in 5th, and I believe it's the overall time, not their place, that matters for the team division. So going to be interesting to see if Leah's time here will put them on the winning side of the team division with Tyler Green. But Emily Mann and Nicholas Lightbody putting pressure on the team division.
these teams are pretty names are pretty good. You got the Greenlings, which is Leah and Tyler Green, the BC Bandits, Emily Mann and Nicholas Lightbody, the Seattle Sea Level Senders, Barrett Gray and Noah Dussault, 317, which is Shea Acolano and Zach Eagle, the underrated underdogs. These are pretty fun. Horton's Heroes, Pink Pony Club. Yeah, these are some creative names. So great work to you guys on picking some fun names.
We got a live look in here at your female champion for the hare division, Emily Mann, putting on a clinic. Coming from behind, well, you can't really call it coming from behind. She just ran smart all day, crept up the field. I believe she was in about 8th or 9th at Fish Creek Falls, and just made her way up the field over the next 80 miles to come in with the win and earn herself a $15,000 paycheck. My first question would be, what are you doing with the money?
I'm going to Disney World.
Disney World. I prefer like the British Virgin Islands or something tropical.
Yeah, I would too. Yeah, especially after dealing with that cold all night. Maybe save it till it's the dead of winter in Canada, though. So that way you can get a reprieve from the cold, unless that's your thing. Great work, Emily. Absolutely cruised through. If we look at the splits that we have from Long Lake, Emily was about 10 minutes back on Leah at that point. If I look at what I got from the aid station captains, yeah, she was about 10 minutes back. So great work to Emily, closing that gap between Long Lake and the finish. So it seems like Leah probably has second place locked up. We have yet to see another female go through Werner Aid Station.
Live look in here at the base of Steamboat Springs Ski Resort. You're looking at the winner and overall champion of the female hare race, Emily Mann.
Conversing with her crew there. Probably super proud. Nice finish in the sun.
As she should be. Winning arguably the most competitive year we've had at Run Rabbit Run for females is nothing short of amazing, and she should be very, very proud. I think she'll feel great once she puts that check in her bank account. Posing here with teammate Nicholas Lightbody, who was the 5th place hare finisher, not but a half hour in front of her.
The BC Bandits. We've got now an interesting race in the teams division. We'll have to see what comes down when Leah gets down here.
See if we can do some math for our audience and try to figure out just what Leah would need in order for their team to take home the dub. Team Greenlings, as they've been called, Tyler Green and Leah Yingling.
Yeah, so the last splits we had, or the last sum of time we had for Leah Yingling and Tyler Green was 33:48:06, and Emily Mann and Nicholas Lightbody was 34:53. So if there's about an hour delta there, that's what the gap would have to close, I believe.
Yeah, so I think if we're doing our math right, Leah has 12 minutes. 9 minutes, excuse me. Because her time is still tracking. So if she adds 9 minutes to that time, then they have taken longer than the second place team.
Okay.
Yeah, so it looks like she's got just under 10 minutes to get down this mountain, and depending on how she's moving, I think
maybe it'll depend on the finish time, because that's from Long Lake.
I thought that's what we were looking at here. Okay, so
So
1908 was Tyler.
Yep.
That's his total time. The total time of Emily and Nicholas is that 34:53, or is that just their Mount Werner time?
That was their Long Lake time.
Got it. Okay, so let's add Emily.
Emily's finish time was
1934 plus 1948.
here.
39:26. If my math is right, 39 hours and 26 is the total combined time to beat.
Nicholas Lightbody was 1934. We have.
She does have a good buffer, I think. Leah does. If math has it correct, she would need to finish in 20 hours and 18 minutes, I believe, or under, for them to win the team division. But I probably made a math error there somewhere along the road. All I know is it's very close between Leah Yingling, Team Greenling, Tyler Green, and our winner, Emily Mann and Nicholas Lightbody, the BC Bandits. You know, Leah did come through Werner and a little bit after, good bit after Emily did. So depending on how well she's moving down that mountain, this is going to be close.
55.
All I know is if you're picking teams here at Run Rabbit Run, find somebody from Salt Lake City or British Columbia. Those are the teammates you want to have. Yeah, let's go ahead and give our sponsors the credit they deserve. We have a number that we need to thank here at Run Rabbit Run 100, presented by Tailwind, Ultraspire, BOA, La Sportiva, our local folks, Honey Stinger and Smart Wool, Ice Spike, Rabbit Ears Running Company, Gravity House, Paul Nelson Photos, and the city of Steamboat Springs, which we have tried to give a lot of love to and deserves it. It's a beautiful part of the country, beautiful part of Colorado. Get out here if you get the chance. I know I have a lot of friends that love to vacation in Steamboat Springs because it is so nice and has lots of amazing restaurants, great accommodations, just about anything you could ask for if you're an outdoor enthusiast. Thank you to Steamboat Springs for having us.
So if Leah finishes in under 20 hours and 15 minutes, Team Greenling will be the winner. If she finishes over that, then the
Hey, I wasn't.
EC Bandits will
We
be the
weren't that
winners.
far off. We had it right the first time. We did it.
Just checking your
20
math.
hours and 15 minutes. Yeah, not bad at all. Which is our team competition. For those of you just tuning in, we have both the individual as well as the team competition. Dan, having done and crunched the numbers, we believe that 20 hours and 15 minutes is the time Leah needs to beat in order to have her team Greenling win the team competition. Oh, it's close.
And this is napkin math, so don't.
It's close. We're not going to hold either of us to it.
Yeah.
I mean,
Don't go to Vegas
the
and
chat room will.
bet on those numbers. The chat room will absolutely hold us accountable for that math. But hopefully the average viewer does not.
Yeah, we are doing our best here with limited information, unable to see bid numbers and get accurate check-ins at many of these aid stations this morning. We're working off Margaret, who's been giving us awesome information coming off the top of Mount Werner and has been accurate so far. We have made a couple of mistakes on finishers. Our apologies to Nicholas Lightbody and Aaron Schlabach for not having those accurate as you came through. Those folks finishing 5th and 6th in the hare division. As you look live at the finish line of Run Rabbit Run, starting to get sunny, starting to warm up. It's still a little chilly though, so I'm gonna keep my jacket on. But looking like it's gonna be another stunner of a day. Still a lot of people out on that course, both tortoise and hares. Still a lot of time to reach the cutoff for tortoises. They are 24 hours into the race, and the cutoff being 36 hours. They have another 12 hours to go. So many of these runners you're going to see continue on the course well into the evening. We do believe Leah Yingling is coming down Werner at this point.
Right. Yeah, Leah would be our second place female currently, unless something terrible happens between the top and the bottom. Last we heard, she was 3.5 from the end with a white long sleeve and black shorts. So we're just waiting to see Leah come down. Somebody asked, Tyler Talkington asked, what the theme was overnight with hare drops. So up at the Long Lake aid station and the aid stations along the top there, they expected it to get down into the teens. So it got pretty cold overnight. And looking at the drop list, kind of looked like there was more of a theme of dropping at Olympian versus any of the other aid stations. We had quite a few drops at the Olympian aid station. Not many drops at Dry Lake, just a few there. But the general theme was people dropping at Olympian, probably prior to going back up on top, and things getting cold overnight. Some drops at Dry Lake, not many at Billy's Rabbit Hole. I think people were told they can't drop at Billy's Rabbit Hole, even though we did definitely see some drops there. So people moving along the course. It was cold. That was kind of the general theme of the night.
Yeah, a lot of, as is the case at most of these really competitive 100-mile races, a lot of carnage at the end of the day. Some of the drops of notable names. Emily Caldwell, who was in the top 3 and leading for some of the day on the women's side. Carlos Ruibal, Tim Nooney, Becca Bramley, Miguel Medina, Ashley Paulson, who many thought would compete in the female hare division, Mikey Mitchell, Jesse Rich, who was in that top 3 early on, Graham Chauvoy, Stephen Cornelius, Kyle Pietari. A lot of carnage for some of the top tier hare runners. It's the case every single year. We talked about this yesterday, how you have an incredibly competitive field stacked with strong runners that are all pushing one another. Everybody is looking to win that $15,000, and it's easy to either race a little bit too fast too early with a 1 p.m. start in the heat of the day. But it's also just what 100 miles does to an elite group of runners. They compete with one another, and some of them end up paying the price later in the race. And sometimes you don't know if you're going too fast until you hit a specific mile marker. You don't often know. As we watch another tortoise rumble down the mountain with a very cute dog in tow.
Is that a plate in his left hand? It kind of looks like a plate.
Unwilling to litter.
Yeah, that's awesome.
A
Great
good
to
man
see.
right there.
Probably eating some of the great aid station food off of that plate, if it is a plate. Good to see another person coming down to the finish with a happy dog trotting behind him. Not sure if that's his dog or
Hey, buddy.
that's a big boy.
Hello, buddy. Gonna pet that dog.
I wonder how many people saw wildlife out on the trail last night, bears or moose or anything in between.
Or imaginary.
Or imaginary.
Yeah.
I guess.
I know hallucinations can be a thing out here. Also, another somewhat common, maybe calling it common isn't the right, but something that tends to happen at runners at Run Rabbit Run. I don't know that anybody's put a finger on it, but runners tend to lose their sight. I know Courtney lost her vision, and one of the years that she won it, she lost her vision and was feeling her way down Mount Werner on the side of the road, kind of stumbling back and forth. I know Devin Olson, the year that he took 4th place, was having vision issues. I know Gabe Joyce had a year where he finished top 10 and was having vision issues. It's something that you hear from a number of runners. I think there's some theories out there. I'm not sure if there's any very specific answers, but something to do with the altitude and the dust on the course. There are a lot of, they're dusty trails. It's a dry time of year. You add some dusty road in there, that perhaps that has to do with it. I've noticed some of the front runners in this race wear clear glasses. I think that's in part to combat what's been happening to some of the runners as they come into the finish line, which is actually losing your vision entirely.
Yeah, I think that's a trend we're seeing across a lot of trail running ultras is the addition of the clear safety glasses. I think that's just a good plan for people to have those on at night. Protects your eyes from the wind, from the cold, and just kind of helps you along your way, which is great. I know some people like where the transitions, where they go from clear to sunglasses, so that way they don't have to change them out. So that's a pretty cool thing to see. It definitely protects your eyes and helps keep that dust, dirt, and debris out. Somebody in the chat said they think Leah was having vision issues. Not particularly sure. No, asterisk next to that. True.
Thomas.
Yeah.
We just called that.
Well, I think it's because you were talking about it. Why they said it.
Oh, I'm sorry for jinxing you, Leah. However, it sounds like it may have occurred prior to me making a comment about people losing their sight. That would make a lot of sense with how well Leah was moving. Something had to happen for her to fall off the pace this significantly. It happens all the time. Sometimes it's your legs, sometimes it's your mind, sometimes it's sleep deprivation, but it could very, very well be the sight factor as well, which begs the question that if she's moving perhaps blind or with very limited sight, is third place in a position, if they're moving well, to potentially snag a spot and move past her on this descent? Again, it just depends on if you're hemorrhaging time at that bad of a level and there's somebody else behind you moving decently well. Sometimes that's all it takes. And if we were to have somebody come from behind, it looks like it would be Shea Aquilano, who is sitting in third. There is a couple hour gap on them coming into Long Lake, so that seems like it would be quite the challenge to overcome that big of a gap. But like we've said before, when you're bleeding time at the end of one of these races and somebody's moving well behind you, it doesn't take long to gobble them up. But it does mean that this first place team division is getting very, very close. Our rough math had us at about 9:15 that Leah would need to come in order for Tyler Green and Leah Yingling to win the team division, Team Greenling. However, the BC Bandits out of British Columbia, Canada, Nicholas Lightbody and our female hare champion, Emily Mann, have put up such a strong combined time with Nicholas's fifth place finish and Emily's victory. They are looking like they're in a position to potentially take down the team win.
Yeah, and Emily would then go home with $20,000, which is pretty awesome to be going home with between the team. So yeah, she's got about 4 more minutes to come into the finish before that kind of timer expires. So yeah, it should be an interesting finish, and that's just a rough estimate number. Don't yell at us if we're wrong. We don't like being yelled at. Hurts our feelings. But when people are coming down into that finish, we can see them on this road here from the drone shot. Just constant stream of runners right now. The intensity will only get heavier through the day as more and more tortoises join the hares and cross the finish line. So nice job to everybody who has finished and is going to finish today. It's really great work.
Yeah, Mark, you're not wrong. You might have just jumped on the live stream right after we talked about Courtney having vision issues during her victory in 2017. She's not the only one. We've seen vision issues pop up from many of the front runners in the field, whether male or female. It seems to be this semi-common denominator of something that can happen. It's not necessarily something that happens to every single runner, but we have seen it in the past. that runners will lose their vision at this race, whether that be due to the dust or just due to the extended time at altitude. Spending 61 miles of a 100-mile race, 60% of it above 9,000 feet is significant. I don't have the science-based evidence to give a clear verdict on why folks lose their vision. But I do know that it's a factor at this race. And sometimes we've seen folks wear those clear glasses to try to combat that.
So they see that a lot at the Hellgate 100K, and they call it Hellgate eyes there. And the eye doctor that was there one year described it as the cornea dried out, essentially, which could be very possible in this cool, dry, dusty environment. You just get a little bit of your cornea drying out. Oh, look at those doggos.
That is a great point. Hi, buddies.
And
what's up, buddy?
that can be a definite factor in these events, and it just kind of has to do with there not being enough moisture in your eyes.
I think a fairly good rule of thumb for the live stream is when in doubt, just put the camera on dogs.
Yep. We need to put an ad on those dogs. I bet that would get more views than anything. Sponsor the dogs.
Adopt me. I'll take you home, buddy. Hello.
Oh, look at him. He looks tired.
He's had a long day crewing. Okay.
He's sad that he's not out there running with his person. A lot of dogs. It's funny at the aid stations. You just see them and they're like, I want to leave with this person. Like, this is supposed to be what we do together. Is that Leah?
Yeah, she did have a white top.
Black shorts, white top. That's Mike with her for sure, because he was wearing a red top, black pants, white
Mike
shoes.
being her partner. So it does look to be Leah Yingling. Great eyes, Dan. Great eyes. I have a feeling that Leah would like to trade eyes with you currently if our reports are accurate that she's been struggling with her vision. It's still, you're looking at right now, she's got 20 seconds to the previous course record. So even with everything that's gone wrong, she is knocking on the door of the previous course record. It will be the third fastest time in the history of this race. An absolutely incredible performance by Leah, leading for a majority of the day. Solid 60 miles plus of the day was led and pushed by Leah, and she's holding on here for a strong second place finish. But it is going to be really, really tight. I do believe that this means Nicholas Lightbody and Emily Mann will take home the team division, but it's close.
I think it will. I think it's just going to come out to see what the tracking puts us out number wise.
Oh, like a $5,000 2 minutes.
Yeah, this might be
that what you
very,
can
very
call that?
expensive 2 minutes.
Oh man,
39:22:13 is the time to beat. If this comes down to seconds, I will be.
it's amazing that it's this close to begin with. But congratulations, Leah. You are on your way to a second place finish at Run Rabbit Run 100 in, again, arguably the most competitive female field that we have ever seen in this race. It's competitive every year. That's why I say arguably, because I think you could stand on the other side of that and make really strong arguments for other female fields that have showed up here. However, it is undoubtedly one of the stoutest fields we have ever seen. Stoutest is not a word, but we made it one. And one of the most stout fields we've ever seen here at Run Rabbit on the female side. Male side stacked as always, as we watch Leah Yingling finish the final few steps just a little bit further to get to the finish line of Run Rabbit 100.
Leah's, top 10 at Western States fairly frequently, runs for Lululemon, ran, I think, 400-ish miles at the Lululemon Further event. Absolutely amazing athlete, great person, cruising down here into the finish. Great job, Leah. Her partner Mike actually just finished up UTMB, and they were in France for quite a while this summer. So it's great to see them both coming down. An awesome job, Leah. Second place female at the Run Rabbit Run 100.
Yeah, I want to say she mentioned taking 2 months off between jobs, having a new job she's starting next week, having moved to Salt Lake City, and she did say that it worked wonders for her mental health to have that time to get such a long break. I have no doubt that she spent a majority of it training and probably got some of the best training of her life in. Not surprising to see such a stout result here at Run Rabbit 100, even if pre-race interview did indicate she was hoping to come away with a victory. I think when all is said and done, she will be very proud of a stout effort in the female hare competition, running the third fastest time, which will go down as the third fastest time ever. Emily Mann, having just been before her, breaking the course record in the female side of the race. We're watching Leah Yingling out of Salt Lake City, Utah, finish the final steps of Run Rabbit Run 100.
Congratulations, Leah. Well done.
Yeehaw. Nice work.
Last creek crossing till we switch over to the finish line cam here. Thanks for the great drone footage.
Look at that turn.
Nice work, Leah, coming down the finishing chute. Truly awesome work.
Partner Mike with his camera. You can follow him on the social medias. He's got a great presence there. Here she is.
Nice work,
Congratulations.
Leah.
Leah Yingling, second place, female hare out of Salt Lake City, Utah, running an incredible race all day. Be curious to see and hear if some of those reports we were getting that she may have been having vision issues as she finished up the race are in fact true. We've seen that happen to other great runners in the past, whether it be Courtney Dauwalter, Gabe Joyce, Devin Olsen. We have seen a number of some of the best runners in our world run into vision issues in this race.
Oh, I think they lost by 7 minutes, if my math is correct.
And what my co-host is referencing is the team division of this race, and $5,000 up for grabs for the top overall team time combined. So not your place, simply the time combined. And it was an incredibly tight race between Emily Mann, our course record holder now, and women's champion, and Nicholas Lightbody, who came in fifth as male hare, and Tyler Green and Leah Yingling here coming in second, we believe, in the team division.
Yep.
Confirmed.
So yeah, if these times stand, the BC Bandits had 39:22 and the Greenlings had 39:37. So close times. 39:27. So nice work.
Congratulations, Leah.
Congrats, Leah, on the finish. Great work. Still the third fastest time on the course, and truly great work out there. She had those vision issues going on. Nice job pushing through it, and looks like she's soaking a bandana on her eyes, so maybe it is moisture. So nice work there with her partner Mike, her crew, Tyler coming over and giving her a hug. So great job to the Greenling team. Great job to Leah, and great job to the BC Bandits as well. Yeah, Leah does take home $8,500, so that's no small amount of money. So if you need a rundown of the Run Rabbit Run prize purses, the first male and first female each get $15,000. Second is $8,500. Third is $5,000, and then it drops off down to $500 at seventh. So nice work to them. The team challenge, they win basically a premium for being the top team. And then we also had the first person to the top of the gondola who finishes the run. They got $1,000. So they must run as the Hares, and they must finish within the official time. But if they reach the top of the gondola, they got $1,000 from going up to the top there. Team challenge is great. So they each get $2,500 out of that $5,000, which is, along with that $15,000 win for Emily, she'll be taking about $17,500 home with her to British Columbia. So nice work. We've also got a lot more coming at you today, but want to take a moment to thank our sponsors. We've got Tailwind, Ultraspire, BOA, La Sportiva, Honey Stinger, Smart Wool, Ice Spike, Rabbit Ears Running, Gravity House, Paul Nelson Photography, and of course the City of Steamboat Springs. My co-host has joined me here in the studio again after taking a little break himself, and he now has some rabbit ears on.
They look good on me. I know you can't see them, audience, but they look good on me.
Again, live look at the finishing arch here over at the ski hill, where everybody will be finishing today. Hares, tortoises, and 50 milers.
Yeah, and an impressive, a really fun development, I should say. The tortoise female victor, Kat Robinson, coming in at a time that would look to have placed third in the hare division. So $5,000 that was potentially arguably left on the table there. But again, Kat absolutely dominating in the tortoise division in a time just over 21 hours. So likely have put her right there in that third spot, potentially in the hare field. Never know how things play out when you throw somebody in the same race, but
Cool. We're going to take you to a quick ad break. So here's a word from our sponsors.
My name is Jeff Yingling, co-founder of Tailwind Nutrition. We make drink mixes for athletes to help you fuel, hydrate, and recover for all sorts of outdoor activities. Running, cycling, hiking, climbing, any sport where you're working up a sweat. We manufacture our own products in Durango, Colorado, and we test and use them on the trails of the beautiful San Juan Mountains. Our mission and our passion is to help athletes achieve their goals and to feel great while doing it. We couple proven nutrition that's simple to use, easy on your gut, and tastes great with encouragement and education. You can think of us as your support crew. We're right there with you doing whatever it takes to help you get across the finish line with a smile on your face.
And we are back. Joined here by my co-host, and we're just doing some talking about the Run Rabbit Run 100. A quick recap: we have your first and second females in. Emily Mann was number 1, and Leah Yingling was number 2. From the men's hare side, your number 1 was Richard Lockwood. He finished early this morning in a blazing fast time of 17:24. Second fastest time on this course, right behind his coach, Jason Schlarb. Second place hare was Adam Loomis. Third place hare was Christopher James. And fourth place was Tyler Green, followed by Nicholas Lightbody. So that rounds out your top 5. So great job to everybody out there. We've also had some 100-mile tortoises finish. We had Dustin Johnson finish first in 21:38. And then second place and first female, Catherine Robinson, in a blazing quick speed of 22:24.
Yeah, amazing results across the board. As you take a live look here at Steamboat Springs Base Ski Resort, we did have Emily Mann take home the course record in the female division. I did have a chance to speak with her a little bit before the race. I know that Abby Moore in specific was on her heart. She told me that was her why for this race. Abby having passed away tragically in an accident this past year. So a really neat story that developed here as Emily, running with her friend in her heart, takes home the win at Run Rabbit, setting the record, and without any doubt having the propulsion of Abby Moore in her wings as she ran across 100 miles over Steamboat Springs. She did also mention that her phone tends to make some random pocket dials when she's running that often turn into random impromptu conversations with old friends and family. So curious if at some point we might get any news if Emily's phone made some dials in the last 19 and a half hours. So if you got a call from Emily, make sure you give her a ring back and congratulate her on setting the course record here at Run Rabbit Run in Steamboat Springs.
Absolutely a blazing fast time. I'd be interested to hear what her training regimen was like. Maybe we can dig up some Strava data and look to see what she was doing for her training up there in the land of the North.
Good old Canada.
Yep. I was just thinking that right now.
They're so nice up there. She said her first ultra was actually unintentional entirely. She had signed up for Gary Robbins' Buck and Hell as a team where you do 25 kilometers each. And just a few days before, her partner had hurt her ankle. So her partner said, well, you should probably just do the whole 50K. And she did, had a blast, and was hooked on ultras. So a neat entry to the sport for our women's champion, Emily Mann, out of British Columbia.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like pretty steady training all through July. Really big week in August, followed by a pretty restful taper headed into the run. So, great work to Emily, crushing the run. Looks like she's got a doggo as well.
Oh, goodness gracious. We were looking up all the cutest dogs. She does put on Natasha Bedingfield's Unwritten as her favorite song in the moments that things get tough.
Okay.
So, yeah, jam.
These are similar to people's like baseball walk-up songs,
a slightly
right?
dated jam at this point. However, a jam nonetheless.
You got to have some good tunes out there to help you get hyped up when you're having a rough time. Thanks, Daniel Briggs and company, for getting us some updates out there on the course. Margaret as well. We're still waiting on female 3. They're thinking it will be Shea or Barrett. So race for third is on. $5,000 goes to the third place winner. Did Joey DeFeo end up dropping? I haven't heard his name for a
I
while.
believe so. I thought I saw
Ah,
the drop list, but
he would
double
have
check me.
he would have got the gondola prize. So now we got to see who was the first one up the hill. Yep, Joey DeFeo did end up dropping at Dry Lake.
Reagan Sykes team highlighter there also, unfortunately dropping from the race at Dry Lake.
Yep, and Jenna Bensko also dropped from the race at Dry Lake. Do we know the cutoff at Dry Lake for the hares?
I don't offhand know the cutoff for the hares.
Okay, so they've still got about an hour to go through Dry Lake. The hares do. Yeah, this course tends to get you, especially headed up that climb up to Dry Lake is so long on the way back. You don't realize it on the way out because it's that lovely descent. And I'm going to call that a lovely descent. And Chad, if you're in the chat and it's not a lovely descent, please yell at me. We pulled up Reagan's Instagram. It looks like she was pretty well prepped, and that was definitely the highlighter crew. The 14-person team that was moving through, and it looks like we might get some more updates by looking at her Instagram feed. But yeah, they're all wearing the exact same colors.
And it looks like Reagan was actually pulled from the race by the race's medical team due to some pretty heavy bad breathing, chest and lung issues. So at mile 70 wasn't even her own choice. But hope that you're well, Reagan, and recovering.
Yeah, hopefully everything turns out all right there. And that's why we have these skilled medical professionals at the event. They can discern if something is just, they're in pain, or if something's wrong. So it's nice to have those volunteers at the aid station who are capable of making that decision for people. It's never a fun decision to have to pull somebody from the race, but sometimes it is necessary to keep people safe. And we want everybody to go home safe after this event. So looks like some races ended at Dry Lake, but those people will get it done next time. I'm sure it'll be motivation to come back and crush the course even harder.
Some things are also just completely out of your control, and as much as our community doesn't love DNFs, I think we can all agree that they're all different. They're all, usually for runner safety and taking care of yourself first is the priority. I always think that's the analysis when you're late into a race, as we get a sweet aerial shot here of another runner coming through towards the finish line. Look like they're moving really, really well.
Do we want to speculate on who it could be?
No, we've missed just a couple of times this morning, so I think speculating is unideal. But there's no speculating that this runner is moving well.
I think that's Tom Cruise headed down into the finish.
He's in Telluride.
Oh yeah, that's right.
We got David Letterman up here in Steamboat.
That guy's too tall to be Tom Cruise. He's just a little guy.
Yeah, you really have to remember, if you're an audience member that maybe has not run 100 miles, or maybe it's been a minute, that you've run 100 miles, just remember how long they've been on their feet, how many miles they've covered, and just how much pain these legs are most likely in. So to see runners moving and running and gritting out their final steps and just what is likely agony and pain, they are 95, 99 miles deep as we start to catch them here on the drone cam.
And look at that scene right there. Like, you've got the green of the pine trees, you've got the pops of color from the plants starting to change, and then you've got that piece of single track that people are coming down into the finish. What a great way to finish such a great event. It's really cool to see the colors changing, the weather's changing, and the temperature delta. I mean, it was 70 degrees yesterday in the sun in town, and then up on the hill, it was probably about 18 degrees at night. So that is a huge temperature change to have to deal with as a runner. And that can mess with you a lot if you don't have the right gear or aren't fueling properly to keep yourself warm. So that can be a huge factor. There wasn't any rain last night. The wind looked pretty calm last night. But definitely still really, really easy to get chilled, even though these people are moving a great distance. If they're not putting in enough calories, their body doesn't have anything to burn to keep them warm. So sometimes that becomes an issue for people. So, but this runner here, he's moving great down through the forest. It's good to see people out there still crushing their goals, tortoises and hares. So
Yeah, I was just doing a little Google mapping, trying to figure out where Fernie, British Columbia is, which is the our women's champion and new course record holder Emily Mann's hometown, where she grew up. So right down there, up there, north of the American border, however, in Kootenay National Forest, just southwest of Calgary. Man, there's a lot of cool territory up there in Canada. I got to go last year on an amazing almost month-long trip through Canada, and it is truly awe-inspiring up there. So much access to incredible trail and mountain terrain. Some of the most spectacular mountains and prominence that I've ever seen. Not surprising that Emily is a very strong mountain runner. Says she's loved it her whole life, and that's easy to see why when you grow up in a place as pretty as Fernie, British Columbia.
wow, that's
It
looks
really
like a beautiful place to live.
reminds me of a classic Colorado mountain town, just with a neat old school downtown and mountains in the background. Really, really cool.
You know, this race the past couple years, the female winner has usually been a pick for Hard Rock. So I'm wondering if we'll get to see Emily Mann in the Hard Rock 100 this year.
See if she's coming back to Colorado next year.
We'll see. It may be a Dale's pick coming through.
Well, I think, isn't this Dale's last year? Do I have that wrong? No.
Yeah, that's wrong.
Okay. Thought he was stepping down. I have it wrong.
We made that April Fool's post.
Oh, maybe that's what I saw. I'm pretty easy, though. I'm gullible.
It's good to know we get Hanas with the April Fool's posts. Yep, coming down through this last bit of trees. I bet once you see those apartments on your right and those houses on your right, you're like, oh man, I'm really close. Because when you're taking off in the morning, you see the apartments and stuff behind you, and then as you start to disappear. But yeah, Emily Mann absolutely crushed it. Tara last year absolutely crushed it. So again, maybe we'll see her in Silverton. Looks like we're getting a bit of audio from the. Yeah, we got some audio at the finish line. I can hear you. Oh, hey, dude, what's up?
It's great to hear your voice, Jamil. Yeah, I took a 3-ish hour nap on that lawn the one of the 2 years that I ran the race. So I'm familiar with that base area, and just the party atmosphere that it does become at the end of this race. You got a little sweet beer garden that gets set up. You have multiple restaurants around, so family, friends, crew. It's just a lot to do, and over the years, I personally think the city of Steamboat Springs has just done an amazing job to continually improve that base area. So it's a super fun start finish. And you get to be there, Jamel.
What's the vibe been like from the finishers there?
You're not echoing on our end.
Hey viewers, can you guys hear Jamil?
Feel free to jump in that chat. We have Jamil on the line, but it sounds like we may have some technical difficulties. So if you could help us out, let us know if you can hear Jamil.
What's the music of choice over there, Jamil? They cannot hear Jamil. Looks like we're gonna finish up some technical difficulties and then get Jamil on the horn. Smart guy, he'll get it figured out. Looks like he's already got a plan. So looks like they're setting up more speakers at the finish line. Oh, we got another finisher coming in. We'll see if it's a red bib or a blue bib.
Oh, stoke is high, arms out, airplane arms, and you're done. Hug Fred.
Look at that beard. Is this our beard guy that we saw last night? Is this Logan?
Can't quite see if that was looked like a blue bib potentially, but not quite sure.
Blue bib. What's the number? Oh man, I can't see it.
We are still waiting for our third place female finisher, so haven't rounded out that official podium yet. Looks like we've had a number of folks crest the Mount Werner aid station. Zach Eagle, who would be running in M8 as the 8th male. Matt Bigman, who is in 9th. And then Shea Aquilano, our third place female, has officially gone through the final aid station about 11 minutes ago. So that 4.5 mile descent has begun and she's headed down. We should be seeing either her or Barrett Gray, who's in 4th, just 9 minutes behind her at Mount Werner. So a battle there for that final spot on the official podium, although this race in some senses has a podium through 7th place since they pay all the way to the 7th place finisher. The top runners who have already finished being Rich Lockwood and Emily Mann, both taking home $15,000. But we will wait to see what transpires here between Barrett Gray and Shea Aquilano in an absolute battle coming off Mount Werner.
Can you guys hear me now?
We can in studio. How about the chat room? Can you guys hear our fearless leader, Jamil?
We're out here at the finish line.
Sounds like maybe still a no, but Jamil, maybe say just a couple more words on the temperature.
Yeah,
and the
I'm
current
still out
conditions.
here. The conditions are getting hot and sunny.
Oh, good. They can hear you.
Woo! You're on. We can hear you, and the crowd can hear you, which is most important.
What's the vibe like at the finish line with all these people coming in?
You know, the energy's starting to build. There's cowbells, people hanging out, and it's starting to just grow.
Yeah, it looks like we just had our 8th. That was Zach Eagle that we saw on the screen there, coming in, finishing as 8th male in the hare division.
Yeah, he's got his red bib there on the pack. That's the clear distinction between the hares and the tortoises is the red bib versus the blue bib. Nice work to Zach. 20 hours and 49 minutes. Looks like we got a drone shot of people coming down, kind of.
All this talking about cowbell has me thinking of that Saturday Night Live skit with Christopher Walken, which happens to be the person that our male champion, Rich Lockwood, would go on a run with if he could choose anybody dead or alive. Yeah, he says those jokes and an inspirational pep talk from Christopher Walken on the trail would be what he'd be looking for.
What would his pep talk sound
I
like?
need more cowbell.
You're doing great. Well, Christopher Walken.
I need more cowbell. Guys, it's officially getting to that point in the race where we are dropping Christopher Walken quotes.
I think about the way that he pronounced Foo Fighters on Saturday Night Live. Welcome to Foo Fighters. Like it's the enunciation is off.
One more shout out to our sponsors here that are helping make this race and our coverage of Run Rabbit Run 100's 12th annual running possible, as Tailwind Nutrition down there out of Durango, Colorado, Ultra Spire, BOA, La Sportiva, Honey Stinger, Smart Wool, Ice Spike, Rabbit Ears Running Company, Gravity House, Paul Nelson Photos, and the city of Steamboat Springs. Thank you, guys. It goes without saying that we could not be doing this without you. Tell your friends to come join next year.
As long as it doesn't have meeting. What's that?
We're putting in an order for pizza because your commentators need to be fed as well.
Yeah, we didn't think ahead at 4 a.m. this morning that
Apparently at 9:51 we're craving pizza though. So
That sounds delicious.
it's been a weird night when you want pizza in the morning.
I bet some of these runners want pizza in the morning. Billy's Rabbit Hole, I know for a fact that they had some pizza going on. So
I can't eat after 100 miles for the life of me. I mean, my desire to eat takes me a minute to come back. All I want to do is lay down. I'm good on getting to beer. I do get to the beer stage pretty quickly post race, like borderline immediately. However, eating is a completely different story. So I choose liquid calories post race.
numbs you up, some calories, some carbs, some makes you feel good. Does your why can't you eat? Is it like your mouth hurts?
I think it comes down to not being hungry
Okay.
and feeling like I've been forcing food down my gullet for the last 40 miles. Because for anybody that's run one of these long 100-mile races, just how challenging it gets to eat at the end. And by that point, I'm just not hungry to eat food. Once the hunger comes back, it is ferocious and it's almost unquenchable. Like you end up trying to eat enough, I'll eat, and an hour later, I'm like, I could have sworn I just ate lunch and I'm hungry again, which is not surprisingly also one of my favorite parts of life and why I do these, because you get to eat whatever you want for a solid period of time afterwards.
Checking in on my boy Brian, trying to see where he's at. I think he's out of Long Lake. Moving, but definitely moving slow. It looks like he had a pretty rough time between Summit and Long Lake, which I'll have to talk about him later. That's where I really had a rough spot, was between Summit and Long Lake. Oh, Billy Grimes. Hey, dude.
Billy Grimes.
No pizza? I know there's no Billy at Billy's Rabbit Hole, but pizza isn't mutually exclusive to Billy. So maybe they probably didn't have pizza without Billy there. So I guess they just had to deal with great aid station food.
It turns out pizza places don't open at 9 a.m.
Makes sense.
Yeah, we're obviously at full cognitive capacity right now, thinking clearly, making smart choices. I think we
But-
should order a steak to go next.
Both of us are just dunking the coffee. A little jittery. It looks like Billy Grimes will be back up to Billy's Rabbit Hole next year, so that's good to see. And they'll have pizza again. So if you want a slice of pizza in the middle of the night next to a fire, come run the Run Rabbit Run 100 next year, and make sure to stop at Billy's Rabbit Hole for a slice of the pizza pie.
I'm just really, really excited to see what happens here in the final throes of the female hare race, as we have Shea Aquilano coming through Mount Werner aid station at 9:35 and Barrett Gray, coming through Mount Werner at 9:44. So you have just about a 9-minute gap there, which if you've ran this descent and you're flying and the other person isn't, man, it is possible to reel somebody in on that stretch. Doesn't mean that they will, but I'm extremely excited to see how this plays out between Shea and Barrett there for third place in the female hare division. We also have Matt Bigman and Noah Dussault, who've come through Mount Werner and are 9th and 10th in that hare category for the males. Zach Russell and Rob Ear not too far behind. Rob, runner I helped crew last night with my good friend Devin Olson, who helps coach Rob, who's coming into this feeling very, very fit and is looking to put up a stout result. Hasn't come through Mount Werner yet, but we do expect to see those runners. You have Sandy Nypaver, Michelle Yates, and Gina Milner, as well as Nicole Lofton, that round out that final 8 on the female side, and none else but our good friend Don Reichelt, who's sitting in 14th for the Hares, 22nd overall in the hare division. Don helped us broadcast High Lonesome 100, did a phenomenal job over there in Fairplay, Colorado, coming through, working strong. It does mean that we're seeing Claire Gallagher drop back, and she has been at Summit for a number of time, for a bit of time. So I'm wondering if maybe she has pulled from the race and it hasn't made it our way yet. But we will keep you posted on that and let you know.
Yeah, and we just saw walk off screen. We saw Leah walk by. Hopefully she got her eye issue figured out. It looked like she was putting a damp cloth on her eyes there at the finish line, trying to get some moisture back in them. So I think hopefully she got things squared away and is feeling better there. Great to see Leah out here, second place female. Great work, great work. Just off a course record pace. She was the third fastest time, so great job to Leah. And again, still getting a fairly steady flow of people into the finish line. So great work to all the runners out there. Couple major storylines is the people who dropped last night. We had, for those just tuning in, we had, let's sec, let me make sure I get this right. Emily Caldwell dropped. She was a favorite. We had Joey DeFeo, who was the first one up the gondola, dropped. We had Ashley Paulson, who was going to compete here, drop out as well. So some big stories coming out overnight about people who have dropped.
Wondering if this could potentially be Shea Aquilano here, who has been running in third place, steady throughout the day and strong throughout the day. Can't quite see red or blue there myself on the bib, but looking really, really good. And with no pacer, sometimes that can mean that there are a hare who are not allowed to typically have pacers, although this section you are allowed to have your friends and family run down Mount Werner with you. It would be
Great work,
about the
Shay.
time that we would be expecting her, although it would have been a very quick, really quick descent off Mount Werner, but it's possible. Yeah, it might not be, could very well just be a tortoise finisher here as well, or if things really got shaken up, Barrett Gray passing Shea on this downhill on Mount Werner.
Nice work nonetheless, finishing up with some happy dogs. Looks like some happy crew as well. That's Billy Grimes and Amanda Grimes running
Oh,
with her.
that's right.
I recognize Taj the dog, and Billy's wearing his Hard Rock shirt from this year.
Got a couple
So-
local legends here helping out what would most likely be a tortoise female finisher.
Yeah, Amanda's running I'm Tough next weekend. Billy ran his first Hard Rock this year, absolutely crushed it. Was smiling the whole time. And then their brown lap there, Taj, he's a great running pal of theirs. Great to see them out here. They lived in Steamboat for a while, and now they live in Silverton. So great to see Amanda and Billy out on the course. A couple very happy pups. And then we have another runner here finishing. So great work to her coming down to finish Run Rabbit
Grabbing
Run.
her dog for the finish. That's what we're talking about.
Is the dog going to go across the rocks, or that looks like a water dog? I think he's going through the water. Nope, he went across the rocks.
They are nimble. Dogs are amazing.
Mine would have been in the water.
A lady after our own heart here, finishing with her four-legged friend.
Great work.
Finish line hugs from Fred.
Almost Fred and the dog in between. And there was Amanda. Nice work.
Another one of my good friends, Devin Olson, will also be running I'm Tough next weekend. Be on the lookout for that guy. He is fit and ready.
Do you have any races coming up?
You know, I did, and I don't anymore. I had surgery, so we are in recovery. Is this looking like another tortoise finisher potentially? So we're still in recovery,
Nice.
Dan, but it's been a sad summer. We're your co-host. I kid. It's been a great summer. It's just been filled with less running than usual. But we'll be back, and we'll eventually be running some race again.
Nice.
Can't wait to get into that Hard Rock one that everybody talks about
yeah.
so much. I'm feeling like next year's my year.
Yeah?
Yeah.
How many years have you been putting in?
Oh, I believe we're going on 6 or 7. It gets confusing with those cancellation years and some of the COVID stuff. So sometimes I have a hard time adding it all back up. But we've been qualifying for something like 8 years now.
Nice.
Yourself, we running anything fun?
I've got the Bear coming up on September 27th.
Nice.
So 13 days out from it, less than 2 weeks there. Feel good, feel ready. Put in a couple big weeks, few big weeks actually.
You heard it here first. Dan Ryan going
Dude,
for the win at the
no,
Bear 100.
absolutely not. I said big weeks, not fast weeks.
I don't know. It sounded like you were saying you're going to win.
No,
to me,
absolutely not.
And I love that bravado. So go for it.
I am a tortoise for sure.
Slow and steady wins the race.
Yeah, I've been dealing with some health stuff for a few years now, so hopefully that's cleared up and I can breathe easy the whole race. That's the hope. This will be the first race my dog's been at, though, so I'm pretty excited about that.
Oh, that's fun. I had a solid streak going where my dogs didn't miss a single one of my
Really?
races. Yeah. Till UTMB.
Oh, yeah.
They didn't make that one.
Hard to take him over to Chamonix. Shay passed them about 5 minutes ago, up Daniel Briggs, and I say them, Daniel Briggs, and them up about 3.5 miles out. So we should be seeing Shay and them coming through soon.
Somewhere in there, we did have Matt Bigman. That may be who we were just following, but we had Matthew Bigman come in as the 9th male finisher, which would indicate that we could see Shay any time now as the 3rd place hare female finisher.
Sorry, they're just putting in a little bit of a food order. Getting hangry up here on the stage. So just grabbing a little bit of food here. Hopefully everybody is enjoying the coverage of the Run Rabbit Run 100. Again, we have our first place, male and female, have finished. We had Richard Lockwood win the men's hare race, and Emily Mann win the female hares race. So congratulations to both of them. Still a lot more action to come. We've got the rest of the hares and the rest of the tortoises to finish. It looks like the 50 milers are moving along great as well. Most people through Long Lake. An interesting thing about Run Rabbit Run is if you're over 60, you get to start about 3 hours earlier. So you get to add almost, you'll get almost a 40-hour cutoff at this race if you're 60 or older. So you get to start the race considerably earlier, which is pretty great. Pretty nice thing that they do here, and makes this even more of a special event because it allows more people ample time to get this thing done. Because running 100 miles, except down Fish Creek and up Fish Creek, is pretty difficult.
Yeah, I think that's the nice part about the way things finish here at Run Rabbit is you don't have to run a massively technical section to come into the finish line. Curious here if I don't think this is Shay. Looks like they're running with a pacer as well. So looking like we have another strong tortoise finishing time here coming in. What a perfect time of day to finish at 10 a.m. The rest of the day to enjoy. It's not a weird time of night, so you really get to enjoy the sunshine and the beauty that Steamboat Springs has to offer, recover, maybe take a nap, and get back to it before you shut it down for a full night recovery going into Sunday. Yeah, I love this finish because it really you don't have to be worrying about your feet as you're coming down on extremely tired legs. Um, really, really beat up body after 99 miles of running. You just get to kind of cruise and fall downhill. Although it doesn't feel like that. Uh, it's nice to not have Fish Creek or a very technical section that you have to run down as you finish a 100-mile race.
I tell you though, this final descent down into the finish, if you don't have downhill legs left, like this takes a really, really long time to get down this hill.
No doubt. However, if you're feeling that way, technical downhill gets even slower. It's like multiplied 10x as it starts to slow you down, picking your way through rocks and technical terrain. But you're not wrong. Anytime you get to one of these races and you're late stage, if you don't have the legs left to run downhill, it feels like the race crawls on and really doesn't move. We had a neat question in the chat, just looking at what it's like to come back from injury. I do have recent personal experience with the concept. I think the first thing that I'd say for anybody who gets injured, anybody who has loved running to the degree that they run ultra marathons, I think it's a huge challenge mentally to be out of the running game, so to speak. It also depends on what time of year it is for me. If it's going into the winter, October, November, it's a little bit easier to have to deal with a little forced downtime. Whereas for me personally, having surgery mid-August, somewhat suddenly was really challenging and has been really challenging over the last 2 months. Just as much as summer is kind of a trail runner's time of year, it definitely can be a challenge being out of running, not just racing. I think that's a big part of why I wanted to come help at this race and be a part of the broadcast is that I love our community. I've fallen in love with trail and ultra running over a decade of doing it. And when you're not able to even do the thing you love the most, it's not easy. And then you don't get a lot of the stuff that we love in this sport, the community, being a part of something really special, watching people come down Mount Warner. I got a tiny bit choked up watching Kat Robinson dominate the Tortoise race. I think I kept it together pretty well, but it's just a really, really fun and special thing to be a part of when you're at races like this. So I think recovery probably looks different for every single person. Uh, for me personally, it's been leaning into loving on my 8-month-old daughter Nova, who is the most joyful, smiley creature on the planet. So I think from a personal level, you usually just shift your focus into something, that's a little bit different. I've volunteered at a local race, the Grand Traverse in Crested Butte, which is my hometown. So to the chat question, I think injury and recovery looks different for everyone. For me, I've kind of just leaned into some of the things that can keep me close to the sport, but maybe not as a participant, as a volunteer, as a commentator here, forcing y'all to listen to me talk is semi-selfish that I could just be around the sport more. And then as you get out of injury and you get out of recovery, it's really just about being intelligent with getting back to it and not forcing yourself too fast into a some type of stress fracture or some type of injury from overuse too quickly. But yeah, I do think taking time off is one of the hardest things that any especially if you have aspirations to be competitive, it's one of the most challenging things that an athlete has to do, be forced to sit and not train and not run in the beautiful places you've fallen in love with. So, wouldn't wish surgery or injury on anyone. I would wish a perfect health running life to everyone, but it does come with the territory, and I think especially if you're pushing mileage or trying to kind of reach peak fitness, um, I think it's easy to have a forced timeout, so to speak, at one point or another.
Looks like Barrett is 8 minutes behind Shay. And it looks like we're gonna have a little bit of a fight for the podium on the women's side. If Shay's moving downhill good or well, I don't think there's gonna be too much of a gap closing unless Barrett is absolutely flying downhill. So it'll be interesting to see that race shape up. And once we see them from above, we'll definitely have a better sense of who's in first. I mean, well, not who's in first, but who's in third and who's in fourth. So it's a fight for the third podium spot, which is pretty fun to watch.
I know Jeff Morgavero passes people on the Mount Werner descent like it's his job in these races. So it is more than possible to see a runner um, pass another runner on a section like Mount Werner. It is all about does one of the runners have vision issues? Is one of the runners really cooked and walking every single step? Because 20 to 25-minute miles are a heck of a lot slower than a 10-minute mile. Man, that was a brilliant statement, Hannes. Really profound that a time half as long is faster than the other. But it is amazing just how quickly time can be eaten up late in a race when you have somebody struggling versus somebody moving relatively well. And it doesn't even need to be PR splits coming downhill or getting the crown on Strava. It just needs to be solid, and having somebody in front of you suffering or bleeding time, you're more than likely going to gobble them up.
Yeah, and going and catching those people, it's definitely a huge morale boost to pass somebody, especially this late in the race. Um, Hey, Shad, we have no idea why those aren't updating.
And just so everybody knows, the tracking is not put on by us. We don't have control over the tracking itself, so we're simply at the mercy there, trying to use the information that we can, and that we know is accurate or is close to accurate. Usually, the tracking has sort of come back online when it's been off in this race, but yeah, again, we don't have full control over what's going on in the tracking. we've been having some awesome volunteers who are feeding us live information from the top of Werner, which we've been needing to use in order to get any of this even close to accurate.
And looks like the BC Bandits have officially won the team race. Their total time with Emily Mann and Nicholas Lightbody was 39:22:13, and the Greenlings, Leah Yingling and Tyler Green, were 7 minutes behind them at 39:29:11. So absolutely a close race in the team event. And that's something cool that Run Rabbit Run does, where there is that $5,000 prize purse for the number one team. So great work to the BC Bandits, going home with some change.
Yeah, it looks like our napkin math was pretty dang accurate, Dan. Kudos to us for figuring out that that race was as close as it was between those team divisions and teams. I think just about everybody would have put their money on Team Greenling of Tyler Green and Leah Yingling. Again, we have not been able to get a whole lot of finish line reports to verify information, but it sounded like Leah may have had some vision issues towards the latter part of the race. Not uncommon to see that here in Steamboat Springs at Run Rabbit Run. We've seen it happen to the best of the best, and Courtney DeWalter, and more than a handful of elite level runners who have found themselves struggling with their vision towards the end of it. My co-host here, Dan Ryan, did mention that it could have to do with the drying out of the cornea, and in a dry, arid place as we are in Steamboat, with dusty roads, dusty trails, and high altitude trails, we just tend to see that. And curious if at some point we'll have a chance to ask Leah, what she was dealing with, really how severe some of the vision loss was, but it does sound like it was a factor.
Yeah, and if there's anybody who has finished out there who wants to come over to Olympian Hall and have a conversation with us, we're in the upstairs. Come get your drop bags if they're here, and then come sit down and have a chat with us. We'd love to hear from you.
Yeah, we'll hit you with some real hard-hitting questions. Things like, what do a duck and a bike have in common? Do you know?
No.
They both have handlebars except for the duck. Yeah, I know it's good.
It's 10:20 a.m. and we have officially lost our minds.
I'm resorting back to jokes we made up in high school that didn't make sense. That was one of the things that we did.
That was funny.
And that was my favorite one.
I liked the one last night where it's like, what do you call a competitive runner who just got out of a
Who just broke up with his girlfriend.
just broke up with his girlfriend. If anybody knows the answer to that one, go ahead and throw it in the chat. We'll wait a minute. Got another finisher here. Looks like somebody's having a good time. Give Brett a hug. Happy to be at the finish line. Happy to be done with their battle.
Curious what happened to Brian Como.
Yeah, it looked like
that name, but
Brian may have had a rough time between Summit Lake and Long Lake, if we're going off of the times here. He's definitely, the wheels may have come off for my buddy.
Does look like he's still grinding.
He's still grinding. Brian's not, he won't stop. But it looks like he came in Summit Lake at 15:48 and then left at 19:20. And then got to the next station at 19:26, where the next person in front of him came in at 17. So he might have stopped and taken a nap and just had a rough night. I mean, it happens. Brian's a tough dude, and he'll get it done. I believe in him. Love the guy. But he's probably having a rough time out there. I remember he said his worst case scenario was 20 hours to me at one point. And we have well surpassed that. So I think Brian's still out there, still fighting, and still gonna come down the finish, and we'll see him here at the start finish eventually. So yeah, I think that's probably what's going on.
Yeah, I have like I typically make a spreadsheet for races that I'm running with for my crew. And my fiance Marin actually forces me to do this, and it's a great exercise. It started to become a habit for every single one that I run, and I have my splits laid out of kind of like, hey, things are going amazing pace, and, like things aren't going as great at pace, and then usually have 4 or 5 separate splits, and the last one is ouch, ouch, I'm chafing pace, because at the end of the day, it's almost like you need one more category past whatever you think worst case scenario is, because you can, believe it or not, you can always go slower.
And you're always right on those splits you draw up for her, right? You never deviate.
No, it's not. It's untrue that I never deviate. However, I'm actually typically quite accurate. Of course, the later you get into the race, like when I did Nolan's 14, by the time I was to like the 10th or 11th peak, my splits were very far off from what I had in mind. But one of the things that I try to do is when I'm writing my splits out, I actually go back to my Strava and I look for sections that resemble that section of the race. So if I have a 13-mile section in a race with 3,000 feet of climbing, I will try to go find a run that I did that resembled almost exactly that. And obviously it's not the same, but I'll just take literally that time. So let's say I took 3 hours to run that section and I was moving great or whatever the case may be. I'll put that to the race and say, all right, that took me 3 hours in training. I'm probably not going to do it faster in the race at mile 50. So I added just a tiny bit of time to give myself wiggle room. And I have found that to be at least the best way for me to come up with accurate splits that aren't based on like what I want to happen. Because if I go based on what I want to happen, I would be setting the course record at every single race in my splits. So I try to get semi-accurate. Obviously, you're not, you aren't unable to, but usually I'm pretty close on most of mine, and I think my fiance would actually back me up on that. But certainly, there's also races where I think the main point is when it falls off bad, you can get way off, You're hoping that doesn't happen, but when it really, really falls off, you may as well throw all of your splits out the window.
Yeah. We got a, Bluebird Day going on here in lovely Steamboat Springs, Colorado, bringing you guys all the live coverage from Run Rabbit Run. And like my co-host was saying, it's pretty easy to fall off your splits and have a rough day out there. And I think that's probably what's going on with Brian right now. But send him good wishes and knowing that he's going to come down the finish line anyways. Honest just showed me a picture of his little girl, and yeah,
She's very cute.
pretty smiley kid.
You would be showing pictures too, okay? You listener, you would be doing the same thing. But I got a very cute picture from my fiance of my daughter Nova, and she's looking adorable as ever. If you're just joining us and you either got a little run in this morning or got to sleep in a tiny bit, we've been bringing it to you live here since 5:30 this morning in Steamboat Springs, Colorado, covering the 12th annual run of Run Rabbit Run 100. We may be out of field correspondence, but that doesn't mean we're not bringing you the coverage. We're waiting for Shea Aquilano or Garrett Bray to come through. Excuse me, Barrett Gray. I keep mixing up those letters at the front. We're looking for our 3rd and 4th place finishers in the female hare division. Now, this person does look like they're moving very well. Do have a pacer, which would typically indicate that they would be part of the Tortoise division. But we have been wrong this morning before. So we'll see just where this runner falls.
Moving very well.
Looks like there's some red on the back there.
Looks like a
but,
pack.
But it could be the pack, I think.
Bet it's a Solomon Advanced Skin 12 in red.
Yeah, if anybody in the chat has good suggestion on gear, Ultraspire is an awesome outfitter of trail gear as well as packs. You know, we also have BOA that creates some pretty incredible stuff to help cinch up your shoes and make everything fit a little bit better. But if you have any recommendations on packs, your commentator Hannah Scaring is always open to the right chest pack. Not every race, you can't run every race in a waist belt like I would prefer to. You got those races over in Europe and a lot of them here in the US now that have required gear that do make you take a pack. So
And if you're thinking hard rock, it's probably best to have a pack. You know, you probably need that rain jacket.
Agree to disagree, Dan. One of the things that I personally love about Hard Rock 100 is that they expect you to be ready for how challenging Hard Rock 100 is, meaning you know yourself, you know what you need from aid station to aid station, and you know how to prepare for an emergency if that does occur in one of those sections. So I actually love the minimalist kind of approach that Hard Rock takes in not forcing you to carry a bunch of gear that you may or may not use.
So are you going to or not going to take a pack if you were to get in?
Well, as we discussed, I am getting in this next year. So when this happens, I will be wearing a belt. And it looks like we might be looking in on Shea Aquilano here.
Coming
which would
down
be
the
our
hill.
third place female hare. Yeah, if it is her, she picked up a friend pacer at the top of Mount Werner, which they are allowed to do running into the finish line. Otherwise, hares are typically not running with a pacer.
She is moving if that is Shea. That is awesome to see. Absolutely throwing the hammer down on this last ascent into the ski resort here. Even if it's not, still this person is hammering down this hill, moving great. Doesn't look like Shea. Dasha, you got it right. Homeless. That's what you call a competitive runner who just broke up with their significant other. Oh, this is Banana Shirt Guy. Nice work.
Soaking in the potassium all day.
Forget his actual name, but Banana Shirt Guy is what I'm going with.
We continue to wait here for our third place finisher. In all likelihood would be in the next 10 minutes. I'm really curious if it's going to be Shea or if fourth has surpassed and Barrett
Who's this?
in third. Again, not to say that a hare female wouldn't be running with a pacer.
This looks like Shea. That's I see a blonde braid there. That
does certainly look like it could be her.
Definitely her. Still kicking it down that hill, moving well.
I see a little red flashing there on the right hip. I think we've got our third place female finisher.
That is
definitely
in. Our third place female finisher.
Let's go. Now, let's make sure that we're not
saying the wrong name.
Correct. If Barrett passed Shea on this descent, folks, we would not be able to know. We don't have that type of tracking to know for sure, but as soon as we do, we will get it to you. Based on the grainy and somewhat cutty footage.
Looks like Donnie AQ. I would assume that that last name is of similar to Shay's. So Aquilano. That is her mom there. So that's definitely Shay. Nice work.
Congratulations, Shay. Third place finisher at Run Rabbit Run 100. What a performance.
Out of Boulder, Colorado. Boulder, dude. Nice work, Shay. Absolutely crushing that downhill.
Yeah, Shay is an incredible runner. She had one of my favorite answers to the question of which fictional character would she want to go on a run with, and she said Mike Wazowski.
Oh,
Now,
from Monsters Inc.
if anybody knows that reference, Mike Wazowski, I thought that was hysterical. Overcome by emotions here, Shay Aquilano placing third at arguably the most competitive female field we have ever seen at Run Rabbit Run 100. Congratulations, Shay. The tears and emotions are well earned.
Nice work. Absolutely sent it on that downhill.
Yeah, looks like she was able to fend off Barrett, who I know was closing on that stretch. I have a feeling that Shay had some eyes looking over her shoulder there, trying to make sure that Barrett wasn't catching her. We do expect to see the female finisher coming fourth just after Shay, but you're looking at live at the race finish of Run Rabbit Run 100, where Shay Aquilano has just finished third overall in a time of 21 hours and about 33 minutes unofficial.
Yeah, and it looks like she's had a pretty good build up to this. I know she had a DNF at Javelina 100 last year, so this seems like her first finishing of the 100 miler. So great work, Shay. Cruising in to get that first 100-mile finish. Great work.
Having just graduated with a degree in neuroscience and behavior and sustainability. Looking for work in the outdoor industry if anybody out there on the live stream is hiring.
Getting a picture with her crew. Great work.
I think we may have eyes on fourth place there as well. But Shay Aquilano coming here in third told me that the strangest thing she's ever seen on a run was that she came across a person in a chicken costume playing guitar miles away from the nearest town.
Maybe that's just the way that person gets through things.
It was me, Shay. It was actually me. I was playing the guitar in the chicken costume.
What kind of music were you playing? Was it
Jack Johnson.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Dangerously close to infringing on his own copyright material. That guy.
I was hoping you'd say that it was, chicken dance or something like that. An acoustic version in the middle of the woods dressed as a chicken.
It's trying to make people fall asleep.
Yeah.
So I was playing Jack.
Is this Barrett coming around the corner maybe? Moving well.
Got a couple of runners there with her.
Cruising.
Potentially eyes here on fourth place. Barrett Gray battling all day to make it to fourth. Timing wise, this would make a lot of sense as her and Shay were not far apart at the most recent aid station at the top of Mount Lerner.
Nice work. Cruising down the double track, and then they'll see the finish line soon.
got some friends and family there with her. Again, hares are typically not allowed pacers. However, there is one exception, or two exceptions, both through town from Spring Creek to Olympian and the mile that they have to return on that section, as well as coming from the top of Mount Werner all the way down. Friends and family are allowed to join their runner, even if they are a hare. Really pushing to get every little ounce out of herself here in the final stretches of this race, assuming that we are correct in having eyes on our fourth place female hare. A little bit difficult here from the drone to spot different bibs. We are looking for red bibs. Not always the simplest of tasks, but believe that we may have eyes here on our fourth place hare female.
Nice work cruising on down.
You can see there at the bottom where our podium for the ladies currently stands. Emily Mann coming through in first place with a new course record, shaving, I believe, almost 45 minutes off the old record. You got Leah Yingling pushing all day, leading a lot of it, coming in second, and Shea Aquilano in third place, rounding out that podium.
Absolutely insane the time that Emily threw down.
Man, no better feeling in the world than being able to see the finish line of a 100-miler.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely a exciting moment. I think you run faster in that moment than you did at any other point in the day, just because you're ready for that to be over with.
Sometimes.
Depends.
Sometimes very much not.
I walked this one. Great job to this runner coming down here.
Yeah, and if it happens to not be Barrett Gray, then we have been watching an awesome finish by a tortoise. However, we think we may have eyes here on our fourth place finisher, Barrett Gray, coming into the finish of Run Rabbit Run 100.
Looks like they got a great crew there with them. Because this isn't just a one-person sport. This is the one person's doing the running, but you got a crew there who's helping you along the way and getting you moving in and out of aid stations. So it's really a team effort by everybody there.
Ain't about we, it's ain't about me, it's about we.
It's about we. It's
I almost
not
got
about
that
me.
wrong.
It's okay. Tongue
Should
twisters.
have been embarrassing. There's no I in team, but there is an ME.
And oh, that was bad.
Yeah, we're cracking bad jokes in our final hour here.
Yep, you got about an hour left with me. Oh, we got an hour and 20 minutes left with me and
Hannes Scaring is
Hannes.
my name, Dan. It's Hannes Scaring. We've only been together for 15 hours. However,
name tags.
here
Can
we
you
are
give us some name
watching
tags?
what we believe may be our fourth place finisher, Barrett Gray. Absolutely amazing performance, Barrett. And I do see a red bib, and we
Nice
were
work.
tracking her correctly. Yes,
Barrett.
congratulations, Barrett. Absolutely incredible run.
Looks like Shay's gonna come over and give her a congrats.
Outlasted some very stout runners in an incredibly stout field. A well-deserved seat in the green chair.
Barrett is from Issaquah, Washington, so more Pacific Northwest representation.
P&W represent.
Yeah, nice job, Barrett. Nice work. Looks like she's getting some hugs from her partner there. Crew member. Getting some water or a beer, or I don't know. Is the beer tent open yet, I think?
Oh, when I'm done with these, I prefer liquid calories over water. I'm just ready for liquid carbohydrates, also known as beer.
He doesn't want a precision drink handed to him. He wants a beer, or he doesn't want a cup of tailwind. He wants a beer. It looks like we got another finisher coming in here on the drone shot. If this is a hare, it's potentially robber.
I don't think quite yet, but it potentially is always the way to say it. And we got Noah Dussault, Zach Russell, or Robert that could be potentially finishing. For the ladies finishing out that 7-person, it's a battle right now. We
That is a
have
tortoise.
we have 4 hare tortoises coming down Mount Werner, and all checking in at similar times. So Sandy Nypaver at 10:06. You had Nicole Lofton just after that at 10:08. Michelle Yates at 10:16. And Stacy Marion also at 10:16. So four ladies bunched up there going through Mount Werner aid station, which is the final aid station before a 4.5-mile descent into Steamboat Springs Base Resort and the finish line. Going to be fascinating to see what happens there between F5 and F8 and who is not able to hang on. I think it may. I don't know for this for a fact. Maybe if we want to double check if Claire Gallagher has pulled the plug, but has been at Summit Lake for a significant amount of time. So, suspecting that Claire may have had to drop from the race, but don't want to speak too soon if she is in fact still troubleshooting out there and grinding it out.
Looks like we got another finisher coming in here.
And that looks like it could be Robert
Could be Robert. I know he's got the blonde hair.
Got a little silver fox look going on with the salt and pepper there on top.
That's Rob
there
for
he
sure.
is. That's him. Our guy.
Another Washington person.
Another Seattle, Washington. IRR. And so we're doing our best to pronounce his name correctly. Rob is what we believe it to be. Attaboy, Rob.
Nice work, Rob.
Coached by Devin Olson, who has been texting me all day on how much Rob has moved up on the field. He went from 36th to 10th.
Wow. He ran a smart race then, man.
Yep.
I remember seeing him at Fish Creek. He looked fine, calm, cool, and collected, and just took his time, got his stuff done, and then moved on out of the aid station. So he just moved super consistently over the day and was able to move up 26 spots, which definitely gives you testament to how to run a 100-mile race. Carl Meltzer probably says it. He says it a lot, to run consistently. Don't go fast off the gun. Always be picking off the field. He said it can be exhausting to run out in front all the time. And just make sure that you're running a steady pace, never overreaching yourself because then you'll slow down considerably.
Yeah, Rob was looking. I was able to help crew Rob at Dry Lake last night, and he was looking really solid, telling us, "I feel great. I've been holding back all day. I'm gonna push it a little bit going down into Olympian, and then really start to go on the backside of Emerald Mountain." And then his words were, "And then I'm gonna send it." Atta boy, Rob, way to absolutely send it over the last 30 miles of the course.
Seems like it was fourth place female's first 100 miler as well in her 100 miler debut. She got fourth at Run Rabbit Run, which is very impressive. 26 years of age. Shay's 23. Both of those fast ladies have great ultra running careers ahead of them. Absolutely flying in Run Rabbit Run. So great work to them both getting it done. Definitely getting into the heat of the day here, or the mid morning when the sun's out fully and starting to heat up the runners. I know it was cold overnight. That's the first place male, Rich. Same cold night, and it is probably a welcome feeling to have the warm sun on your back. Got another runner coming down towards the finish here. Maybe a couple runners. Maybe a runner and a pacer.
We are here at the finish line, looking in on runners coming down Mount Werner to finish their 100-mile journey here at Run Rabbit Run 100. Wondering if that potentially is Sandy Nypaver. I believe it might be there on the left. She would be up next, and it would be our female fourth place finisher for the hare division. Yeah, could very well be Sandy that we are looking at there coming into her final steps.
Just like on college game day, it looks like we are gonna get some food here shortly on stage and try out the local fare from Steamboat Springs, which is one of our sponsors here. So it's pretty great to have some great local food coming to us, and we'll let you know where to go.
All right. We are looking in live. Again, it looks like a red bib that I can see kind of bobbing around right there, which would lead me to believe that this is Sandy Nypaver, but there's also a chance that it could be Nicole Lofton, Michelle Yates. It doesn't look like Michelle Yates to me, but there was a group of female runners that came through Mount Werner very close together. So my guess is we We are looking at the 5th female finisher. We know that, and most likely being Sandy or Nicole. Curious who won that battle coming down Mount Werner.
Yeah, great work to all these runners. Really, yeah, just moving down in from Mount Warner. So high up there. And it's so close, but
4,000 feet
so
of
far.
descending, just all straight down, pounding your quads after a long, long day of running.
Got some cheers in the chat for Robber. Nice work, Rob.
Live look here at the finish as we expect our 5th female hare finisher to cross the line in just shy of 22 hours on a brutal course here in Steamboat Springs.
Nice job.
Look at them go.
Looks like he's running in with a kid.
Not sure if that was in fact a hare runner or not. It's hard to tell. The orange on orange.
That'd be Rebecca Yates, maybe. If it's, Michelle Yates. If that's
It's not Michelle.
that's a red bait.
That looks like it would be Nicole Lockton, most likely.
Nice work.
Congratulations. And hopefully we're trying to get a bib number so that we are announcing this correctly. But she came in just a couple minutes behind Sandy at the top of Mount Werner and looks like she cranked to the finish. Having a hard time picking up the big bib number there. Maybe we could have somebody at the finish just type that in the chat. Yeah, it does look like we have a finish for Nicole Lofton. 21:52, just shy of 21:53. 5th place finish. Looks like we're going to jump to an advertisement break here really quick. They're short and brief. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
My name is Jeff Yingling, co-founder of Tailwind Nutrition. We make drink mixes for athletes to help you fuel, hydrate, and recover for all sorts of outdoor activities. Running, cycling, hiking, climbing, any sport where you're working up a sweat. We manufacture our own products in Durango, Colorado, and we test and use them on the trails of the beautiful San Juan Mountains. Our mission and our passion is to help athletes achieve their goals and to feel great while doing it. We couple proven nutrition that's simple to use, easy on your gut, and tastes great with encouragement and education. You can think of us as your support crew. We're right there with you doing whatever it takes to help you get across the finish line with a smile on your face.
Welcome back to Run Rabbit Run 100. We're here with the Nicole Lawton, 5th female for the 100-mile hares. Nice work, Nicole, getting things done. Looks like she's from Edmond, Oklahoma. So running great in the mountains and training in Oklahoma. I mean, that's very impressive to be able to come out to altitude from a flat place and absolutely crush it.
There you have it. Just witnessed Nicole Lofton finishing her 100-mile journey in 5th place for the Lady Hares. What a race we've had on the female side of things. You had Shay Aquilano, Barrett Gray, and Nicole Lofton all finishing within 20 minutes of one another. Barrett just 10 minutes behind Shay, and Nicole just 11 minutes behind Barrett. In a lot of these races, you tend to see them spread out quite a bit towards the end of the race. So it just shows the level of competition and athletes that we had here at this year's Run Rabbit Run 100 in how close together. I've been saying it for a day and a half, 2 days straight, that this is the most competitive female Run Rabbit Run field that we have seen. And I think that it shows in the finishing times as you have a course record go down. Emily Mann setting the course record in 1948, shaving 20 hours and 17 minutes, so almost a full half hour coming off the record. Just an incredible performance from Emily. Leah Yingling coming in second in 20 hours and 19 minutes. Shay Aquilano rounding out that 3-person podium. But again, this is a race where they pay runners into 7th place. So winner might be taking home $15,000, but if you come home 7th, you're still putting a check in your bank account. So one of the rare races that has that deep of a prize pool, if any, for that matter, or considerable prize pool. One of the reasons why you find top tier runners coming to this race year after year to create elite fields every single time. Got some beautiful shots that we've been getting from our drone pilots. Shout out to our drone pilots who have just been working tirelessly from yesterday to today in extremely remote locations and continue to give us amazing shots of our runners both crossing the line but also on the course itself.
Yeah, flying around out there. They were up at Summit Lake. They were flying from Olympian Hall to Dry Lake and really just seeing all of the course out there and everything that it has to offer. So great work to them on flying the drones around and giving us this great scenery and some great things to talk about. The women's field, we're rounding out the top 5. The men's field has been rounded out to, it looks like we have a total of 15 total of hares have finished roughly. It's probably more than that as the tracking updates. So great work to everybody out there. We have at least 10 men finished and 5 females finished. So great work to everybody in the hare field. On the tortoise side of things, the turtle side of things, we had almost, I think they said 400 starters in the tortoise race, so that's pretty incredible. And so far we have 21 tortoises finished. So starting to see a steady stream of people coming in and finishing the race. So great work to everybody out there who has ran this race. And if you don't know from where they're coming down on Mount Warner, they've got about a 3,500 foot descent in about 4 to 5 miles. And it's pretty straight down. It's not as up as the beginning of the course, but it is a pretty large drop off. When they're starting the course, they go straight up the ski run, and it's very, very verty there at the beginning. That's definitely the biggest climb of the race. You climb up to the same elevation when you leave Fish Creek, but not as steep. It's a better climb out of Fish Creek versus coming up the ski slopes here at Steamboat Springs Ski Resort. And then it looks like we have another finisher coming in. Don't have a bib number on them. but cruising across the creek and headed over to the finish. So great work to this runner here.
And no pacer. Always interesting if that means it's a hare or a tortoise.
Nice work.
Finish line hugs from Fred, the race director.
Yeah, one thing they don't talk about enough at this one is over the past 13 years of this race, they've given over $500,000 to charity, over $500,000. None of the the people who put on the race, they don't take a cut of the race proceeds. So it all either goes to charity or into these runner prize purses. So that's pretty amazing. That they're able to put on this sort of event with these sorts of prizes and give as much as they do to charity.
Do you think that may have been a tortoise finisher? But we're trying to double check if we can get a name there. On the female side, we're expecting to see the top 7 be rounded out here. Sandy Nypaver, Michelle Yates, and Stacy Marion, all within striking distance of that 6th and 7th place spot. Michelle, of course, a 3-time winner here and former, as of today, former course record holder. Since Emily Mann, our female hare champion, did take down that record with a really, really impressive time. 19 hours and 48 minutes from Emily. So a new course record has been set. We will just have to wait and see who finishes out this top 7 here at Run Rabbit Run in 2024 at the 12th annual running of Run Rabbit Run 100. That does look like it's become standard now to, if you want to find yourself in the money, at least for the male hares, to find yourself in that top 7, you have to go under 20 hours. At least that was the case this year. And for the ladies, those times just continue to creep up and get faster, with 5 runners finishing under the 22-hour mark. I believe I see a red bib shaking there, which could mean that we have our... no, that can't quite tell what number that was, but a hare finisher coming through here. Could very well also be Noah Dussault. Noah and Zach Russell have been duking it out, both of them coming through Mount Werner within 15 minutes of each other. Would certainly make sense for this to be Noah, since he had the lead coming through that 8th station, but we will wait to double check Noah's debut 100-mile race, if indeed it is. We got ourselves another runner there just up ahead.
Looks like they're moving along with a friend who's hitting them, filming them, and probably's been out there all night with them. So great work, team. Great teamwork. Whether it's your first or 10th or 30th, 100th, it's a pretty special getting in the creek. Nice. Just absolutely laying in it. I guess it's gotten hot outside. That is awesome. Look at that. I don't see a bib number, but that was.
Sure looks like it.
He wanted to wash up for the finish line, you know?
Looks like Noah Deso to me, but I'm basing that off racing him one time. So I think that might be Noah.
Seems pretty happy to be finishing up there. So great work if that is Noah. Laying in the stream seems like a pretty good idea. It must be getting hot over near the finish line as we approach the noon hour for the day. A lot of runners can. There's such a wide ranging temperature at this race.
That was Zachary Russell.
No, Zach Russell. Nice work, Zach. Earned that creek dip for sure. It's a cold creek too. It's not a very warm creek that he just laid down in. So definitely feeling the heat and probably ready to be done moving. Either that or he wanted to wash up a bit for the finish line. Didn't want to give Fred too stinky of a hug. Nice job, Zach Russell from Carbondale, Colorado. Got another finisher coming in here. A steady stream of finishers now. I have a question. Is there ever not construction going on down in the ski resort area in the summer? I don't think I've ever been here, and there's not some level of construction going on the ski hill. They're rapidly growing. It's pretty amazing.
No, we do have a lot of construction here, but it's one of the reasons why the base area is so cool too, is that they put a lot of work into it, and I think they had a goal to revamp and kind of revitalize the downtown area of the resort. So has been a lot of construction going on. I believe this could be a male hair finisher here. I couldn't quite see the bib, but
It looks like a blue bib on his shorts. So we got another male. Well, wait. Maybe I was looking at the pacer, but the pacer. Got another person coming into the finish line, coming down the chute. It's interesting to see if people's pacers and crews either split off from them or stay with them through the finish line. There's a hare. Who would that be? That looks like a female hare.
boy, Stacy Marion coming from the back to pick up that sixth place female position for the Hares, outlasting Sandy Nypaver and Michelle Yates on the descent of Mount Werner. And we'll wait to find out who our seventh place finisher is on the female side.
We just got handed some cinnamon rolls in studio that they look amazing. They're pretty gigantic too. It's kind of great. Keeping us well fed here. Hopefully the finish line's keeping the runners well fed. Lots going on there. The beer tent's probably definitely open by now. I know they're slinging burgers and all sorts of great fare there at the finish line. The restaurant there on the hill will open up and they'll start serving up food there, and it's a great vibe down at the Run Rabbit Run finish line. So thanks to all the vendors that come out and help support. Another runner coming in. Is that Sage Canaday on the left pacing somebody?
Would be his wife, Sandy, that he's pacing.
Oh, awesome. Great work, Sandy.
Who would also look to be our 7th place female hare finisher.
Nice work, Sandy. Coming across the creek. We've only had one creek dip so far.
From Zach Russell, epic water angel. Here we go, Sandy, finishing 7th place female in the money.
And that rounds out our prize purses, I think.
Unless female masters is still up for grabs, but
Once Michelle Yates, she finished, correct? So Michelle Yates would be our female masters once she comes down the hill. Poncha Springs, Colorado for Sandy. Great work, Sandy. Hopefully we got some Sandy fans out there watching in the live stream. Got some kids helping out at the finish line, it looks like, handing out the swag, the belt buckles. One key thing to mention is if you finish under 30 hours at this event, you get a sub 30-hour belt buckle. And then if you finish over 30 hours, you get the standard belt buckle. So congrats to everybody finishing under 30 hours. Really great work cruising on in and getting that belt buckle. I think a lot of us actually don't like running. We're just really into belts and belt accessories. Once again, want to give a shout out to our sponsors. We've got Tailwind, Ultraspire, BOA, La Sportiva, Honey Stinger, Smart Wool, Ice Spike, Rabbit Ears Running, Gravity House, Paul Nelson Photography, and City of Steamboat Springs, where this great event is hosted. Oh, we got a doggo on the cam. I think I met that dog last night, and his name is DJ. He's an Australian Shepherd, and he's 1 year old. Oh, what a cute
and he's
puppy.
got 2 siblings, DJ Lotzi and Ellie Mae. They are the pooches of Kylie and Sean Van Horn. Kylie is becoming a quite renowned dietitian in our space and has a really fun podcast with our very own Zoe Rom called Your Diet Sucks Pod. And I would encourage everybody to go listen if you enjoy being entertained and learning a little bit about how to eat better, especially in the ultra running space, as we look on to another finisher here coming into the final steps of the Run Rabbit Run 100 journey. Oh, nope. Doesn't look like we have a runner. They are going another direction.
Unless they made a wrong turn.
Okay, could happen. You know what? I figure out a way to go off course in the most well-marked races. So it can happen to anyone. I will say that much.
Could be seeing Brian come through Mount Warner at any point.
as we see another tortoise finishing their long journey with their pacer there in tow.
And long journey is the right statement for running 100 miles. It is a journey. You go through, like if you're thinking about running a marathon, you run the marathon and you probably have a low point that you have to fight through. But during a 100 miler, you hit highs, you hit lows, and then you hit lower lows and higher highs, and it's pretty amazing how cyclical these things can be from an emotional standpoint. So, in a physical standpoint, sometimes puking even helps you get
Yeah.
back on the trail.
Yeah, I think there's two ways to look at that too, and that when you're running a marathon distance, you're running at capacity for the entirety of it, which to me actually sounds more painful than a 100-mile race where you get to slow down, is the way I would say that. It does look like a red bib to me there. Perhaps Noah coming in here. Noah Dussault, one of the hares, was running in the top 5 all day, gritting out his first 100-mile finish, if that indeed is him. You know, by the time you get to the end of one of these, it's amazing how, in so many ways, all the goals you had set for yourself prior to the race, all the ideas of time, whether you had an age group goal or wanted to be at the front of the race overall, once you get to this point where you're marching it in and you see the finish line, it is still just a glorious feeling of accomplishment and achievement and pride in yourself. Um, yeah, I don't know that I'll have the chance to get this feeling this year, and I really miss it. The feeling of finishing 100 miles is like nothing else you could imagine. And like I said, even when it's not gone perfectly to plan or quite to the way that you wanted it to, um, it's still just an incredibly satisfying finishing journey. That's the second time I've banged my head on whatever is behind us, and I find a way to be klutzy even in the safest environment.
We're in a padded room, but somehow he still broke his
I've
leg.
got cuts everywhere,
Yeah.
okay? I know it's all balloons and like pillow cushions, but
That's why they actually haven't shown the feed of the studio today, I think, is because they put us in a padded room to make sure that we wouldn't lose our collective minds because we are crazy people.
as you can see there, our tailwind cam in the bottom left. Very appreciative of our sponsor, especially Tailwind, coming out of Durango, Colorado. Some delicious, delicious endurance fuel products.
Is it bad that I thought Peter Cotton was like the owner of Tailwind there for a second? I was like, oh, the Peter Cotton Tailwind cam. I'm like, who's he? And then I remembered the rabbit Peter Cottontail. And frankly, that took me way too long. It took me 5 hours to understand that reference. So,
Well, they with their DeWalter melon that they're bringing back here permanently, they are quite punny with
Yeah.
their names over at Tailwind. Kudos to those guys over in Durango.
and again, you're watching Pun Rabbit Pun. So, hope you're enjoying the live stream and the Peter Cotton cam of the Tailwind cam here at the finish line.
Yeah, the live stream's officially gone off the rails here
Yep.
as we call Run Rabbit Run, Pun Rabbit Pun. Oh, man.
Yeah,
can
she
edit
won.
that. We
she
can edit
won.
that
She won
out.
first on the women's side. Emily Mann did. Good job.
She sure did. I think we can still edit the Pun Rabbit
Yeah,
Pun out.
probably. Looks like Noah's going to be finishing here shortly, or did he just finish?
I think that was Noah we saw walk in. I
Okay.
don't believe that he has officially made it across the water and through the gate. But there you see our city of Steamboat Springs start and finish line erected just at the base of Steamboat Springs Ski Resort.
Nice work to everybody finishing up the run.
I am entirely not ready for ski season. So I know that in my hometown of Crested Butte, a lot of the local folks are starting to get excited for winter, which I always find to be like borderline appalling because it means the end of summer and fall trail running. I love my winters as much as the next guy, but I love my summers just a little bit more, and it's always a sad thing to see the snow start to come. So I'm not quite ready yet. Maybe it's because I haven't ran that much in the last 2 months. But yeah, I'd always find it to be a little bit surprising when people are really, really excited for the snow. I embrace it. I feel like I'm mentally ready for when that happens, but I don't look forward to it.
Yeah, I'm not a snow person myself. I enjoy a little bit of cross country skiing, and but I am not an alpine skier. It is a sad sight to watch when they stick me on those stupid slidey sticks. Um, Not a skier myself. I don't live in a ski town. Definitely enjoy the warm weather. I love fall running. It's probably the best. Cool air, dry trails, no snow melt, nothing to post hole through. But when that white snow melts off in the spring, I am so stoked.
I thought I was a reasonable skier until I moved to Crested Butte, Colorado 5 years ago, and then I started having my own basketball players show me up on the mountain, and I realized just how not great of a skier I really am.
They were dunking on you in the mountains.
It's like somebody told me growing up when I was really into basketball. There's always somebody better on us. Very inspiring coach, that guy. But it's also a true statement. As we look at Noah, I believe Noah Dussault here, male hare finisher. He was running in the top 5 most of the day, as you can see, just bringing it in, getting that finish done however needed. But it does look like Noah Dussault will be our 12th male finisher.
And getting that hair finish done too, that's no small feat for anybody. A 22-hour 100-miler is super impressive. Just at 24 years of age, Noah's got a great career ahead of him in the trail and ultra world. So great job, Noah, on getting it done, buckling down when it got tough, and continuing with the race and finishing up.
Yeah,
Great pole technique downhill.
I had the privilege of racing against Noah at the Mount Hood 50. I believe it's 2 years ago at this point. Mount Hood 50 miler, and was chasing him, and I ended up going off course myself, but Noah ended up setting one of the top 3 fastest times ever on that course. So definitely somebody to keep your eye on as he completes his first journey through 100 miles. Not everybody can absolutely knock the ball out of the park like David Roach did at Leadville 100. Truly one of the most epic 100-mile debut, if not the single greatest 100-mile debut that we have ever seen on an iconic course with an iconic record. Just an unbelievable performance. That's not the case for everybody in their first 100. And I thought Noah ran relatively smart early. It didn't seem like he was pushing too fast or too hard, but as you can see, just bringing it in by whatever means necessary here towards the end of Run Rabbit. Always tough too, because you see a lot of runners pass you, but you just really don't have anything left in the tank to try to chase them down or run. And a lot of times when you get to this point, there ain't no going back. And it's tough to get out of that walk mode and try to get back into running when everything is shot.
Yeah, and it looks like he is just gonna step over the rocks now and hit this finish chute. Nice work, Noah Dussault.
Dussault.
It's French. I would assume. I don't know. I don't actually.
It does look French, but he's from Seattle, Washington. I mean, Pacific Northwest.
A lot of French in Pacific Northwest.
Pacific Northwest holding it down. Congratulations, Noah. 12th place finish at an incredibly competitive Run Rabbit Run 100 in your first 100-mile race. I think he is happy to be
Got
done.
another finisher coming in behind him. Gonna cross that finish line. Nice job. Don't know who that is. Maybe once we see a bib.
In the hare race coming up next, we would be expecting either Michelle Yates, Brian Coma, Gina Milner, or Don Reichelt. Don, of course, running for Speedland there out of Fairplay, Colorado, having been on the live stream for us at High Lonesome 100. And I think that may be Zach Russell giving his competitor some love there at the finish line. One of the things you just absolutely love to see, the community coming and embracing one another. I remember being asked why I fell in love with ultra running in our community, and I in my first 100 at Beacon Rock, first 50K ultra at all, Beacon Rock in good old Washington, the same as our champion Rich Lockwood being his first ultra. I remember I started cramping at like mile 9 because I had no idea what I was doing, went out way too fast for my fitness, and didn't know what a salt pill was. I ended up on the side of the trail trying to get my cramps to go away, and I had runners stopping and offering me support. Came from a competitive background as we look here at Michelle Yates coming in what will amount to, I believe, 8th place for the female hare division, a 3-time champion. Her record just got broken today, but has stood the test of time since 2013. Having the record for that long, 11 years, is just an incredible feat. And Michelle still gets it done here on what I'm sure she would say is not her best day. But that's what happens when the field continues year after year to get more competitive. I know Michelle is a coach over at Rugged Running. So if you're looking for some coaching from a veteran and extremely successful coach, Michelle is certainly a great option as she cruises in to 8th place. She's done this run and been at the front of it 3 separate times. So she's had a multitude of experiences at this race. Super impressive to watch her grit and grind it out and continue to hang in there throughout the day.
Yeah, she was moving great. Kind of all through the day yesterday. Must have had some, had a rough night out there on the course, and still pulled off eighth female overall on the Run Rabbit Run 100. So great job, Michelle. Course record holder, or previous course record holder, for this event. Really crushed it. We still haven't gotten any more information on Claire Gallagher out there. Waiting to see more on that to see if she is still in the race or if she has dropped. We have yet to see any more drops. So if anybody has any info out there, anything we can speculate about for a while, please drop a note in the chat. It looks like Claire's last time that she had was 16:29 into Summit Lake. So definitely had a rough time out there, and we're waiting to get an update to kind of see how she's doing.
Yeah, she was running in second, I believe, up until that point. So obviously slowed down at the very least, if not stopped entirely. And first and foremost, we always just hope that everybody is okay and that Claire's doing well. She was running a phenomenal race and what felt like her return to the 100-mile distance after just a small 2-year hiatus. Excited to see and eager to hear what went on there and if she is still grinding it out on the course and we just aren't getting accurate splits. But you just watched Michelle Yates come in here in 8th place, former 3-time champ, finishing Run Rabbit Run yet again, taking home the Masters title.
Previous course record holder.
Previous to today.
Yeah.
That's fun to say. Of course, if you did miss it or haven't been here, we'll run down some of the basics of where we had folks fall in line. Champion to 10th. We had Rich Lockwood winning it for the men in 17 hours and 24 minutes. Adam Loomis, after a hotly contested battle all day, not that far behind in 18 hours and 12 minutes in second. Christopher Hammes taking third place after an incredibly successful year. He wins High Lonesome and finishes third here at Run Rabbit Run. Tyler Green, certainly one of the, if not the favorite in the field, finishing fourth in another stout effort in 1909. Nicholas Lightbody coming in fifth overall, 19 hours and 34 minutes, just about 52 seconds ahead of Aaron Schlabach, who came in sixth. Clint Anders rounding out that 7-man podium in 19 hours and 47 minutes. And just after him was when we saw our course record fall. Emily Mann finishing in a time of 19 hours and 48 minutes, resetting the course record from 20 hours and 17 minutes. Absolutely incredible performance by her. I do not believe she led until the very last 20 miles of the course. The pass would have had to occur late. There were some reports that Leah, who finished in second, Leah Yingling in 20 hours and 19 minutes, was struggling with vision. It's something that we have seen on this course. We've seen it happen to Courtney DeWalter, Devin Olson, Gabe Joyce, some very top high-level runners, and that's just to name a few, who have struggled with this problem of blurred, if not almost entirely losing their vision. After Leah, we had Shea Aquilano finishing in 21 hours and 31 minutes. Barrett Gray in fourth, just behind her, 21:41. Nicole Lofton in fifth, just cracking 8 minutes under 22 hours. Stacy Marion in 22 hours and 9 minutes. And Sandy Nypaver rounding out that top 7 field in 22 hours and 12 minutes. We're still waiting. We did just have Michelle Yates finish here in 8th place. Still waiting for that 9th and 10th female finisher to cross the line. Looks like our studio's friend here and everyone's friend, Brian Colmo, will be coming in shortly, having fallen off just a little bit off his own goal pace. He's still grinding it out there, looking to get the job done, running in 13th overall for the males, while we have Gina Milner looking to finish 9th. Not anybody very close to her, so in all likelihood she would hold on to that spot. Have to mention Dawn Reichelt, another fan favorite. It's running in 14th currently. Will be fun to see where everybody finishes by the end of the day.
Yeah, it will be. And, all those stories that we were following overnight that we saw yesterday afternoon, it's nice to kind of see the bookends on things. Not what I expected on either side to happen, but still very fun and interesting to watch and predict who we're seeing, right? Leah, coming down with the vision problems coming down into the finish from Mount Warner, definitely slowed up her pace. But seeing that course record fall to Emily Mann is absolutely amazing. Truly a crazy course record to break. Because if you think about the course in 2013, you didn't have the as much single track and as much dirt. You had a road section headed down into Olympian Hall, and then you headed over onto Emerald Mountain for some pretty runnable stuff. So that's a pretty major course change, and seeing that course record fall by such a wide margin is really quite amazing. Looks like we got another runner coming down here into the finish, unless they go left. Is this Devang, maybe? I think I saw him in blue shorts yesterday. And he had a 28-hour goal, so this may be Devang. Again, wild speculation to the people in the chat. You know, if AJW and Chris are better at picking out people that aren't in the front than us picking out people in the front, it's going to be mildly upsetting.
I mean, they're better at
Yeah, they are
just
better
about
at this.
every
Yeah.
category, so probably.
Looks like this finishing strong. This was if this is correct, this was the gentleman that they talked to last night who had that couple mile detour off course where he ran a couple miles in the wrong direction. See if the chat's yelling at me. Nope, nothing yet. So I might be right. But like you were saying last night, it's super hard to get out of that low point. Once you take a wrong turn and trying to make sure that you keep your headspace positive and continue on with the run. So great job if this is Devang finishing up the race. He looks pretty stoked.
Yeah, finishing is so satisfying. It's just such a sweet relief, such a glorious feeling of accomplishment. Even if this crossing the river on some small rocks is kind of a punch in the gut at the end, I love the finish line that they've created at Run Rabbit Run. I think they started that 6-7 years ago. They make people go across that little creek and into the finishing line corral.
Nice work.
Nice work. Congratulations.
Nope, that's not Devang. I think we saw a few people on the drone footage last night taking wrong turns up near Dry Lake, or when they're headed into Summit Lake. Just a couple people taking a few wrong turns, but they're quickly diverted by the wonderful volunteers that were there. Looks like we got some family members here. Looks like we got another person about to enter the chute. Got a picture getting taken.
Yeah, if you don't follow Trail Junkie Photos, I encourage you to jump on and give Paul Nelson a follow.
Ooh, got some leans going on here.
Lean in, getting it done. Feeling that sciatic. Coming up on the noon o'clock hour here at the 12th annual Run Rabbit Run 100, we have seen both the male and female top 7 come through on the female side in record-breaking fashion, as we see Emily Mann set the new course record to 19 hours and 48 minutes. Really curious, trying to place Kat's final time. Do you have Kat Robinson's final time? Is it 22?
Kat Robinson's final time was 22, 24, 25.
Amazing.
Amazing.
Yeah, she would have come just in 8th place on the hare side. So it was narrowly missing that top 7.
Have yet to have any update on Claire Gallagher. Hopefully still moving along. Last split we got from her looked like it was at Dry Lake. No,
I see her through Summit.
Summit
That
Lake,
was
my
the
apologies.
last spot. We have a tracker for her.
And that was a while ago.
Correct.
It was almost 6 hours ago.
Either taking a little siesta and pausing, or
She could take 6-hour nap and gotten back up and kept going.
yeah, you never know. So again, on the winning side, Rich Lockwood winning Run Rabbit Run for the 2nd time, and Emily Mann setting the new course record, overtaking Leah Yingling late in the race. Leah sounds like she may have been struggling with some vision issues. Again, not entirely uncommon that we see that at this race, given the dusty, high altitude conditions and just generally dry conditions out here. You do see runners from time to time have issue with that vision. And judging by some of the photos that we're seeing of Leah squinting at the finish line, we think we may be onto something on that. She also didn't look physically hampered, like you might see some of these runners coming down the mountain just not having much left to give physically. Leah looked relatively strong still, and would make a lot of sense if it was vision that was causing the issue, and the numerous diggers that it looks like she has on her knees would indicate that she truly was having a hard time with balance, potentially sight there.
Pretty impressive looking at her photos. If you head over to Leah Yingling's Instagram page and take a look at kind of how beat up she was looking there at the end. Truly a testament to her grit with finishing on 2nd on the podium, and absolutely amazing.
Yeah, $8,500 is probably a strong motivator there as you're contemplating life, unable to see the trail in front of you. But I know
You think you could run down from Mount Werner with your eyes closed?
no. I mean, I could fall multiple times and slowly roll my way down. I do not think that I would run well. If you give me the challenge though of like fending somebody off 30 minutes behind me and I'm blind and the victory gets me $8,500, I think I might figure out a way down that mountain as quick as I can, at the very least.
I mean, it kind of looked like Leah fell down the mountain. So
Tumbled at least a few times. So sorry, Leah. We are very, very impressed. We know she had sights on winning this race. She had said that in her pre-race interview that she'd love to win, and that she feels like she's had a lot of really, really strong results, which is incredibly accurate. Top 10 at Western States multiple times. Just seems to show up and knows how to get herself ready for every single competitive race that she steps into. A very stout performance from her with a 3rd fastest time on course history, coming in 2nd today.
absolutely killed it. Great job, Leah, for toughing it out and absolutely smashing it.
Yeah, it's always fascinating when you get a scenario like that where she placed 2nd, but in any other year, almost any other year, she would be taking home the victory despite her vision struggles. And I think it's always fascinating when you see somebody like that with such a competitive time that didn't win it that year, but would have in many previous years. I know that's always, I know it'd be hard for me to look at a course thinking, man, I wish this year couldn't have been or wouldn't have been the fastest year in history, and I maybe could have gotten that dub. So always just sort of depends who's running, who has a day, and Emily, man, reset the bar for female hares here at this race for years and years to come. I do suspect that we're going to continue to see that record get lower as we see more and more competitive female runners come to this race. And in general, I just think we're seeing that female side of our sport grow a lot faster, and especially on the competitive side of things. It'll be really fun to watch as people take cracks at that record year after year.
Yeah, and that was a pretty master class on how to run this event by Emily. Absolutely smashed it going into this race. I wonder what her goals were. It'd be interesting to have a conversation with her about what she expected and how she ran her race, because clearly she did something right. 45 minutes off the course record is absolutely crazy. Smashed it, destroyed that.
Crazy, smashed it, destroyed that. I like that.
Yeah, those are the words I'm going with. We're in the last, the final stretch of our commentating time, so you're just getting some word soup.
Even though it wasn't, I just want to call it alliteration.
Okay, I'll go with I like
Not a
alliteration.
single of the first letters lines up, but we're still gonna call it alliteration.
All right.
Yeah. Might have failed English in high school, junior high.
And I did not take a single English class when I went to college. It was all math and physics for me.
I was born and raised in Germany, so I have the excuse.
I don't. Yeah,
being raised in another country, but growing up speaking both languages.
They probably had better English classes in Germany than they did in Southeast Ohio. So
maybe not. Maybe stricter. Yeah, German schooling and American schooling, just a slightly different approach. That's all. One's a little bit more warm and loving, and one's a little bit more zack, as they would say in German. There's some German listener out there that I just made their day by dropping zack. It's probably just one, and it might be my mom. But
what does that mean?
Zack means like do it fast and precise.
Okay. So the next runner who comes in, you should narrate the whole thing in German.
I don't even know if I could. My German.
Well, clearly your German teacher wasn't very good either.
Well, here's the thing. I left in 4th grade. I was 11 years old. I don't know for a fact that my English has progressed since I was 11, but I like to think that it has. Whereas my German is stuck at a 4th grade level, having not progressed vocabulary-wise in 20 plus years. So
I think both of us have also realized that our brains are stuck at a 4th grade level throughout this entire broadcast.
That might actually be the bigger problem, is that cognitively I'm stuck at a child's brain capacity. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's officially coming off the rails here at Run Rabbit Run 100. It's 11:49 a.m. coming on noon. I know I'm ready to go celebrate with some runners at the finish line with a cerveza.
That sounds pretty nice. Get a cerveza in. What's well, okay, I know beer in German. That's an easy one.
Yeah, very similar. We will have the A team checking in here in just a little while, looking at T minus 10 minutes until you are done listening to Dan and Hannes chat at you here from Run Rabbit Run. But it's been a pleasure, Dan, to be with you on this stage. Easily one of my favorite races. It was my first 100 miler. I've been able to run both courses, and Steamboat Springs in general just has a very very special place in my heart. From when I was truly falling in love with trail running, this was one of the places that it happened for me. I want to thank you, our crew, Zach, everybody that's given us this chance to be on the mic and spit some hot riffs for the audience for a little while. It's been fun. It's also been long, but it's been very fun.
Yeah, and it's been a pleasure chatting with you as well. Partners in crime here. I'm sure we'll link up at another event in the future to sling our shenanigans to the web. Eventually, we'll be letting on the A team of AJW and Chris Warden, and that was the only
We're coming for
compliment
you.
I'll pay them. Right now, we're the C team. There's no B team, but we'll move up eventually. So we've hoped you've all enjoyed the coverage that we brought to you, and you've got us for a few more minutes. But it's been great, commentating with Hannes. And
Yeah, chat room. Get your last comments and questions in. This is your last chance to really roast us. Right before we sign off and switch on over.
yeah, and just to recap, let's throw up the leaderboards for the top 10 men and top 10 females. Just to recap who's won this. You've got Richard Lockwood winning the race, Adam Loomis, Christopher Hamez.
Nailed it. Nailed it.
That was a nerve-wracking
Proud of
moment.
you. I am
Tyler
proud.
Green, Nicholas Lightbody, Butch Slobach. 7 is Clint Anders, Zach Eagle. We've got Matthew Bigham and Robert are rounding out your top 10 on the men's side. And on the female side, we have Emily Mann breaking the course record, Leah Yingling, Shea Aquilano, Barrett Gray,
Nicole Lofton. Stacey Marion, Sandy Nypaver, Michelle Yates.
And we're still waiting to see who's going to round out the top 10 there, I believe.
Looking like Gina Milner might come in that 9th spot with Leah Ling, not to be confused with Leah Yingling. Different people. And Leah Ling running in F10 there in 10th place for the ladies.
Again, great job to everybody who's ran this event. Great job to the Hares. Great job to the Tortoises. Great job to the 50 milers who are still out there cranking away at this course. Really, and thank you to all the volunteers as well. Big thanks to Zach and Jordan behind the production stage here. And again, it was a pleasure commentating with my co-presenter here.
Yes, the satisfying feeling of sitting down and finishing 100 miles. They say you live a lifetime in these. Dan, maybe that's why we like them.
Or lose a lifetime.
Ooh. Now we're getting deep.
So nice work to everybody. The man, the myth, the legend has entered the studio room. AJW himself, and Chris has been here a while. Just happy to have everybody here, and we hope that you have enjoyed our coverage this morning. Sorry, it's not afternoon. Feels like afternoon. So great job to everyone.
Yeah, thanks for listening. We're certainly not going off the air here. We're going to hand it over to AJW and Chris Warden, who have been kind enough to alternate some long shifts with us. And they will take you to the non-proverbial finish line and get you through these last few hours as we see the peloton of our race come through, the Tortoises, and the rest of the field. And as that happens, you will begin to see this finish line turn into nothing short of a party. Really one of the better start finishes that we get to see in our sport, where you have so much access to the things that can make life a little bit more fun at times, like beer and music and friends and family. And my mom wanted to make it clear that there were two people that enjoyed sak, which would be my dad and my mom. Always in my
Your
corner.
parents have been watching a lot of this stream.
You know, I've coached the high school basketball team in Crested Butte for the last 4 years. Very proud to say that. And I don't think that my parents have missed a single game because they're broadcast on NFHS online, and my parents watch every one. That's the kind of parents I got. So thanks for being with us, guys. We're gonna switch on over here. You can see, oh yeah, there's the bunny ears. I told you guys they looked good. I know you haven't gotten to see them a lot, but man, I should try bunny ears more often. If I do say so myself.
I look taller than you. I've been slouching this whole time.
Yeah, I'm really just doing that to look even more tall and huge than I already am. But thanks again, everybody, for tuning in to the finish of the 12th annual Run Rabbit Run 100 presented by Mountain Outpost. We'll give a shout out to our sponsors one last time for our shift. We got Tailwind, we want to thank Ultraspire, BOA, La Sportiva, Honey Stinger, Smartwool, Ice Spike, Rabbit Ears Running Company, Gravity House, Paul Nelson Photos, and City of Steamboat Springs for having us.